doot. Good morning. I seem so loud. You can even hear the cats. That's how much my microphone is picking up. God, I'm really sorry. I'm so loud. Good morning. It's early. No, just kidding. Good morning, everybody. I still can't quite get my equipment to work. So, not everything is perfect. Let's just do that a little bit. Anyway, good morning. How are you? I'm so glad you're here. One of you is on YouTube. No one's on Twitch, which is not unexpected. And the rest of you are on Twitter. Good morning. Welcome. I'm grateful for each and every one of you this morning. This morning, we're going to take a little trip around the country. We're going to start off, I think, in Michigan with just a little taste of the preliminary hearing for day 3. And then we're going to get the SCOTUS opinions, hopefully. I hope. And yeah, then we'll just see where the day takes us. It's Thursday. Happy Thursday. Oh my gosh, what is it? May 30th? Yeah. May 30th. Wow. Is that the middle of the year? I don't even know. So that's 5. No, that's not. It's really the end of June. Yeah. Anyway, I'm a little sleepy this morning, as you can tell, but I am coming to life. I put on some makeup, which was a good idea. And I made my coffee before things started, which was a great idea. I don't know. Yesterday was not my fault. Yesterday was an aberration. That's what it was. Oh, it's chilly this morning. It's chilly here. It's overcast here. We've got the morning fog rolled in like a blanket over the, I guess, I don't know, great Los Angeles? I'm not sure. I think it's all of Los Angeles. I don't think it's just me. Oh, wonderful art music. Dearest art music. Good morning. Enjoy your tea. What kind of tea are you having? Would you like to share what kind of tea? I used to not really like Earl Grey, and now I really like it. Just black tea. Love it. I absolutely love it. Well, today we have, I'm not really sure what's going to happen when. I got to check. Let me check. Oops, sorry. Let me check on her because I just, there she goes.
Etc. Yes, through emails between Sean Flynn and Ken Chesbrough, and there was a text message as well. Again, I would have to refer to my notes, but in the first round of examinations, It was learned that
I'm not worried about the first round. That's not where
Okay. But that goes to the evidence.
Oh, but that goes to your belief then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So I learned that there was a text message sent from Sean Flynn to Kathy Burden asking for the address and it being sent off from there. So it's based on all the emails that I've read through Mr. Chesbro and the information that was provided by Mr. Danini, who's counsel for Mr. Burden.
Hello, Oomph and Jen.
That Sean Flynn mailed that down.
Okay. So then you're saying that you do not believe that Mr. Thompson mailed that envelope?
I'm not saying that, or
no, you are saying that you do not believe that Mr. Thompson mailed that envelope.
Correct.
All right. And I've not heard you say anything about Mr. Thompson carrying that envelope from GOP, wherever they held their GOP meeting, to the Capitol, correct?
I did not see that.
All right. All right, I'm maybe a little bit out of order here in sequence.
Okay.
Oh no, you're 100% out of order, just like by being here.
One of the counts is conspiracy to commit forgery. We've talked about that. Forgery. Commit uttering and publishing is one of them. And when we get down through this and look at it,
I don't know, Jen.
do you know
I don't know if back ribs is one word or two.
Such victim may have been?
I suppose it's two. I don't know.
Would be the people of the state of Michigan when you're trying to circumvent the legitimate Democratic electors with another slate of electors with the intention of disrupting the count.
Okay. And are you talking about the count in the state of Michigan or the count in the federal government?
Both. I should have clarified. So
Okay.
Great mystery.
The count in the state of Michigan and
so is it your belief that certificates of votes are not a federal function? To support that, isn't that a federal issue?
Yes. There's also a state process, of course, that's described in our laws that discuss how it.
Yeah, that's a big argument. But that's fine.
Badger. They don't, is this guy literally sitting on a chair and dumping all his papers on the ground? Hi, Lee. Oh, nice. Oh, that means you're going to have a nice pool day. You got a clear calendar today, right? I hope you're not working. I don't want any of my friends to work. I want all my friends to be not working.
Yesterday, part of the
I'm walking on sunshine.
Mr. Thompson in that specific case, or any of them, had specific knowledge that these documents were false, order, forged, or counterfeit. And which one of those do you believe it was? The false?
False.
All right. And that was because you believe it portrayed something.
It was not legitimate.
All right. When you say cheat someone, you're just saying the state of Michigan? Or are you specifically talking about a certain body of persons, a specific individual, at large?
The people of the state of Michigan. So there was 2 million. It was 2.8 million Democratic votes versus 2.6 million, approximately, without looking at the numbers. And so the popular vote was for President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala
Gotcha.
Harris.
I'll take it.
So the
Right?
people
I'll take it.
had voted, and the popular vote is awarded the electoral vote.
All right,
So the people of the state of Michigan, I know it's a kind of roundabout.
that's not wrong about it. If you're saying the citizens of the
Yeah,
state of
yeah,
Michigan,
citizen.
that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
And you're saying that it was intended to defraud or cheat population of the state of Michigan, correct?
Well, it was the voters for the state of Michigan. So the voters had, like I said, there was a majority vote for the Democratic Party versus the Republican Party.
All right. So if they intended to put in or overturn the election or get Donald Trump elected, wouldn't that be in support of those individuals that actually voted for Donald Trump?
Where are we going,
But
counselor?
that's not how the process works.
Not
Yeah.
asking you.
Okay.
You gotta identify who you believe the intended victim is.
Yes.
You said pretty much the
Oh my God.
people of the state of Michigan.
This is dumb.
That's
Oh my.
What I'm suggesting is that's not true, because there are people who wanted Donald Trump in, correct?
Yeah, I'm going to object to this question because the attorney is testifying and it caused speculation and is also asking for legal conclusion.
Jim.
Object here. Okay, your question is.
You gotta
about
choose your
whether or
dad
not
jokes wisely,
them
okay?
submitting
Come on
the
now.
alternate
Come on now.
slate Was in support of people who wanted Donald Trump.
I'm trying to identify the victims or who he believed the alleged
He
victim
said the victim was the state of Michigan, and so now we can't bifurcate it and say, well, the state of Michigan includes some people who want, when a state votes, whoever wins, that's the state vote. So their perception is the state of the whole, not
When the
who
court
voted for
says
who.
their perception,
I'm sorry?
when the court says their perception.
He said state of Michigan. He didn't say the victim was the people who voted for Donald Trump. He said the state.
But the part wasn't the entire state though. Is what
Well,
my
that's
argument
your
is.
testimony. That's
No,
not
no,
what he
no,
said.
no, that's not my testimony. He had testified to actually to the numbers of who voted for.
I recognize he
So
voted,
that's
but
not my testimony.
that's not what he said, who the victim was. He said the victim was the state of Michigan. The state of Michigan brings many lawsuits or actions. It is the state as a whole. You're trying to now separate it down to a fraction of the state.
Of who wanted the crime to work.
I'm trying to identify.
Give me a fucking break.
A victim was, is the court giving us an infirm ruling that the alleged victim is the state of Michigan?
You asked him who the victim was. He said very clearly the state of Michigan.
And I'm trying to contradict that.
Okay, well. Make your witness.
No, I'm not making myself.
You're trying to get him to change his answers, what you're trying to do.
No, I'm trying to get him to admit that there are people that wanted Donald Trump to be the president.
That's a valid question. I'll allow that question. I'm going to sustain our objection as to the other question.
All right. Weren't there people who wanted Donald Trump to be the president?
Yes, sir.
And are you including those people in as the alleged victims too?
I'm just
Sir,
saying
because-
the people-
Yes or no?
the people of the
Yes.
state of Michigan. So I don't know. the people
Yes,
that voted
because you
for
cannot
Donald
have
Trump, obviously,
unfair
I'm not
elections,
trying to
sir.
disagree with you.
This is an easy
Voted
question to
candidate.
answer. Why is this fucking asshole not answering this question? Yes, I'm protecting
I'm not
everyone's
sure if I
rights to a
understand the
fair
answer. Are
election.
you including them in
Jesus
the state of Michigan
fucking
or no?
Christ. What the fuck
So
is
yes or no?
happening
No.
here? Why is everyone so fucking stupid in this world? I can't believe I can't believe this. I can't believe what just transpired. Who's in charge here? Who has a brain? Jesus
So based on
Christ.
your understanding, then withdrawn. To the best of your knowledge, did any of the defendants ever claim that their slate was the official tabulation for the electoral?
Yeah, they signed a document, you fucking prick.
I would have to, I don't recall. I would have to review the material in my reports. If you're asking me for a specific statement, I don't recall. I know that they claim to be electors, but if they claim to be the official, if somebody said that specifically, I don't recall.
It was in the document. It said duly elected. Jesus Christ. I don't know what's happening right now.
We've got some timing issues. When I'm finished, if he wants to look at that, I've just preserved the answer though.
Your Honor, I'm gonna just make a, I guess, objection on the record, and certainly want to make a record that I'm noticing a pattern of the agent. When he's asked a specific question, any of these electors, were they out there claiming that they were the official electors? If you're the case agent, you would know if these people are making those statements. And for this witness to continually say, I don't remember, I need to, it's becoming problematic.
Oh, it's problematic. Oh, is it problematic? Don't the poor baby want to cry about it?
What's the objection exactly though?
My objection is that
Compel the witness.
Maybe not really an
this is not an
objection.
objection. I'm pointing out for the record, I'm
Okay.
sensing a pattern, and I would hope that that's not being done intentionally. I don't mean to cast aspersions. I don't understand it.
You cast aspersions.
Well, no, I was gonna
Stop
ask
this.
the question of what the actual objection was, but the court beat me to it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what the objection
Yeah,
is.
it's okay.
I will note, the record will note your concerns. It is very time consuming. And I don't think it's not just your concern. I'm sure that the prosecution probably has the same concerns. But these are issues that go towards credibility, not necessarily something that you can object to.
Yeah, that would be true. I mean, it is true. But the problem with that is that the affirmative statement, we've all seen the discovery. We know that, what these people did and didn't say. And so for him to say he doesn't know if any of them were out there claiming that they were the official electors, when he should, and not saying he does, and he's lying, I'm not saying that, but I would feel like you should know that because it's a critical part of this case.
Counsel?
With all due respect, when the witness is asked if a defendant made a specific statement and you have tens of thousands of pages, it's to ask that statement without allowing him to look to see if they made that specific statement. How can you give a truthful answer other than I don't specifically recall that specific statement? Now, honestly, I'm not sure why we're talking about this because this isn't a legitimate
Thank you.
objection. And also, we're on another defendant, so I don't think counsel even has standing to.
Well, I think his concern was the request to have him go back and review some information, which he still has a lingering request for that same purpose, which is he was just going to, he resolved it with, he would recall him. In order to save time, because we had adjourned 2 or 3 times to allow Agent Chalk to refresh his recollection. And I recognize it's a lot of information, but this is a case that I would akin to, like if I were doing a dissertation and I was been preparing for this dissertation all these years, this is my baby. I know what my research is supposed to yield. And so I'm supposed to be able to defend my dissertation. I shouldn't have to continuously say, wait a minute, professor, let me go pull up that you think I'm gonna get my PhD if I did that? Probably not.
Probably not.
So that I think is the concern, and it's very time consuming, and now it's impacting how quickly we can get to the next witness when earlier on.
What's
you were
happening here?
accused of calling witnesses in a certain way.
What's happening here?
As a strategy, when you stated you were doing it because of scheduling, and now we're coming into scheduling issues even outside of that. So it's a concern that I'm sure every attorney in this room probably has, is how frequent we have to break or get back to things when they believe it's a question that this witness should have reasonable understanding enough to give a concise answer on. I'll note your request. Can you state your question one more time for the record so that we know exactly what we got to go back to? Because I'm expecting you all to recall them anyways at this. Yeah.
No, I don't want to know what my question was.
Okay. If you could reiterate it for the record.
And you can tell me if this was your question.
You can whisper it to him, because I have a question for Agent Shock while you do that. I need to follow up on this, your response to the people who voted for Donald Trump would not be considered as, you wouldn't consider them as the victims to this alleged crime. And I need to understand why you would believe that the people who voted for Donald Trump would not be victims in a crime, alleged crime against the state of Michigan. Why wouldn't they be part of the state of Michigan?
You know, I've obviously had a moment to reflect on it. You know, anything that disrupts our democracy would impact everybody. Those that voted for Donald Trump, those that voted for President Biden. So I guess having a moment to reflect, I guess everybody in the state of Michigan would suffer if our democracy wasn't preserved, if the process was disrupted or changed or altered from what it was intended to be.
Oh, thank you. And did you recall your question?
Yes, I did. Actually, I did have it written down and I just found my spot for it. The question was, did anyone ever claim that the alternate slate was the official tabulations for the state of Michigan, for the electoral votes? And you said you'd have to refresh your memory, so that's there. But do you recall if anybody made any representations to the federal government that this was the defendants, that this was the that these votes were the tabulations that should be counted?
Okay, yeah, it would be the part of it that says duly elected.
Yeah. Total document. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the whole document.
I'm going to reserve the rest of my question based on his prior answer. I'm going to reserve the right to recall based on other witnesses. I'm not going to go into redirect on prosecutors. Direct, it would be based on questions based on other witnesses. I'm going to pass them except for the opportunity.
Hey, well, okay, Grandpa. Well, then go. You don't have to fucking announce it. Just fucking do it.
Look up.
All right, duly noted.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
And wear a jacket next time, you big fucking slob.
Just while we're in a moment of transition, I did reach out to Mr. Renner's attorney. He's going to reach out to Mr. Renner and see if they can come early.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Even if that means we break to lunch earlier so that we can be back here by 1:30.
Oh,
Sit down. Good morning, Agent Shock.
good morning.
My name's Wright Blake. I represent Ms. Rodriguez.
Good morning, Mr. Blake.
Thank you, sir. And going back to your background, you indicated that you have extensive training and years in law enforcement. Is that correct? Yeah. In fact, over 20 some years.
Yes.
You were with various police agencies, you were with the state and insurance fraud, master.
Yeah.
And you did probably thousands of criminal investigations, correct?
Yes.
And when you were doing these investigations, I take it that, once again, you wanted to be thorough and do an extensive job into your discovery of the case and development of the case. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
And you just didn't want to sit on the case and let it linger. You wanted to make sure you expedited it and got everything in place so that you can present a warrant for the prosecutor to approve. Is that correct?
Yes, I don't want to sit on a case, but we have case loads, so you have to manage that, obviously. So you try to, do as much as you can with this case, and it's,
But we haven't
something
got
we're
to,
waiting on.
we haven't got to this case yet. I just want to know about your history before you became an arm of the Attorney General. It was your policy to expeditiously investigate a case, and if there was a prosecution, to assist in the prosecution, correct?
Yeah.
Now, the court has used an analogy about if this was their child or something, they would know everything about it, the case. You sort of adopted this child. Would that be a fair statement? You didn't come in right from the beginning in 2020 and start investigating.
Okay,
the case.
I understand. Yes. Yes, sir.
And you didn't come in 2021, right?
No, sir.
That, when was that time period that you became a member of the Attorney General's office?
It was in October of 2022.
And your boss is Dana Nessel, correct?
She is my boss is Supervisor Sam Miller, but ultimately she is the Attorney General of the state.
Okay, and she's a Democrat.
Yes, sir.
Are you a Democrat?
Objection, relevance.
Mr. Relevant.
Bias, Judge.
Excuse me?
Bias, credibility. This whole thing is about politics.
I don't think the witness's political affiliations automatically presumes.
It is not about politics,
Well,
sir.
she has
You're
personal
mistaken.
knowledge, Judge.
Who has personal knowledge?
The prosecutor. I'm able to ask.
Why do you
whether-
assume that she knows his political party?
Well, I would hope so.
Why would she know his political party?
Well, if I was her, I would.
I don't know my colleagues'
I wouldn't
political
want a
parties.
Republican sitting up
Objection
there.
sustained. Move on.
So the Attorney General is the ultimate boss, and then you have your boss, you said Sam Miller or something.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during the course of you becoming involved in the case, you went over thousands and thousands of pages of discovery, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've also watched the social media and the news and things of that nature pertaining to this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And are you aware of the comments that Dana Nessel made about Ms. Rodriguez being a lawyer?
I don't recall those comments about her being a lawyer.
Right, but you know that she is a lawyer.
Mrs. Rodriguez? Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you take over this case, you took it over from what agent?
Special Agent Scott Cronin.
And he's no longer with the Attorney General's office, retired.
No, he is. He was reassigned. There was a new,
This guy's done a really good
position
job
opened up
prepping.
that he submitted for, so he was transferred to that position.
Now, surely he wasn't the only officer working this case. Or was it?
I have records that show there was Special Agent Pete Ackerley had done one report. As far as Scott Cronin, when he was working the case, I know that Special Agent Mike Steckel assisted him with some interviews.
So you're saying very little discovery was in play when you took your position as the Attorney General's office?
I'm not sure what you mean by
That's a
that.
bad question. When you came in 2022 as a law enforcement member of the Attorney General's office, did you have this big old expansive file and all type of dialogue or discovery to go over, or are you just saying that these officers only gave you a few police reports that you leaned over before you did your investigation?
There was a few reports, I want to say it was less than 20.
20 pages?
No, 20 reports.
Okay, I don't know what the reports entail. Are we talking volumes? Are we talking a couple of pages?
More or less just a few pages the reports would consist of.
So in one briefcase, you could cover the Attorney General's case against these 16 individuals when you started your employment.
Yes, that was part of the material that I reviewed.
Okay. And did you have any concern while you were taking a case that was 2 years old, or almost 2 years old?
I don't, no, to answer your question, no.
All right. Now, we saw these initial exhibits, which were photographs that were taken of individuals who were out on the Capitol lawn or at the Capitol door on December 14, 2020, right?
Yes, sir.
And prior to you taking or strike that, those pictures were obtained by you, not any other police officers, right?
I'm not sure which pictures you're referring to. So some of the pictures were taken by Mr. Thompson. Some of the video, the pictures were made into stills. So, you know,
When you said you looked on Facebook or something, social media, and you were able to download certain photographs that you presented for evidence, correct?
I believe those were taken, the pictures that you're referring to in the exhibits were taken from the videos. So they were captured from
Okay, I'm
videos.
sorry. Whose video?
The YouTube video, Mr. Thompson's photos, and then the Eric Lloyd, the reporter's video.
Reporter for who?
He's an independent.
Okay, there was local TV stations that were present when this happened. correct?
There was that as well, yes.
All right. And I believe you also testified that you went through voluminous numbers of emails and social media accounts, correct?
Yes,
Did you do so for Ms. Rodriguez?
her social media account.
Yes, let's start with social media.
I don't believe she had a social media.
That wasn't my question. Did you look at her social media account? If she had,
Oh, no,
you did not.
no. I looked for it. I'm misunderstanding your question.
He's
I
a
looked
state
for it. I
investigator
don't believe she had a
for the Attorney General's office.
And did you also serve a subpoena to her cell phone provider to get any text messages, emails?
Yes,
Okay. Did you present to the prosecutor or the Attorney General any of the emails indicating that she was a lawyer who's helping this campaign or had knowledge of the elections?
I'm not. No, I'm not.
There were some individuals you dubbed as Trump lawyers, right?
They were attorneys working for the Trump campaign.
Right, and you called them Trump lawyers, right?
That's what they
Just for the
are.
shortcut.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yes.
one of them was Cheese Bro,
Yes, Mr. Kenneth Cheesebro.
and who was the other one?
There was a Sean Flynn.
Okay. Now, during the course of your investigation, did you discover any interaction between those two individuals, Flynn and Cheese Bro and Ms. Rodriguez?
There was an email that was that I located from that was put out by Mrs. Rodriguez thanking Mr. Flynn
For what?
for participating in the vote on December 14th at the Michigan GOP.
Okay, were there any emails discussing
Fuck.
campaign strategy other than that, election law?
No.
Did you have any knowledge as to whether or not Ms. Rodriguez had any knowledge or expertise in campaign or election law?
I had knowledge that she had experience working for the party. serving as a delegate.
Okay, so my answer as a lawyer, did you see anything indicate to you that she hidden strategy or legal strategy to this campaign or to the election?
No, sir.
And your intel discovered what type of law that she specialized in, did it not?
Yes, it did.
And what was it?
It was probate.
Kind of feels like a real life Slaughterhouse 5,
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
So,
which doesn't sound
getting
great.
back to these photographs that you extracted from the video, you brought to our attention an individual by the name of Ian Northrop, I believe that's his name.
Northon.
Northon,
Yeah.
and he was present when this these videos or pictures were taken. Okay, correct?
Which videos or pictures are you referring to?
The
The ones at the Capitol?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And once again, who is Ian Northrop?
He's an attorney.
Okay, is he from the state bar of Michigan or another
He is,
state?
he is licensed in Michigan.
Lawyer that you attribute to the Trump campaign?
Through my investigation, I didn't find that he was working for the Trump campaign.
Okay, and he wasn't placed inside of the location where the photograph was taken with the 16 individuals, am I correct?
He was not in the picture. Believe I had witnesses that I talked to that thought that he was there.
That wasn't my question. My question is specific, sir.
Okay.
You have a photograph of him in that building, yes or no?
No, sir.
In fact, you don't even have a photograph of this so-called document that was generated in that, according to your theory, in that building or location.
No, sir.
And that's all it is a theory as to where it was generated or where it was constructed. Would you agree?
No, it's not a theory because it's based on the information I received from the witnesses.
Okay, do you have firsthand knowledge as to what kind of document was generated?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that?
So the information that I have is the information I received from Mr. Chesborough. As we talked about earlier, that document was sent to.
Did you receive physical evidence? How can you document that this actually took place, other than someone's word for it?
I have the document itself is the physical evidence.
You have the document after the fact. There's a chain of custody that we're going to go through.
Okay.
Before we get to the document. And out of all of this, you have one document, correct?
2 documents, sir.
And those documents were supposedly mailed to the archivist on a certain date. I forgot the date specifically.
Well, just to make sure we're talking about the same document. So there's the 2020 certificate of votes with the 16 signatures, and then the other document is just the document with Kathy Burton's signature.
Okay.
So the one that was, yes, the one with the signatures was mailed to the archivist in the Senate.
So getting to the document that was mailed to the archivist, you said that prior to getting involved in this investigation, you familiarize yourself with the statutes that dealt with the elections, correct?
Yes.
Come on, Matlock, hand it over. Drop the mic. What do you got? You blew your tires out with the aren't the Republicans not the victims argument, you dumb shit.
With respect to the federal statute, there are certain requirements that are required in order to send a certificate of votes and various documents to the archivist. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And that's supposed to be done by registered mail. Would you agree?
Yeah.
So was there an attempt to send some documents by registered mail in this case to the archivist?
Yes,
And do you know who sent that registered mail?
yes.
There personally when the person sent it, or you just have
No.
some?
No, as I
information?
talked to Mr. Gilbert, it was my belief based on the information that I provided Mr. Gilbert.
And prior to the document being sent, you get to the chain of custody. You're claiming that this document was generated, number one, in the location where all the electors gathered, right?
When you say generated, you mean created?
Yes.
The document was created by Mr. Chesbro. Where that was, I don't know. I know that it was emailed to Mrs. Sheridan. And apparently it was edited. Where that location was, I don't know where it was
So
edited.
you're saying Mr. Chesborough was the author of the document? He
Yes.
said it. And where did he manufacture this document?
I don't know where. Are you looking for a specific city or building?
Any place up under the sun, you know, was
I
he on
don't
his
know.
boat when he generated the document? Was he in another state?
He would likely have been in
Objection,
another state.
relevance.
I think he was living in New York at the time, but also commuting back and forth to Wisconsin. So
So
it was
the-
in another state.
So the document was not authored or manufactured in the state of Michigan. That's your testimony.
You don't know that.
And this document.
Oh my
was sent
God.
To who by email?
It was sent to Mrs. Marianne Sheridan.
Okay.
It was sent to other people as well.
Do you have any proof that that document was sent to the lawyer, Ms. Rodriguez?
No,
And do you have a date or a timeline when that document was sent?
it was sent on December 10th.
And you don't know whether or not there were any additions, corrections made to that document by anybody?
There was, yeah.
And what was the addition or correction?
Well, initially the document was sent with the 16 electors or delegates, that were nominated at the state convention. Then it was changed based on 2 vacancies that they had. And then it was also changed to reflect that Mrs. Rodriguez was the secretary, Mrs. Burden was the chairwoman. Can't recall what initially the first document, it was Mrs. Sheridan, I believe was listed as the secretary or had some other title.
No, as part of your investigation, did you subpoena or obtain any minutes from this so-called group or electors?
I learned that there was no minutes, there was no, according to Mr. Renner's testimony, there was no Robert's Rules of Orders. The meeting wasn't organized in a manner that anybody thought that they were taking minutes. Also, Mr. Zamet and Mr. Hudson, who were there as well, also gave it similar statements.
Did you take any notes from those individuals or did you subpoena any notes?
Are we talking about Mr. Hudson and Mr. Zamet?
Yes.
Yes, I interviewed them and then wrote reports on that.
Okay. Did you take any notes from them?
Because they listen to right-wing media, Jim, and they think that since everybody was saying the same thing, they all convinced themselves that this fantasy they created is true.
So they make these directions.
And they
then
shit their legacy.
ultimately, Fast forward and we have these individuals marching to the state capitol at what time of the day is it?
It's about 2 p.m.
And the state and federal, the state election law indicates that they should be convened. They were legitimate convening in the state capitol, right?
Yes,
At 2 p.m.
yes.
That never happened, right?
For the Republican electors, yes, you're correct.
And all of them, all the electors are to appear in the state capitol at a certain time.
The Democratic electors were to appear at that time.
Now, your testimony in this case is that only a few of those individuals were.
The live blog just got cooking. So you can go join us there too on SCOTUSblog.com. But also, if you click the top right now, it has the list of argued cases this term. And for those who are new
Yes, sir, I
here,
did not see
by the way,
her.
this is your 15-minute
that
warning,
it's
T-minus
just
15
made
minutes until the Supreme Court will release one or more decisions from argued cases this term. So the way this works, the way the Supreme Court does their work, is they hear argument in cases that they have agreed to hear from October to April. For 2 weeks a month, generally, they hear cases Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, sometimes 2 a day, sometimes just 1 a day, and they're kind of bunched into sittings. So we call it the October sitting, where all the cases they heard during those 2 weeks in October, that's the October sitting. Then there's the November sitting and the December sitting in January and February, March, April. And we then group on SCOTUSblog's website the decisions based on the sitting. So you can go see, you can click the top of the link right now that says cases argued this term. And it's called the October term 2023 because the term began in October 2023. And you can see all of the cases that have been argued going back to the first day of arguments, which was October 2nd. The Supreme Court meets the first Monday in October. And we have all of the October sitting decisions. Last week, we got the final one. And so that was the South Carolina gerrymandering case. So we're set for October. Now the longest pending cases that have not yet been decided by the Supreme Court are from the November sitting. We have a number of decisions from the November sitting, but not all of them. One of them, Vidal v. Esther, that's the one that has now been pending the longest before the Supreme Court. That was argued on November 1st. And that's the trademark case that has to do with the t-shirts that say Trump too small with the picture of his hands. That goes all the way back to the Marco Rubio comment during a debate and during the presidential campaign referencing Trump's small hands or what have you. Somebody tried to register a trademark under Trump too small, and trademark law doesn't allow you to register a trademark for a living person without their permission. But the person who is challenging that and wants the trademark argues that they should be able to make, they have the First Amendment right to make comments like this and to trademark comments about that are critical of government officials. The question is, do you have the right to speak freely about government officials, which is one thing, or do you have the right to trademark and therefore exclusively own the speech in that way? I believe that's kind of a way that
I'm so
Justice
sorry.
Kagan
Right now,
posed the questions
my
at oral argument.
my cursor
Trademarking
is
kind of a
messing
benefit
up.
that the government
We're listening to
provides you.
SCOTUS
It's not
blog
the same
right
thing
now.
as just
We're
general free
listening to
speech. It's not like
SCOTUS
the guy
blog. I'm
can't
trying to
speak freely
fix
about
it.
Trump,
My
but we'll see how that
cursor's
one comes
fucked
down.
up.
So
I'm
that's the one
sorry.
that has been pending
Keep
the
listening.
longest, that we have not yet gotten a decision on. That was argued November 1st. So we could get that one today. I think that's a reasonable one that we could get today. And then Rahimi is the other. Somebody early in the chat thought that we may get Rahimi today, which is whether the law that prohibits people who have been subject to a domestic violence restraining order from carrying a gun violates the Second Amendment on its face. And those are the only two from the November sitting that we're missing. So very reasonable to think we would get one or both of those today. They've been pending for quite a while. And the court may have finally finished drafting those opinions. We have gotten a number of decisions from the December sitting as well, including some of the earlier cases from the December sitting. We haven't gotten SEC v. Jarkissi, which is about the power of administrative enforcement proceedings when the SEC goes after you for civil penalties, money. Whether that violates the Seventh Amendment, whether that's kind of a power grab by the SEC that they don't really have the authority to do, or whether Congress violated Article 2 by granting this kind of removal protection structure for administrative law judges, the ones who oversee these civil penalties proceedings, whether Congress violated Article 2 by granting that kind of protection regime for those judges. A lot of meaty constitutional issues in SEC v. Jarkissi that could be really interesting for folks who have been following that case, and even folks who are just interested in the power of the SEC and to some extent federal agencies, but that one's really SEC specific. We're still also waiting on Harrington v. Purdue Pharma, which is a bankruptcy case. Somebody's been asking about that regularly in the chat. Let me make sure. Oh, Donnie says, go dogs. Love that. Go dogs. Just making sure there are no questions as I'm just going through the cases that we are likely to get. By the way, this is your 10-minute warning. We will get one or more decisions from the Supreme Court in just 10 minutes.
All right. Well, if it's in 10 minutes, I'm going to go ahead and
Quill says, I'm hoping for the fishing case where
her
Gorsuch or Roberts
on
goes after the administrative case.
mute.
That is the major case on Chevron that I spent 5 minutes discussing at the beginning of this
hate
class.
this.
Oh, Amazon Rainforest thinks Chevron is today.
Okay,
A lot
so
of you are
we're
in the
going
bikini basket and Chevron.
Boop. We're gonna make it a little quieter. I also have. Let me see what's going on. Oh, this is not. Okay, so she's doing it live. All right. Never mind. Never mind. We'll stay with her. Okay. But let me go back to our court case. Hold on.
To pass an envelope over to someone?
Oh my God.
Yes, Mr. Northup.
I'm so
Put
sorry.
North on. I'm
I'm
sorry.
probably
Thought I
butchering.
checked that.
Okay.
And
Northam,
you're,
yes.
you're claiming that the document that he had is the document that's in
All
contention.
right, let me shut myself up.
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Northam is not a defendant in this case.
No, sir.
Has he been granted immunity?
Not aware of that.
Has he done a proctor?
No, sir.
And you said that the document was presented to, well, actually, an envelope was presented to a state trooper or Capitol Guard.
Yes.
Which specific Capitol Guard or trooper was it?
At the time, his rank was lieutenant. I believe he's a captain now. His name's Darren Green.
Mr. Green refused to accept service of this envelope, and those individuals never entered into the state capitol. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's also your claim that the envelope, that envelope is similar to an envelope that was sent to the federal government, the Federal Department of Archives, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, the document that's sent to the archivist, was it addressed to the archivist?
Yes, sir.
Oh, there's a name on there?
No,
Registered?
just the archivist.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there wasn't a specific name, right? It's just sent to the archivist,
Yeah.
right? In the hopes that it'll get through all that bureaucracy in the federal government,
Yeah.
right? And was that the only letter the archivist received about Trump winning the election on that day? If you know.
I don't know.
Okay,
I know that they had received it,
okay. And when you said they,
the archivist, people, the staff.
you know the specific date, we'll strike that. The document was submitted or mailed, according to your intel, on the 15th of December. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And that's once again against the federal rules of election. It has to be sent immediately by registered. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And also it has to be certain number of copies that have to be sent. So it was, once again, it failed to meet that requirement, correct?
It was sent to the letter shows that, or the memorandum shows where it was supposed to be sent to.
Okay, let's get to that.
Okay.
The letter says where it's supposed to be sent, but the statute is explicit that it has to be sent to the seat of the state capitol, Secretary of State, has to be certified, sworn to, right? A
Yes.
whole bunch of requirements. The document that the archivist received is nowhere near or close to what's required by federal law. Would you agree with that?
I would say that it doesn't meet the requirements, especially with the certificate of ascertainment. It doesn't, it didn't have other documents with it. It was just sent to the archivist and the Senate.
Now, importantly, none of those documents, and I believe it's been alluded to before, were sent to anybody in the state of Michigan. Would you agree with that? It wasn't sent to the Senate, the president, it wasn't sent to Congress.
5-minute warning
State
to
House,
SCOTUS
Secretary of
decisions.
State.
5-minute warning.
But he was sent to a dog catcher.
So based on my investigation,
It's a simple question, sir. That document wasn't sent to anybody in the state of Michigan.
oh, the
Yes
state
or
of
no?
Michigan. Okay, I didn't know that you were referring to the state of Michigan.
I'm sorry, my mistake.
Okay, no.
All right, so let's fast forward again to when you become involved in the case. And all these documents, I was starting to feel sorry for you because I thought somebody else had prepared them. But what you're saying is that you're the one who, that's your baby. You're the one that generated all that, those articles, those 10,000 pages, right?
That I created a lot of the material. Yes, some of the material obviously was through social media returns. So you had thousands of pages that I didn't create, but I received.
Did you have assistance with the federal government in your
This
investigation?
this
No.
lady is saying
You
that
never
they don't
talked
expect
to,
to hear an immunity decision today.
investigator for the Senate House.
I thought you were referring to another law enforcement agency.
Well-
So yes, to
Okay,
clarify, yes.
and that person is in law enforcement. They're an investigator, right?
For which entity? The
sub-
Senate?
The subcommittee, the committee for the riot January 6th.
The only person that I spoke to that was law enforcement was Agent David Stupar, who works for the National Archives.
So you've never subpoenaed the deposition that was taken of Mr. Rodriguez in front of the House committee?
I did, it's open source, or so it's available online.
Okay, so the answer would be yes, you subpoenaed that document. So you, being the thorough officer that you are, you didn't make any calls to the individuals handling that. And it's really a parallel investigation to assist you.
They wouldn't provide any, the calls that I made to the Senate or to like the National Archives, trying to get somebody to talk to, I could never get a return call back.
Well, you called the people from the archivist's office and they called you back, right?
They were willing to speak to me.
Did you ever go to Washington DC and present your credentials and ask for assistance, sir? Yes or no?
No,
Okay, so you had very little, if any, help from that agency. And you weren't curious as to whether or not there was a federal investigation on the same individuals in this case?
I was.
And wouldn't it make sense to coordinate that operation with the other arm and have one prosecution instead of two?
Yes.
Your office also contacted the Attorney General for strike that the Attorney Grievance Commission with respect.
They have refused to allow live audio of opinion release. And the justices are there in person at the court. They take the bench, they release the opinions. They often will say a couple of things. Sometimes if they feel more strongly about a case. It's 10 a.m. I'm not going to get caught like I was last week talking about Chevron. I'm going to start hitting refresh and we'll talk through it together. The Supreme Court is physically in person at the court, but has not allowed the live audio.
This is the TikTok account of SCOTUS
The
blog.
opinion release. And I suspect, I don't know for sure, but I suspect part of that is the things that they say during the opinion release are not a part of the opinion and could get misconstrued as a part of the final word of the court. But I obviously, being a member of the press, am a fan of more transparency and allowing live audio. And I'm on the side of being in favor of cameras in the courtroom. All right, I'm hitting refresh. For those of you who want to follow along and read the opinions as I do, you don't have to because I'm going to get them and I'll talk you through them. But if you want to, just go to supremecourt.gov/opinions and you can hit opinions of the court in the top left. And it will release the opinions in a column. You can see the ones that have already been released. The most recent ones were from May 23rd. So the next ones will be today, May 30th. There's an R column in the far left. And if that R column is blank, that means we will be getting more than one opinion for the day. The column on the right-hand side that says J is the justice who has released the decision. And decisions are released in order of reverse seniority. So the most junior justice with an opinion goes first. And we go from there. I still don't have it yet. Amy's reporting the first opinion is Cantero v. Bank of America by Justice Kavanaugh. It's a unanimous decision. I'm waiting for it to upload on the court's website. She's, of course, there in person. There it is. Justice Kavanaugh. So no Barrett or Justice Jackson opinion. We got Jackson opinion last week. Okay, so the holding here, well, first of all, it's Justice Kavanaugh. Unanimous court. The holding here is the Second Circuit failed to analyze whether New York's interest on escrow law is national banks in a manner consistent with Dodd-Frank and Barnett Bank. The United States maintains a dual system of banking. Banks with federal charters called national banks are subject primarily to federal oversight and regulation. Banks with state charters are subject to additional state oversight and regulation. As relevant here, the National Bank Act expressly grants national banks the power to administer home mortgage loans. When national banks make home mortgage loans, they often offer escrow accounts designed to protect both bank and borrower. Escrow accounts ensure the availability of funds to pay the insurance premium and property taxes on the borrower's behalf. If you've ever gone through a home buying, you kind of know about this process. Escrow accounts operated by national banks are extensively regulated by the Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act, RESPA, which was designed to protect borrowers from certain abusive practices that were being carried on by national banks. But RESPA does not mandate that national banks pay interest to borrowers on the balances of their escrow accounts. New York state law is different. It provides that a bank shall pay borrowers interest on the balance held in an escrow account maintained in connection with a mortgage on certain real estate. In this case, petitioner Alex Cantero and petitioners Saul Himes and Alana, hang on, I just want to make sure we don't get the next opinion. Yeah. So this case, as Amy's pointing out in the chat, is about the standard for determining when state laws that regulate national banks are preempted. The Dodd-Frank Act of 2010 expressly incorporates the standard that the Supreme Court articulated back in the 90s in a case called Barnett Bank, which asks whether a state law prevents or significantly interferes with exercise by the national bank of its powers. The court vacates and remands the decision by the Second Circuit, holding that the lower court did not apply the standard in a manner consistent with the Supreme Court's precedent here. So they send it back down. And that was unanimous and fairly short. The decision itself is 13 pages. We can get more into it. I just want to make sure I don't miss the next opinion as it comes down. So I'm going to hit refresh and then we'll go back to the very fun National Bank Act case. We know this is not the final opinion of the day because there is no R number listed in the column.
Sorry, I didn't know
we
I was
we'll be
muted.
getting at least
I'll
one
read
more,
it afterward.
And we know the opinion
Hold
will either
on.
come from Justice Kavanaugh or from a more senior justice on the court. You can still get your guesses in.
But yeah, I have a New Republic account, so
maybe.
it opened.
Amy says that Kavanaugh is talking about his opinion for the moment, but she's going to go back and wait for the second one, which I am too.
Okay.
For those who are just joining, we got the first opinion of what will be multiple opinions from the United States Supreme Court this morning. This one was about, they vacated a Second Circuit decision that misapplied the law related to the National Dodd-Frank and a standard that was articulated in Barnett Bank back in 1996 about whether state law prevents or significantly interferes with the exercise by the National Bank of its powers. National banks are regulated extensively by the federal government. And this one was
not extensively
argued,
enough. Just kidding.
February 27th. So we got a February decision. All right, I'm just going to hit refresh. I don't want to miss the second one as it comes down. For you National Bank Act nerds, we'll dive into it a little bit more later. We know we'll be getting at least one more opinion from the Supreme Court because the number in the R column is empty. The first one was from the February sitting, Quintero v. Bank of America by Justice Brett Kavanaugh, and it was delivered for a unanimous court. But we will be getting at least one more. And again, we're waiting on major decisions involving the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, presidential immunity, abortion, immigration, social media companies, bankruptcy, lots of things. So this next opinion could be one of the big ones.
Okay.
Although depending on your
I'm gonna
area
kind
of law
of
that you're interested in,
talk around her.
they're all big ones.
This is the New Republic
I'm just hitting
article
refresh on the Supreme
shared
Court's
by
website.
Gal
Let
off
me know if you
leash
guys get the opinion next.
inside the
Sounds
secret
like Justice
global
Kavanaugh
far-right
is
group
speaking
chat.
at length from the bench in the Supreme Court at the moment.
Military contractor Eric Prince started a private WhatsApp group for his close associates that includes a menagerie of right-wing government officials,
F5. We're just hitting refresh.
intelligence operatives,
Second
arms
one,
traffickers.
National Rifle Association of America v. Lolo. Taking a second for it to load. Is delivered by Justice Sonia Sotomayor. This is about the First Amendment and the NRA, but hang on. Justice Sotomayor delivered the opinion for a unanimous court. Justices Gorsuch and Jackson filed a concurring opinion. It is held that the NRA plausibly alleged that respondent violated the First Amendment by coercing regulated entities to terminate their business relationships with the NRA in order to punish or suppress gun promotion advocacy. So this is a win for the NRA here, and it is unanimous. This is Justice Sotomayor's opinion, and by the way, this is not the final opinion of the day. Although this involves the NRA, this is really a First Amendment case. 6 decades ago, this court held that a government entity's, quote, threat of invoking legal sanctions and other means of coercion against a third party to achieve suppression of disfavored speech violates the First Amendment. Today, the court reaffirms what it said then. Government officials cannot attempt to coerce private parties in order to punish or suppress views that the government disfavors. Petitioner, National Rifle Association, plausibly alleges that respondent Maria Volo did just that. As superintendent of the New York Department of Financial Services, DFS, Volo argued allegedly pressured advocacy by
I kind of figured that it was
Volo
bad
pressured regulated
because
entities to help her stifle the NRA's pro-gun
Eric
advocacy
fucking
by
Prince,
threatening
yeah.
enforcement actions.
I figured
against
it was
those
bad
entities
because
that
I've been
refuse to
seeing Eric Prince on
disassociate from
more
the NRA and other
like
gun promotion
mainstream
advocacy groups.
right-wing
Those
shows,
allegations,
if you
if true,
will.
state a First
And I
Amendment
feel
claim.
like
So
I don't
the
ever
NRA
hear
gets a
from
win here.
him
They're able to pursue a
like
First
on
Amendment
normal
claim
interview
against the head
shows.
of New York's
And here he
DFS,
is.
who the NRA
So.
says was pressuring regulated entities
Anyway,
to
I'm
basically
going to kind of talk over her,
disassociate
so
with
I
the NRA.
apologize.
Let me just go back and make sure we haven't gotten the
Boy,
next one. I don't
Tucker
think we will, so I
Carlson's
think I
right
can read
there,
a little
huh?
bit more of, again, what is a unanimous decision. Because this case comes to us
Oh,
at
Eric
the motion to dismiss
Larson.
stage, the court assumes the truth of well-pleaded factual allegations and reasonable inferences therefrom.
In his book,
unless stated
well,
otherwise,
I
the
should probably
allegations
mute her. Huh?
are
No, I
as
don't want to
follows.
mute her because
DFS
then
oversees
it's going to be
insurance
bad.
companies and financial services
In his book,
institutions
Garden
doing
of
business
Beasts,
in the
Love,
state.
Terror, and an
They can
American
initiate
Family in Hitler's
investigations and
Berlin,
civil
Eric
enforcement
Larson
actions against
cites a
regulated
cable sent
entities,
to
and
the
they can
State
refer
Department in
potential
June
criminal violations to the
1933
state's
by
AG
U.S.
for
diplomat
prosecution.
posted in Germany
DFS
that
regulated
provided a
entities
far
in the
more
case
candid
are
assessment of the
insurers
Nazi
that have
leadership
business
than the
relationships
one that
with the
President
NRA.
Franklin Delano
Since
Roosevelt's
2000, the NRA
administration
has
was then
offered a variety of
conveying to the
insurance
public.
programs as a
With few
benefit to its
exceptions, the men who
members.
are
The
running
NRA
this government
contracted
are
with
of a
affiliates of
mentality that
Lockton
you and I
companies
cannot
to
understand,
administer the
read the
various
cable,
policies of these
which was
affinity
written
insurance
5 months
programs,
after
which
Adolf
Chubb
Hitler was
Limited
appointed
and the Lloyd's of
chancellor.
London would then
Some of them are
underwrite. In return, the
psychopathic
NRA
cases and would
received a
ordinarily
percentage
be
of its
receiving
members' premium
treatment
payments.
somewhere.
One of the NRA's affinity
I've thought about
products,
that passage from the
Carry
cable
Guard,
many
covered personal
times over the
injury and
past
criminal
several
defense
weeks
costs
as
related
I've been
to
reading
licensed
excerpts from a
firearm use
private
and
WhatsApp
insured New
group
York
chat
residents for
established
intentional,
last
reckless, and
December by
criminally
Eric
negligent
Prince,
acts
the
with a
founder of
firearm
military
that injured or
contractor
killed another
Blackwater,
person. In
and
September
younger brother of
2017,
Betsy
the Gun
DeVos,
Control
the Secretary of
Advocacy Group
Education during President
contacted the
Donald
New York
Trump's
County
administration,
DA with a tip
who invited
that
around
compliance
650
confirmed
of
that there
his
were compliance
contacts in the United
infirmities
States
in
and
Carry
around the
Guard.
world to join.
That
Prince,
office
who
then
has a long
passed
track
on the
record of
allegations to
financing
DFS,
conservative
and then the
candidates and causes and
superintendent began
extensive
investigating
ties
Carry Guard
to
focused
right-wing
on Chubb
regimes
and
around the
Lockton.
world, named the
investigation
group,
revealed at least
which
2
currently
kinds
has
of
around
violations of New
400
York law.
members,
The Carry
off
Guard insured
leash,
intentional
the
criminal
same
acts,
name as the
and
new
that the NRA
podcast that
promoted
he'd
Carry
launched
Guard
the
without
month
an insurance
before.
producer license. By mid-November, upon finding out about the
Among the
investigation
group's
following
hottest
DFS
topics,
information requests, Lockton and Chubb suspended Carry Guard. Lolo
is this
then expanded her investigation
yeah.
into NRA's
The
other
Biden
affinity
regime,
insurance
which
programs,
consists of
many of which were
off-leash
underwritten by
participants who
Lloyd's and
weighed in
administered
as
by
an
Lockton. These NRA
ally of
programs
Islamic
provided similar
terrorism.
coverage and suffered
Okay,
the
let's
same
start
legal
again.
infirmities. Pause
Among the
here
group's
while I
hottest
go back to
topics,
see if
the
we've gotten
Biden
the
regime,
next opinion
which
yet.
a consensus of
This is kind
off-leash
of going through the
participants
history
who
of the
weighed
NRA
in
case.
view
For those
as
who
an
are just
ally of
joining,
Islamic terrorists and other anti-American
NRA just
forces
got
that
a
needs to be
win,
crushed
a
along
unanimous win
with
from
them
the court
and
in
its
their First
partners
Amendment
in
challenge
the
of the
in the
head
deep
of
state,
New York's
such as
DFS for
former
pressuring
Joint Chiefs of
entities
Staff
to
Chairman Mark
disassociate,
Milley, who
with the NRA. The
deserves
government
to burn in hell.
to them.
Laura Logan
But
shared
again,
with
this is the motion to
with the
dismiss
group
stage,
chat.
as
Oh,
Justice
nice,
Sotomayor
Laura.
points out at
The
the beginning of
shortcomings of
opinion, so the court is
democracy
supposed
that
to assume
invariably
the facts
resulted from
alleged
extending
as
the
true.
franchise to ordinary citizens
No
who are
opinion,
easily
no third
manipulated by
opinion yet, but we know
Marxists
this
and
isn't the
populists.
final opinion
The
of
West
the
is
day.
at best a beautiful cemetery, lamented Sven von Storch, whose aristocratic German family fled the country after World War II to Chile, where their son was raised before returning to the land of his ancestors, where he married the granddaughter of the Third Reich's last de facto head of state, who was convicted at Nuremberg. Another topic, Israel-Palestine, a problem that Michael Udelson, Prince's business partner at
The third
Unplugged.
and final opinion of the day is Thornell v. Jones, which is a death penalty case delivered by Justice Alito. It's uploading. Justice Alito delivers the opinion of the court, joined by Roberts, Thomas, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Barrett. This is a split 6-3 along ideological lines. Justice Sonia Sotomayor filed a dissenting opinion, joined by Kagan and Jackson. The Ninth Circuit's interpretation and application of the court's precedent in Strickland was in error. This is going to be a little bit in the procedural woods here. All right, respondent Danny Lee Jones was convicted of the premeditated first-degree murders of Robert and Tisha Weaver and the attempted premeditated murder of Robert's grandmother, Catherine Kumina. Arizona law at the time required the trial court to impose a sentence of death if it found one or more statutorily enumerated aggravating circumstances and no mitigating circumstances sufficiently substantial to call for leniency. The trial court found 3 aggravating circumstances that applied to both Robert's and Tisha's murders. Jones committed multiple homicides. He was motivated by pecuniary gain, and the murders were especially heinous, cruel, or depraved. Those are the things that made it a step up. The trial court found an additional aggravating circumstance with respect to Tisha's murder. She was a young child. The trial court also concluded that Jones had established 4 mitigating circumstances. long-term substance abuse, drug and alcohol impairment at the time of the murders, head trauma and childhood abuse. The court concluded that these mitigating circumstances were not sufficiently substantial to outweigh the aggravating circumstances, so it sentenced Jones to death. The Arizona Supreme Court affirmed after reviewing the entire record and independently weighing all of the aggravated and mitigating evidence presented. Jones later sought state post-conviction review under the theory that defense counsel was ineffective, but the Arizona courts rejected Jones's claim. Jones next filed a federal habeas petition in district court. This is going through the procedural here. This is in federal court, his ineffective assistance of counsel claim. The district court held an evidentiary hearing, but ultimately concluded that Jones could not show prejudice because the additional information he presented barely altered the sentencing profile presented to the sentencing judge. The Ninth Circuit reversed, but this court vacated
Sorry. There's too many things. I've never believed in multitasking, and I certainly don't now. I think I'll continue reading this article, and then we'll go back to the trial, because we can catch up for them during their break, okay? If that's okay. I think that's probably okay. All right. Okay, so another topic that this off-leash WhatsApp group that Eric Prince runs, I think I'm not, let me make sure I'm not muted still. Okay, good. You never know. You just never know. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, boop. All right. Israel-Palestine, a problem that Michael Udelson, Prince's business partner at Unplugged, which markets an allegedly super secure smartphone, said should be handled by napalming Hamas's tunnel network. This is a quote, I would burn all those bastards and have everything above ground, everything left of Gaza, collapse into this fiery hell pit and burn, he wrote. The Houthi rebels in Yemen, whom Yoav Goldhorn, who was an Israeli intelligence officer until last year, and now works for a Tel Aviv-based security contractor headed by former senior national security veterans, thinks should be dealt with as soon as possible to ensure they don't grow from an inconvenience to a festering mess that will eventually require an entire limb to be amputated. That was a quote. What a charming, and I mean that insincerely. And most of all, Iran, which participants agreed, with a few exceptions, also needed to be wiped out. Sagar Erika Khosral, sorry if I didn't say, or Khosrai, I'm so sorry if I'm not saying that right. I can't quite see it. A former staffer for Republican Representative Trent Franks when he served on the House Armed Services Committee, and whom, according to her LinkedIn profile, she advised on Middle East issues, urged that the Islamic Republic's clerical leaders be targeted by weaponized drones that, quote, take them out like flies, end quote. Not all of the group's members are conspiracy theorists in the mold of Logan, the former CBS correspondent. I know many people who are in roughly the same political ballpark as the average off-leash participant, including some of the chat group's members, who are razor sharp, even if I strongly disagree with a lot of their opinions. I don't know Prince other than having been in the same room with him on a few occasions, but we have mutual acquaintances who say he's not a one-dimensional evil mercenary, as typically portrayed, but brilliant and funny, and over drinks greatly prefers to discuss business and history rather than expound upon the latest developments in right-wing political circles. But Hitler was so fun at dinner parties. Gosh, he was such a card. Frank Gallagher, a former Marine who once provided security for Henry Kissinger and who worked in a high-level position at Blackwater in Iraq following the 2003 U.S.-led invasion, isn't a fan of Prince but offered a similar assessment. We had issues from time to time, but I can't deny that he's extraordinarily smart, he recounted. When he came to Iraq, he'd covered 10 topics, and he had command over all of them. Oh, well, why don't you marry him? All of which makes Off-Leash arguably more concerning, because the group can't be dismissed as merely a collection of harmless cranks. Many of the participants, though not all household names, are wealthy and politically wired, which makes their incessant whining in the group chat about being crushed under the boot heel of the deep state particularly grating, and they will collectively become wealthier and more influential if Trump wins the November election. That's especially true of the Americans in the group, but the same holds for the international figures because the global right will become immensely more powerful and emboldened if the former president returns to the White House. That prospect is a source of great hope to Off-Leash participants. Quote, Trump, Orban, Millet, it's happening, former Blackwater executive John LaDelfa posted to the group during a trip to Argentina on December 4th, 2 days after Prince created it. Around the globe, we are the sensible, the rational, the majority. Don't give in to fear. We will defeat the Marxists. His hopes were shared by many other Off-Leash participants, among them Horatio Potra, a Romanian mercenary who has recently been operating in the mineral-rich, conflict-plagued Democratic Republic of the Congo. Why? Whoa. Quote, the globalists want to control the entire planet, land, and the only chance to get rid of them is a spark from a great power, the USA, Potra wrote. Surely there will be a strong man like Eric who will initiate it. Otherwise, there's no chance of regaining our freedom. If this spark is started, all countries will follow suit. We were waiting for the signal, the spark. End quote. A December 2023 United Nations report alleged that Potra owns a company that has provided combat support and fighters to Congolese government troops fighting a vicious rebel insurgency. Prince unsuccessfully sought to negotiate a deal with the DRC government to fly 2,500 mercenaries from Colombia, Argentina, and Mexico into the country to fight alongside Potra's men, the report said. About 3/4 of the people Prince invited to the group chat are from the U.S. or live here. The largest overseas blocs are from Israel, 32 members, the United Arab Emirates, 20 members, and the United Kingdom, 20. There are smaller contingents, sometimes a single person, from 33 other countries in Africa, Asia, Europe, Latin America, and the Middle East. Collectively, Off-Leash provides an informal, virtual gathering place for the current and former political officials, national security operatives, activists, journalists, soldiers of fortune, weapons brokers, black bag operators, grifters, convicted criminals, and other elements in the U.S. and global far right. The roster of invitees includes, icons of the MAGA ecosphere, such as Tucker Fucker Carlson, the most revered and idiotic figure among group chat participants, I'm sure, with the exception of the Supreme Leader himself, Kimberly Guilfoyle? What? Okay. Kimberly Guilfoyle, the longtime fiancé of Donald Trump Jr., and retired Lieutenant General Mike Flynn. Oh, what's he doing there? How'd you end up in here? Trump's convicted, then pardoned first national security advisor. Flynn has participated, Carlson only minimally, and Guilfoyle, not at all. Well, Kimberly Gargoyle isn't playing? Whatever. In name only there, Kim. Maybe she's the plant. You know what? She's probably like working for like the CIA. She's like been covert all these years. She's gonna end up being like the hero. I can't. I'm sorry. Current and former lawmakers and aides such as Tennessee Congressman Mark Green of the House Freedom Caucus, Vish Burra, who really is a little bitch, man. Vish fought with me of all people on fucking Twitter. This kid will take a fight. Any fight that's brought to his door, he'll take. Who was a director of operations for Congressman George Santos, and Stuart Seldowitz, a national security advisor to Barack Obama from 2009 to 2011, who was arrested last November after harassing an Egyptian halal street cart vendor in New York City for 2 weeks during which time he called him a, quote, terrorist and said, quote, if we killed 4,000 Palestinian kids, it wasn't enough. That's Stuart Seldowitz. Okay. Let me check in with chat before I keep going and people are screaming at me like, stop. Gargoyle. Yeah, that's what I like to call her. That's what I like to call her. Yeah, it's pretty bad idiocracy, isn't it? Okay, I'm going to keep going. Let's see. Prominent figures in the off-leash crew are well known for their paleo-conservative political views, but the private opinions expressed in the group chat are even more extreme and jarring than we normally see voiced publicly. Participants chirpily discuss the desirability of clamping down on democracy to deal with their enemies at home and regime change, bombings, assassinations, and covert action to take care of those abroad. The group's overall bloodlust periodically proved to be too much for a few more judicious individual members who, in almost any other setting, would be considered ultra-conservatives, but in the context of off-leash sound like hippie peaceniks. One of the dissidents, a National Rifle Association firearms instructor who runs a weapons company, joked that he was worried about an unsupervised subgroup of especially enthusiastic military adventurers that formed to discuss topics too hot for WhatsApp, saying, I imagine their to-be-bombed list is over 49 countries and growing. Many other off-leash participants have also stated that they don't view the group chat as merely a forum to exchange ideas, but want it to become a vehicle to put their thoughts into action. If we band together, we can damage the other side like no one has ever seen before, exclaimed Jeff Sloat, who worked with a U.S. Army PSYOPs unit in Central America during the Reagan era. I don't want to disclose much about how I learned of the group chat and the nature of its discussions, but I will say that multiple sources to the U.S. and elsewhere shared information, including 2 journalists who I discovered had learned about off-leash, which nearly gave me a heart attack for fear I'd lose my scoop. Participants did occasionally express concerns about security, but their worries were mostly centered on the possibility that their conversation was vulnerable to hackers. It apparently never occurred to any of them that their confidentiality might be compromised not by sophisticated cyber warfare specialists, but by old-fashioned leakers, which was virtually inevitable given the group's size. Off-leash was still active as of Wednesday, though I expect it won't be, at least in its current form, for much longer, given that the the conversation Wednesday included much discussion about their security being breached, which became evident after I reached out to participants for comment. Fortunately, I obtained details about a large slice of the chat group's discussion over the past 6 months. Here's some of what they discussed. Oh, this should be good. Let me take a drink of coffee. Oh, you know what? I think I can... Let me try and make this, like, smaller. No, don't close. Make this a little smaller. Just so I can keep an eye on chat. Let me make sure I didn't screw you guys up, though. Okay, it's kind of small, but that's okay. I'm going to read it. And it's linked in the chat. Ms. DC, we're going to say, like, no one has ever seen more than anyone has ever seen before. Exactly. Get ready to hear that a lot. The Supreme Court's third and final decision of the day is, yeah, we saw that. Alina holds that the Ninth Circuit was wrong. Blah, 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 blah. Thank you so much. Thank you, gal. All right. Okay. Off-leash was launched less than... Oh, wait. Did I... Oh, okay. Solving the Middle East crisis, nukes, napalm, and other extreme measures. Off-leash was launched less than 2 months after Israel commenced its assault on Gaza, following Hamas's deadly October 7th attack on Israel. And that topic has been one that the group's main concerns. Let me just make this a little bigger. That'll help everybody. Let's see. Has been one of the group's main concerns since it was established by Prince on December 2nd. 5 days later, Omer Laviv, an executive with the Mayor Group, a private security company with many former Israeli intelligence officials in its senior ranks, posted a story to the group that ran 2 days earlier in the Times of London and reported Prince had been seeking to sell the Israel Defense Forces equipment for a plan he'd devised to flood Hamas tunnels with seawater. Oh my God. I was involved, remarked Modi Kahana, the Israeli-American businessman who runs GDC, the firm where off-leash member Stuart Seldowitz previously worked. Kahana pointedly added that at least one part of the Times story was false. For example, Prince had offered to donate the equipment, not sell it, he said. Quote, "Why do you expect accuracy from journalists?" retorted Lviv, who during the Trump administration retained 27 U.S. lobbyists and consultants to run a $9.5 million lobbying campaign on behalf of President Joseph Kabila, the corrupt, brutal leader of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Wow. Only the best people. Hold on. I just want to see this a little bigger. Little bigger. There we go. The corrupt, brutal leader of the Democratic Republic of the Congo who used surveillance equipment supplied by the Mer Group to monitor his regime's opponents. Among those Lviv involved were Rudy Giuliani. Oh my gosh. Trump's former personal lawyer, fixer, and dirt digger, and Robert Strick, whose clients have included Saudi Arabia and El Salvador State Intelligence Agency under crypto-fascist President Nayib Bukele. Udelson, who also reportedly partnered with Prince in an attempt to buy weapons for resale from Belarus dictator Alexander Lukashenko, whom the two men praised for bringing peace, stability, and prosperity to your country. How about that Polish journalist? I just don't know. I don't know why they choose to be so obvious. I can only think that you would truly have to have convinced yourself that what you're doing and saying is now acceptable. You know what I mean? Like you've done the work to soften the target, and now you can just go ahead and be more open about what you really want to do. You know what I mean? Nothing says good faith like a tacit assertion that we are restrained by no rule, right? I don't know. Yeah. And Prosperity Country predicted the tunnel flooding proposal would be shot down by the, quote, Israeli left, a force he labeled as the country's, quote, biggest enemy, ahead of Hamas and Iran, over concerns about the environmental impact on Gaza. Quote, who gives a shit about that? Udelson posted to the group. Quote, if it were up to me, I would flood them with napalm. I would burn all those bastards and have everything above ground, everything left of Gaza collapse into this fiery hell pit and burn. Oh, he sounds like a nice guy. Yeah, but Jim is a conspiracy theorist. Fuck off. Everybody, right? I'm so tired of that. I'm like, that's your big boo, your big boo-hoo. Get the fuck out of here. Jesus Christ. Even that was deemed to be insufficiently hawkish for some off-leash participants. In a lengthy tirade on February 14th, Tzvailev, probably didn't pronounce that right, I apologize, who formerly worked in Israel's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, said it was rare to see people as twisted, quote, as Palestinians whose culture, quote, worships death and bloodshed. The only solution, he wrote, was to, quote, completely uproot the radical Islamic Palestinian nationalism, which was possible to do based on the historical precedent of Japan, which went from being nuked twice to one of the world's strongest economies within 2 decades. Dropping nuclear weapons on what's left of densely populated Gaza, which is roughly the size of Detroit, would be a war crime and kill huge numbers of civilians. Yoav Goldhorn, the former Israeli intelligence officer who also cited, quote, fucking nukes in Japan as an appropriate remedy to the Palestinian problem. Sadly, wrote Goldhorn, whose LinkedIn profile says he has a, quote, passion for strategic planning, there was no one in the Israeli government with the, quote, balls nor vision to go all those extra miles. Iran, off-leash's public enemy number 1. It was hard to keep track of all the wars, invasions, covert operations, coups, and assassinations off-leash members favored. One region ripe for a bit of good old-fashioned Western intervention was Africa, which was described about, quote, a pot about to boil over, by Emma Priestley, who posts as customer in the group chat and is CEO of Goldstone Resources Limited in Jersey, the English Channel island that is one of the world's most popular offshore secrecy havens. China would have to be taken down a peg as well, particularly as Biden wasn't going to stop the country from doing a damn thing. And indeed, he would pave the way for it to do so, whatever it is they want to accomplish. Posted Randy Couture, the former UFC heavyweight champion and actor who had the role of arsonist and killer Jason Duclair in the TV series Hawaii Five-0 and starred in the 2011 movie Setup with 50 Cent and Bruce Willis. But the number one target on Off-Leash's hit list by orders of magnitude was Iran. Follow the source of evil, wrote Montana Congressman Ryan Zinke, who served as the Interior Secretary under Trump. Quote, Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis. Iran is the center of gravity. Zinke is right, agreed Tennessee Congressman Mark Green of the House Freedom Caucus. I don't know, but it sounds very exciting, doesn't it? An offshore secrecy haven. Yeah, a money oasis with Scrooge McDucks. Yeah. Okay. Yemen's Houthi rebels were most immediately in the group's crosshairs due to their attempts to halt arms shipments to Israel. Finishing them off would be a cakewalk, but time was of the essence as the Houthis were relatively limited in strength at the moment, but could become a major problem if swift action wasn't taken, wrote Yoav Goldhorn, a former Israeli intelligence operative. To Goldhorn's way of thinking, the Houthis were best compared to, quote, rot that stinks a lot more than the flesh it ate. Wow. Quote, another subquote here, as we've seen countless times in the Middle East, if you don't treat rot, it will grow and spread and turn from an inconvenience to a festering mess, and will eventually require an entire limb to be amputated. The Houthi threat has to be dealt with now, while they're still relatively limited in strength. Otherwise, it will become a problem too big to handle without extreme measures, or worse yet, remain a problem for future generations to come. Oh boy. As for moving against Iran itself, the leading cheerleader in the group chat for military action is Kazray, who worked for Representative Franks of Arizona until 2017 when he resigned amid charges of sexual harassment by two female staffers. Quote, the IRGC, Israeli Republican Guard, right, is the head of the snake, Kazray wrote in one post, referring to the in Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Yeah, that's what it is. It's time to cut off the head of that. It's time to cut the head of that snake. An Iranian American who converted to Christianity after her family moved. I wonder what Mark Burnett has to do with this. Is Mark Burnett on the list? Is that not always true of putrefaction? Yeah, come on now. What? It's okay, Captain Obvious. An Iranian American who converted to Christianity after her family moved to the U.S. following the 1979 Islamic Revolution, Kazray has worked closely with fellow exile Amir Abbas Bakhravar, the co-founder of the Confederation of Iranian Students, which claimed to represent a worldwide pro-Western movement in support of domestic opponents of the Islamic government. Bakhravar, I hope I say that right too, sorry, was hailed by the neoconservative think tanks American Enterprise Institute and Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Oh, they just sound so cool, though, but they're not. Which were leading advocates of the 2003 invasion of Iraq and are currently leading the drumbeat for regime change in Iran as his country's 2.0 version of Ahmed Halabi, the CIA-backed Iraqi exile whom the Bush administration promoted as a beloved figure among citizens of his native land during the run-up to the 2003 invasion that toppled Saddam Hussein. That didn't pan out as promised when Halabi 1.0 led a political coalition in parliamentary elections 2 years after his triumphant return that won less than 1% of the total vote. Yeah. Now Kazray, who organizes congressionally hosted global conferences in Washington for activists to plan the constitutional future of a free democratic Iran, according to an online bio, is touting Reza Pahlavi, the Shah's oldest son and crown prince of Iran, as, quote, the only viable opposition leader and the man the U.S. should install in power after seeing to the formality of dispatching the current government. Quote, I assure you, the Iranian people want nothing more than to be free from the bloodthirsty mullahs, Khazrai wrote in the group chat on January 27th, and added with equal certainty that younger Iranians were, quote, pro-Israel and pro-America, and that millions in the country felt a, quote, deep sense of nostalgia for the former royal dynasty. If Reza Pahlavi received strong international support, he would merely be a mouthpiece to be handled by a team of good advisors. Jesus. Khazrai stated, the internal opposition, quote, would make much more inclined to rise up, and we would see far more defectors. For his part, Reza Pahlavi, who hasn't stepped foot in Iran for 45 years and lives in a lavish estate in the Washington suburbs, said in an interview last year he wasn't sure he wanted he wanted to have an official role in a future government if the current one was overthrown, or even live in the country. This didn't dampen the ardor of Khazrai, who in one post labeled the mullahs as, quote, a cancerous venom that need to be eradicated from the planet, with her preferred method to accomplish that being weaponized drones that would, quote, take them out like flies. All the swearing giggles, I know. Let's see, here we go. That type of approach was endorsed by others in the group, including Gabriel Kazaruni, the former U.S. intelligence officer, Special Forces veteran, and Blackwater employee in Iraq, who described Iran's leaders as, quote, pedophile mullahs and a bacteria to humanity who he hoped would soon die away. Oh, boy. EP, Eric Prince, has the right people in place, Kazaruni added cryptically, saying it was only a matter of time before the, quote, mullah pigs would be removed from power. Washington should, quote, take out the commander of the IRGC's Quds, right, force that replaced Major General Qasem Soleimani, who was killed in a 2020 operation ordered by President Trump, Laura Logan said. Prince had urged he be targeted for killing 4 years earlier when he was informally advising the Trump campaign in a memo to White House Chief Strategist Steve Bannon. Logan proposed the U.S. also assassinate other key targets in the Middle East, specifically mentioning the head of Hamas, whose name she didn't mention, but she presumably was talking about Mohammed Deif, who leads the group's military wing. That will send a message, she said. Nathan Jacobson, a 69-year-old Canadian-Israeli businessman who told the New Republic he is a longtime friend of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and fought with the IDF as a young man, had a more ambitious proposal. In order to topple the Islamic regime, he said blithely, quote, we need to hit Iran's nuclear facilities, ports, Qom, where the mullahs reside, IRGC headquarters and bases, and oil industry production facilities, which would shut down the country's economy for months. The calls for carnage elicited pushback from two off-leash members. Quote, the problem is while doing nothing could empower them, bombing might empower them more, warned Mark Farage, who owns a firearms and ammunition manufacturer in Virginia, and made the joke about the unsupervised subgroup's ever-growing list of countries they wanted to be targeted for airstrikes. I don't think we have successfully bombed anyone into an ally since World War II. Maybe we should consider more tools than just a hammer. Quote, huge mistake to attack Iran directly, concurred Matt Haidt, a Special Forces veteran who deployed to Africa, South America, and Asia, including a 2000 stint in Iraq's Anbar province. We would be inviting 10-7 here. Jacobson was infuriated by the criticism of his blueprint for war. We don't want them as an ally, he said in a comment directed at Farage. Let them spend time stoned on Quat, right, and screwing their sheep. Oh, I'm so sorry for that. He was even more contemptuous of Haidt's opinions. Quote, you remind me of the Jews in Germany in the 30s that thought by being quiet that the problem would go away, he sneered. We have no choice but to hit them hard and then kill these cells if they raise their ugly heads. Why are you taking a coward standpoint? I know. So you're going to waddle your fat ass over there and put some skin in the game, or are you content to put others at risk? Retorted Haidt. Unlike you, I've had skin in that game for years, said Jacobson, who served in the IDF in the 1970s. What have you done? Retired SEAL, senior chief with a Bronze Star with a V. Is that a V or a 5? I don't know what that means. Shot back height. Bronze Star, oh, V for Valor. Bronze Stars are awarded for heroism in a combat zone and are not uncommon, but a Bronze Star with a V for Valor are relatively rare. Every problem looks like ratings. I know. Those in off-leash, overwhelmingly dominant hardline faction were having none of the namby-pamby defeatism from Height and Farage. Bomb the hell out of them, Kazaruni insisted. Mess with the U.S. and you will eat your shit. We, the United States of America, is still the strongest country in the world. I'm so sorry. More recently, the off-leash crew has been in a chronic state of agitation over political developments that have led them to further ratchet up their calls for jihad against their worldwide enemies. In mid-April, after Tehran fired missiles into Israel in retaliation for an airstrike in Syria that killed 2 of its generals in a diplomatic building, Sloat, the PSYOP specialist, excitedly declared it was time to disintegrate Iran. That's a quote. In May, their fury turned to Biden's brief pause in the arms shipments to Israel, though none were surprised by the president's treachery, as, quote, his regime is infiltrated by Muslim Brotherhood. That was Udelson, and, quote, compromised by Iranian regime influencers, said Zinke. The group finally got good news recently with the helicopter crash that killed Iranian President Ebrahim Raisi, though nerves frayed as they awaited confirmation he was dead. If he'd tragically survived, wondered Svailev, perhaps it would be possible to dispatch a special forces search and rescue unit to, quote, disappear him before he was found. The future of American democracy. Even more worrying to group chat members than the state of global affairs was that democracy was under attack across the world, especially in the West and most of all in the U.S. They blamed the same barbarians at the gate science fiction writer Robert Heinlein pointed to in To Sail Beyond the Sunset, which was published in 1987, the year before his death. Quote, democracy often works beautifully at first, but the day the franchise is extended to every warm body marks the beginning of the end of that state, Heinlein wrote. For when the plebes discover that they can vote themselves bread and circuses without limit, and that the productive members of the body politic cannot stop them, they will do so until the state bleeds to death, or in its weakened condition succumbs to an invader. The barbarians enter Rome. The passage about bread and circuses was posted in its entirety on February 16th by former Virginia Congressman Tom Garrett, who offered it as an explanation for why democratic governance made it impossible to address the problems facing the United States. Definitely an issue, agreed Scott Taylor, another former House member from Virginia, and Republicans were responsible as well. Too many GOP lawmakers campaigned as principled opponents of the government spending. Taylor wrote on that list, but were more concerned about their individual selves than actually advancing conservative policy, and chased federal money for their home districts like common Democrats in hopes of currying favor with their plebe constituents. Oh my God, this is crazy. Oh wait, what are you saying over here? Hold on. Chewing on author's introduction, maybe people can be most impressively intelligent and achingly dangerously stupid at the same time, or just deluded and ignorant, though smart. I think I agree with that. Okay. Former President Trump's campaign to return to the White House posed an even graver. Wait, what now? Oh, wait, let me make sure I'm not screwing up here. Okay. Former President Trump's campaign to return to the White House posed an even graver and more imminent threat to American democracy. It wasn't Trump per se or his efforts to reverse the results of the 2020 presidential election that troubled the group, needless to say. The danger was that following his landslide victory this November, which was a foregone conclusion, the deep state would steal it again, just as it had 4 years ago, Udelson posted. I just hope and pray that they will not JFK Trump before the elections, physically, or with some of their other methods. Despite such trepidations, Congressman Zinke spoke for the group when he wrote, "There is only one path forward. Elect Trump. It's Trump or revolution, Udelson chimed in from the chorus. You mean Trump and revolution, a right-leaning Canadian businessman shot back. The left is too violent to sit back and let Trump win again. John Mills, a retired Army colonel who held a cybersecurity post at the Pentagon under Trump, was overcome with emotion when his hero appeared at the Conservative Political Action Conference in February. Tears streamed down my face, he wrote to the off-leash group chat from the event. DJT and the J6ers are in the house. If he only knew how smelly those people were. He's talking about Sherry, I think. It's just stupid. Okay, because their metaphors are bad and their knowledge of countries and politics seems facile, judging from their dog whistle shorthand. Yeah, it's almost like, are they trying to punk us? Are we being punked? You know what I mean? Sometimes I wonder that. Sometimes I wonder if they're just punking people and like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't really understand. Whatever. The view that Trump represented a unique hope was shared by the group chat members outside of the U.S. Quote, he is the best thing, even in Africa, offered N.J. Ayuk, a native of Cameroon who currently lives in Johannesburg, where he founded a law firm that assists clients with interests in the oil and gas sector. Trump all the way, 100%. They're playing a risk. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing. It does feel a little bit just like war games with people that have a lot of money. I don't know. I live in darkest West Africa, posted Emma Priestley of Goldstone Resources Limited. The overall situation was such an irredeemable mess, Trump himself might not be able to, quote, save this shithole of a continent. Completely agree, replied Ayuk, who once worked as an intern for the late New Jersey Democratic Congressman Donald Payne, but was deported in 2007 after pleading guilty to using his boss's stationery and signature stamp to illegally obtain visas to the United States for citizens of his home country. Hi, butterflies. Let's see. Home country. Where am I? The Biden is. Oops, I didn't want to do that. The Biden administration had been a disaster for Africa. Quote, they only give us lectures and talk about renewables, said Ayuk. These latte liberators are actually the problem. That was a minor offense among the long litany of crimes off-leash participants laid at Biden's door. Quote, looks like the globalists are enabling this mass illegal immigration, Udelson, citing an article at Zero Hedge, wrote in one post, quote, surely with tremendous assistance from the Biden regime. But Biden was merely a figurehead controlled by, quote, elements that are actually ruling for the deep state, he continued. The real problem was that Democrats had been in cahoots with the Muslim Brotherhood and infiltrated by their proxies and agents, as well as Ayatollah sympathizers, ever since Bill Clinton's administration. Hold on, what? I can't whistle. Oh. My daughter couldn't whistle for the longest time. She can now. Let's see. With the Democratic Party captured by Islamic terrorists, Marxist globalists, and other foreign and domestic evildoers, the U.S. was, quote, being destroyed from within, warned Kazray, whose fears were shared by many of the off-leash crew. The insurgency, Zero Hedge is so terrible. It's so terrible. Quote, the insurgency within our country today is going to bite us, said Scott Freeman, the CEO of a Virginia company called International Preparedness Associates, which designs, quote, unique special programs that help defend U.S. national security, friendly foreign governments, and private sector interests, according to its website. Many off-leash participants were even less restrained. When a chat group participant posted a story that revealed J.P. Morgan Chase had hired General Mark Milley, whom Trump appointed as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff but clashed with during and after his presidency, as a senior advisor, Lara Logan went off the rails. Quote, Milley is a piece of shit and a traitor who deserves to burn in hell, posted Logan, who holds a seat on the board of America's Future, a conservative nonprofit chaired by off-leash member and former Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, Trump's national security advisor for less than a month. At a February 23rd America's Future event, Logan shared that she'd originally been skeptical of the Pizzagate conspiracy theory, which spread in far-right circles during the 2016 election, and proposed that Hillary Clinton and other Democratic Party officials were running a child sex trafficking ring out of the pizzeria Comet Ping Pong in D.C. However, after conducting her own independent investigation, Logan told the audience at the event she'd discovered, "Holy guacamole, this actually is all true." What then was to be done? The answer was clear to Freeman, a.k.a. Scotty F., in the group chat. Quote, "Apply all tenets of warfare internally against the many enemies living among us. America is capable of being fully capable again. Do we have the will to levy the toll?" Jesse Barnett, a retired Navy SEAL specializing in active shooter prep and crisis prevention, who ran the Indianapolis-based indoor shooting simulator Poseidon Experience, offered a harsh but necessary recipe. Quote, "We need a Nuremberg-style cleanup of this global cabal," he proposed. "Only through accountability can we cleanse our spirits." Wow, I guess Q isn't just some silly little thing, since there's like fucking true believers. Jesus Christ. Cavorting with a group that includes Mike Flynn. What a coinky-dink. So tired. Okay. Once the cleansing was out of the way, security could be maintained by using technology to identify sociopaths and keep them in their place. Is Ivan in this chat? I don't know. Is he? I haven't checked. I mean, crazy Ivan? I don't know. No, we haven't said fentanyl yet. On the roster of off-leash participants, because he says fentanyl, it's a thing. It's an inside joke. Don't get excited. On the roster of off-leash participants, there was one, a poster with the handle of S, whom it took me weeks to identify, who stood out as a particularly dark character. There were some in the group who expressed more unhinged views, and others who more casually called for violence against their enemies. What made S distinctive was his dry, bloodless manner and businesslike espousal of a disciplined worldview that was unmistakably fascist. Quote, "This is no longer..." Yeah, absolutely. "This is no longer politics. This is an open war against freedom and human nature. And wars aren't won with more balloons and confetti, as we know," S wrote. "It's no longer a game, either. It is time to adapt strategies to reality and stop pretending that we live in a free democracy in the West." S was later revealed to be Sven von Storch, born to a German family that left for Chile after World War II, whose wife, Beatrix von Storch, is the granddaughter of Lutzkow Schwerin von Krosigk? I don't know. Hitler's finance minister from 1933, the year he took power, until he killed himself in Berlin in April 1945, as Russian troops closed in on the bunker where he and the dregs of his loyalists were holed up. In his last will and testament, Hitler appointed von Krosigk to serve under Joseph Goebbels, his hand-picked successor as chancellor, but since his minister of propaganda committed suicide the day after Hitler, von Krosigk became the Third Reich's head of state during its final days. Quote, "Von Krosigk never wavered in his enthusiasm and labors for the Nazi cause," prosecutor Alexander Hardy said during his trial at Nuremberg, where he was sentenced to 10 years for financing the concentration camps and other crimes. Beatrix von Storch is a leader and Bundestag member with Alternative for Germany, arguably the most radical of Europe's far-right parties, which calls for a crackdown on immigration into the country to protect its Western Christian culture, a variant of the Great Replacement theory espoused by white supremacists in the United States. Sven von Storch doesn't hold elected office, but he's considered to be a prominent figure in the AfD, an admirer of Steve Bannon. Von Storch has close ties to Chile's pro-Pinochet political bloc. He and his wife met with Jair Bolsonaro. Javier, sorry, I never say that right. The country's former president at the presidential palace in Brazil, and the latter's powerful son, Eduardo Bolsonaro, gave the couple a bottle of the first family's brand wine as a gift. Quote, "Law and justice no longer mean anything in the West," von Storch wrote during the same conversation. "Stupid and naive people may still believe it, and probably not even them anymore." It's not clear how many in the group knew S's real identity, but he was clearly a pedigreed German fascist who, even within the rarefied far-right ecosphere of off-leash, sat at a distinctly extreme end. No one seemed troubled by his views, and indeed von Storch was warmly embraced. Quote, "This is getting interesting," Kazaruni wrote in response to his post. Love this group. Come out, we're Fenton you all. That's a good one. A really good one. Freeman was one of a number of group chat participants who, like the former PSYOP specialist Sloat, wanted to look for ways to implement their policy ideas. A group with so much experience, accomplishments, and resources should look for a few issues we might be able to influence together, Freeman proposed. Not to save the world or the idiots in the USA, but rather a core of us, or perhaps a broader group of like minds, patriots of some sort. Reading the group's chat conversations would be comical if it wasn't so pitiful and disturbing in equal measure. Group members clearly regard themselves as natural elites who are more intelligent, virtuous, and honorable than Heinlein's tired, poor, unwashed plebes. Yet none of the 4 current and former members of Congress who are active in the group distinguish themselves as model public servants. In 2018, Zinke resigned as Trump Secretary of the Interior after an Inspector General's report concluded he was a serial violator of ethics laws. Green withdrew his nomination to be Trump's Army Secretary after being criticized, including by GOP John McCain, for past statements he'd made that called for his fellow citizens to, quote, take a stand on the indoctrination of Islam in public schools, and labeled transgender people, quote, evil. Garrett resigned his House seat in 2018 after it was alleged that he and his wife used his congressional staff to run errands, chauffeur their children, and clean up after their dog, though he denied those charges and cited alcoholism as the reason he had stepped down. I know, patriots for what? If they don't believe in anything, then what are they patriots to? Power and money. No, I don't know. And 4 staffers who worked on Taylor's 2018 re-election campaign were subsequently indicted for election fraud, which he said he knew nothing about, but he lost that race and did again when he ran for his old seat 2 years later. Even more farcical was the manner in which the group chat members portrayed themselves as rightful guardians of democracy, even as they proposed employing military force against their unarmed domestic political opponents and rounding up members of the global cabal for trial at a Nuremberg-style tribunal. It's blazingly evident that many in the group can't even define democracy, and those who can don't like it. Dallas real estate developer Scott Hall informed the group he was moving his family to the UAE, which is ruled by an authoritarian monarchy because, quote, freedom is real there. When President Gustavo Petro, the Colombia's first leftist president, was running for office 2 years ago, the rural oligarch Sergio Araujo Castro publicly declared that his employees have the right to vote freely for whoever they want, but he'd fire any who supported Petro. After protests against the Biden administration's support for Israel's assault on Gaza erupted at Stanford in January, Goldhorn wondered how it was legal that students who took part weren't summarily expelled as they received benefits from the U.S. government, but wished for its destruction, which he evidently equated with criticism of its policies. Yeah. I sent messages seeking comment to Prince and the 29 participants whose comments in the group chat are cited in this story. Prince did not respond. Of the others, only Barnett, Jacobson, and Goldhorn were willing to be interviewed. Barnett, who once worked for Blackwater, said participants in the group chat, quote, love the country and want good solutions, and that he was not an ideologue and favored, quote, checks and balances and transparency. A, quote, centrist who leans libertarian and Barack Obama voter in 2008, Barnett said the 9/11 attacks 7 years earlier were an inside job 100%, and that they woke me up and triggered the political evolution that led to his current conspiracy observationist perspective. Oh, boy. Barnett said he was a Trump fan in part because, quote, the establishment hates the former president, adding that the Russiagate scandal that led to his first impeachment had been cooked up by Democrats as part of a politically motivated attack to drive him from office, an opinion I share. When I told Barnett his remarks about the need for a new Nuremberg tribunal sounded like a call for an attack of the same type, but against enemies of the group chat, he said he didn't favor a politically driven kangaroo court, but envisioned a scrupulously fair judicial process that, quote, truly enables our country to move forward, which could be ensured by establishing panels with impartial experts such as journalist Matt Taibbi, psychologist and commentator Jordan Peterson, and others of similarly high integrity, quote, that's in quotes, to help determine who would be prosecuted. No. No. Matt Taibbi is a drugged out, loser, former Rolling Stone, disgraced journalist who now is a cuckold of Elmo. Period. That's all he is. That's it. Okay. Jacobson also said his remarks in the group chat sounded harsher than he had intended. Despite having been friendly with Netanyahu for many years, he said the Israeli prime minister and his government were, quote, long past their expiry date. And he considered the military attack on Gaza to be a complete failure. On Iran, Jacobson said he loved Iranian culture, cuisine, and people, and noted that he'd spent time with Reza Pahlavi last week when the latter was in Toronto, where he lives. Quote, I hate the mullah's regime, Jacobson added, but I'm not calling to go to war, but to help the domestic opposition bring the regime down by bombing Iranian oil infrastructure and related targets. About a month ago, he'd proposed that during an informal discussion with an unnamed Israeli official, telling his interlocutor that Iran's missile strikes against Israel were, quote, our opportunity to hit their oil facilities so they can't make money to finance terrorism. About Off Leash itself, Jacobson said, I enjoy the banter of the group, but it's not a political conspiracy. Oh, okay. It's just a lark. You guys are just playing. You're just cosplaying. All right. I have no idea what you're talking about. Goldhorn, who told me he knows Prince very tentatively, those are in quotes, replied when I paraphrased his remarks about dropping nuclear weapons on Gaza and regarding the Houthis. Quote, I didn't see anyone proposing or discussing such actions in the group, so I can't really comment on these claims. When I sent him the relevant excerpts, his memory was refreshed regarding the Houthis, though he said he was, quote, referring to the naval threat mostly, as the group was seeking to sink merchant ships. Quote, I was not referring to the Yemenis, that's his word, people as a whole, only the military organization. He continued to insist that, quote, he'd never suggested to nuke Gaza, which is a laughably dumb idea, though I had excerpts of the respective conversations about both topics, which were faithfully recounted earlier, and the quotes from Goldhorn are verbatim. Off-Leash's participants want a democracy where the plebes, these are in quotes, vote the way they want in every election, and the government only approves their preferred policies, which would give them the absolute certainty that they want that their outsized wealth, privileges, and influence will be protected. That's it. There it is. This is it. Endgame. Privatization. What have I been saying? What have I been saying? I know you guys all know. I mean, I know that I'm not the one breaking news. I'm not Steve Looknering this. But I'm just telling you, the end game is the privatization. The politics are agnostic. It's not about politics. It's about control. It's not even about the Republicans winning. My God. Trump is their dog. Trump is their hunting dog. He hunts out the weaknesses in the fences and then they crash right through them. And this time, they're not going to fuck it up. I know I'm not the one that told you. I'm not breaking news. No, don't worry about it. I think this is a really great article. I appreciate you bringing it up, actually. I just think this is really an important part of it. That's not the way democracy works. It's the way dictatorships do, which no doubt feels comfortable to the group chat members who have thrived doing business with corrupt, repressive regimes and leaders, which is the way many met each other in Prince and how they came to be part of Off Leash in the first place. To paraphrase the assessment of Nazi officials made by the U.S. diplomat from Eric Larson's In the Garden of Beasts, during ordinary times, people who hold such opinions would be receiving treatment somewhere. However, to continue with the analogy, many off-leash participants currently hold powerful political roles or are intimate with allies of those who do. The key to expanding their influence in the collective view of the group chat, and not only by Trump in the November election. Quote, the freedom of the Western world is decided in the USA, as von Storch put it. As long as the USA lets globalists do what they want, we patriots in the rest of the world can only try to maintain and survive our positions. I don't know. Is it a patriotism to personal liberty or something? I don't know. Comparing the contemporary United States to Nazi Germany is an admittedly imprecise analogy. Nevertheless, it's impossible not to be alarmed by the crypto-fascist, off-the-leash views expressed by Trump's allies in the group chat about exterminating their foreign and domestic enemies and needing to find the will to levy the toll. However imprecise the comparison, as a model political capital, Berlin 1933 is far more compatible with the worldview of off-leash participants than Washington 2024. And in the event that they and like-minded associates gain power in the U.S. or elsewhere, they'll be pushing backward in that general direction. Wow, Ken Silverstein. Really good article. Thank you, Gal. I really appreciate it. I really, really, really appreciate that. But you know what? There's still some stuff happening. Hold on.
They initially contacted us first.
Right, but didn't your office
But
subpoena records from Ms. Rodriguez's file
Yes,
pertaining to this case?
yes.
Even though her role as a lawyer is not in play in this particular prosecution?
So one of the witnesses suggested that the reason why she was secretary, people were talking about
Well, I
making.
didn't ask you that question.
Your
sir.
Honor, I
asked
asked that the
you why
witness
it-
be allowed to finish his answer.
Well, Judge, it's a hearsay, and he always,
I'm gonna
alludes-
object,
let me
actually.
finish. He always alludes to, you know, when he goes off on tangents about other individuals. And he's done a lot of hearsay, Judge, and I'm cutting him off now. You know,
Your concern is he's not answering your question? Is that your concern?
well, he was about to answer.
Or that his
hearsay
question,
with the
or is his,
objection.
or is his response hearsay? Is that your concern?
Yes, Judge.
You had an objection?
Yes, I do, and that's non-responsive, because he wasn't asked the question. So, and I've noticed that happened.
Well, with all due respect, the question was whether or not Ms. Rodriguez was operating in her capacity as a lawyer on December 14, 2020. And I believe the witness was attempting to answer that. I don't think he was given a yes or no answer, but I believe he was attempting to answer how that would tie in from his investigation.
The question, I think, is whether or not she was operating in her capacity as a lawyer is a yes or no question. I think that this witness says, I would agree. There's a lot of times there's yes or no questions that he should be answering yes or no. It's a cross-examination.
Thank you.
You can answer the question.
No,
Okay. And so here we are in 2024. You've pretty much been investigating this case for 2 years.
not quite that long, about a year and a half.
And you now have help. You have other individuals with you, right? Helping you in this investigation.
Don't have, no, I had Agent Torres early on when we were doing interviews, but that's it, it's just me.
When you were doing interviews, how long did it take for you to even think about doing interviews in this case?
It started fairly soon, so it would have been early 2020, 2023.
That's soon to you for a 2020 case?
Well, I didn't get assigned it till the end of 2022. There was interviews that were done by Agent Conan prior to me taking the case.
So did you attempt to interview the 16 defendants in this case?
Yes,
And you were in no hurry to interview them. You took your time doing that, right?
I was in a hurry. I don't know if you characterize it as a hurry. There's additional information that I wanted to review before I spoke to them. I'd like to prep for the interview
Where's your office at, or where was it during this investigation?
in Detroit.
All right, so when you're doing your investigation, you were aware that Ms. Rodriguez had a lawyer, were you?
When I went to knock on her door to talk to her,
Before you even did that, you didn't look at the, you didn't consult with the federal government about the deposition that she took?
yes, I saw that.
Well, you saw she had a lawyer at that deposition,
Yeah.
right? So how come you just didn't call the lawyer and say, I want to speak to your client?
I didn't have any information that you were still representing her.
So you just normally show up at somebody's house and knock on the door in order for them to give a statement?
I normally call.
But you didn't do so in this case with Rodriguez, did you?
I don't recall.
And you had 3 police cars and around 4 or 5 officers out there, didn't you?
That's not true.
How many did you have with?
There was myself and Agent Torres.
You didn't have, you had 2 other officers. Am I correct, sir?
No, sir.
Okay. So you waited months. And did you have any additional information you wanted to discuss with her then, or you pretty much had all your information that you were going to submit for a warrant?
No, I wanted to get her side of the story.
Okay. So when did you submit a warrant request for this case?
July 18th, 2023.
July 18th, 2023. All right. Roughly, like you said, a couple of years or a year and 8 months or something after the alleged criminal activity, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Need to take a break? Restroom? Okay. Take a 10-minute break. Off the record.
We don't have to because we're at least 10 minutes behind. Yeah. Let's go to the break. Oops, sorry. I was trying to drop it in the chat and oh shit. Okay. Sorry about that. And then time speeds up and we're like time travelers. We're time travelers. Well, that's the longest 10 minutes I've ever seen. Is she back? Oh, she's not even back. When did? Oh, there she is.
Do you have any update on Brenna?
I did not get an update.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, where you going to?
We're magical time travelers.
Absolutely.
I know, there's an
Okay,
echo.
Agent Shock is still under oath. You get to see counsel.
There might be a paywall on that article, and after I get done here, I'll post a gift article on my Twitter.
I can aim it at somewhat directional.
Baby, hello. I will make you feel better. Okay, so the reason to feel okay about it is that just means, and actually, I was encouraged by the fact that they wanted the testimony about the from David Pecker and from Michael Cohen.
The next issue.
They may or may not give like
That's what I was just getting ready to say.
less credibility to Michael Cohen. But while we may not understand everything about the ins and outs of the financial crimes that have been alleged, trust and believe that the jury has been informed about how to actually like work through each of the issues. So I feel like it's I feel like it's easy to get disheartened but I think the jurors are going to be in a much better position to make a wise decision.
Howard, what's your middle name?
Joseph.
No. Oh, I think they do.
Yes,
I think it has to be unanimous.
Have you ever been
So
known
you're
by
thinking a hung jury?
No.
I don't know.
Howard Shaw.
I just don't know.
And I'd like to spend a little time going through the actual charges that have been brought here, and they've been brought.
I'm sorry. The sound.
through
Oops.
your
The sound is
affidavit,
up
your
as high as I
request,
can
right?
get it for the
Yes.
broadcast. I
And I
apologize.
know you've repeatedly said through your testimony here that you're not making legal conclusions, you just investigated. Am I correct in that? That's been your position?
Yeah, in the attorney, in my affidavit, the attorneys listed the appropriate charges.
Okay,
I-
so
in the
you,
affidavit.
I think you realize where I was going with that. So when
Yeah.
the charges are listed at the end of your affidavit, you did not prepare that, the AG's office did?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but throughout the paragraphs preceding the counts that are brought in this case, that's all your work, right? All the
Yeah.
numbered paragraphs.
Yes.
Okay, and you draw numerous legal conclusions all the way through that document, don't you?
No.
Well, you do. You say my client's guilty of committing fraud, of committing perjury. You make that statement over and over throughout your affidavit, don't you?
Yes,
And that's a legal conclusion, isn't it?
I suppose so, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I want to go through these counts. Since you've made the legal conclusion that my client is guilty of all 8 of these counts, I'd like to go through them. I'd like to know on count, well, I'll start with count 2 and count 3. I'll come back to count 1, which is the conspiracy. Those are the 3 forgery charges.
I think they
Okay.
do have to
Do you
agree.
need a copy of?
I think they
the,
do. I mean,
complaint?
count by count, they can probably not take all of that, but I thought they have to agree.
If I could, I think I have an extra copy.
Oh, there's 2 lawyers. That's right, butterflies. There's 2 lawyers in the jury.
Dave, I think I have one.
Do you have an extra one? Okay.
Yeah, not all the counts have to be agreed, but I think on each count, they have to agree on that count. Does that make sense? I could be wrong, so I'm so sorry if I
They're
am.
the same. Yeah.
They have to agree unanimously. I know. It's actually probably good that there's, I don't know what kind of lawyers they are.
Mr. Schock, I know you've been handed a copy of the felony complaint regarding this rug, correct?
Is that the wrong one?
Or which one?
Yes, Mr. Rook, yes.
Okay. This complaint is the same for all defendants, other than the name is changed, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So the complaint you have in front of you would be the same complaint you would ask the court to issue regarding Mr. Cho, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So looking at counts 2 and 3, you have 2 counts of forgery, right?
Yes.
Can you explain to me how one document leads to 2 counts of forgery?
Well, one count is conspiracy to commit forgery.
No, I'm not talking about count 1. I'm talking about counts 2 and 3. You have 2 counts of just forgery. And there's one document that you've been testifying to this whole time, and I'm going to refer to it as a certificate of votes, okay? That you allege that my client knowingly signed. That's the only document that you're alleging was forged, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, there was 2 documents that were sent to.
I
one
know,
was sent to the
baby.
National
I feel
Archives and
that.
one was
I
sent
really
to
feel that.
The Senate.
I
Right,
do
but
think
was
it's
the
going
same
to be
document.
okay. They have to agree.
Yes.
Hi,
Okay,
Max.
so there's one
They do
document,
have.
right?
They do not have to
Okay.
agree
How do you
about
get
which
2
crime
counts
the
of forgery
fraudulent
in one
business
document?
entries were meant to further. Oh,
Again, I'm not an attorney, but two documents
Oh,
were sent.
good one,
was
Max.
sent to the National Archives.
Baby,
and
it's.
the other
I think we're going to be
document was
okay.
sent To,
I'm more
the
worried about
Senate.
us not getting to 270. That's
Well,
what
if
I'm
you look
worried
at count
about.
2, it says you're alleging that Mr. Cho falsely that he made, altered, forged, or counterfeited a public record, right?
yes,
Okay, there's one public record, right? The certificate of votes,
yes,
right?
but it was duplicated.
So because it's the same document and a copy's made, that's 2 counts.
It was
Is
sent.
that-
It was passed. in
Yeah,
2
that's a
different
little more
locations.
of what I'm worried
Okay,
about.
But you would
but-
agree it's one document, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, regarding
Teresa,
counts 2 and 3,
I love you.
what evidence do you have that Mr. Cho falsely did anything?
Well, the document says that he was at the Capitol building at 2 p.m. He was not there. The document says that these are the duly and qualified electors, which is not true. And then the document was, like I said, mailed off to the Senate and the National Archives.
Okay, anything else that he did that was false? I'm talking about Mr. Cho. I've got 3 things here. Did you say he was not at the Capitol building? I didn't.
Right. He wasn't at the Capitol building at 2 p.m.
All right, so that wouldn't be any false acts. So the only 2 I've got are that he claimed he was.
I am actually upping my like meditative moments. I will say that. I've noticed that.
Is that it? Anything else?
Yeah, it
I've
wasn't
noticed
in the Senate
I notice I
chamber
stop
at
a
2
lot
p.m.
more and go, okay, I just need to take a
Okay,
minute.
anything else?
And it just falsely asserted a vote for President Trump and Vice President Pence.
Anything else?
I think that's it, sir.
Okay, well, let's go through those. All of those things you just said, at least 3 of them, I'll come back to the mailing, the document to the federal government. But that he claimed he was a duly qualified elector, that he was not at the Senate chamber for the state capitol you're talking about, right?
Yes, sir.
On December 14th, he was not there, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm with
And
you. I don't watch.
he
I don't
falsely
watch
somehow
network
said
news.
that
Hey,
he
my
was
dog
casting
is
a vote
like
for President Trump and
barky
Vice
bark
President
barking.
Pence.
So I'm gonna go walk.
Right, those
I'm
3.
gonna walk the dog
Yeah.
and I'll
Okay,
BRB.
all of those are contained on the first page of the certificate of votes, which I believe is page 2 of exhibit 5. But you know what we're talking about, the certificate of vote.
Yeah, it's 11.
Okay, it's 11. And the first page has those statements that you just talked about, right?
Yes.
Okay. The second page is what you allege Mr. Choate signed, correct?
I thought there was the 3rd page.
Okay, well, the second page, yeah, that'd be helpful.
Purposes of the record, I'm gonna hand the witness exhibit 11.
All right, so we're clear on the record. Page 2 of exhibit 11 is the written part of the certificate of vote, correct?
Yes.
All right, so page 3 of exhibit 11 would be the signature page, correct?
Yes.
All right, and that's where you allege Mr. Choate signed the signature page on page 3, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything on page 3 that says Mr. Choate's a duly qualified elector?
No.
Is there anything on page 3 that says that he appeared at the Senate chamber of the state capitol on December 14th?
No.
Is there anything on page 3 that says Mr. Choate voted for President Trump or Vice President Pence as an elector?
No.
Okay. So it's not contained there. So your whole case of him presenting false information, falsely under counts 2 and 3, is based on page 2 of that document, the written out part of the document of the certificate of vote.
Yes, and it's also based on all the information, totality of the investigation.
Okay, you keep saying that. I don't care about the totality of the information. I'm talking about my client. You're saying Mr. Choate falsely did something. I don't care if you have 8 other people saying they did something or whatever.
Your
How's
Honor, I'm
that?
gonna
I don't care.
object and ask the
I wanna know-
attorney ask a question.
This is cross-exam, Your Honor. I think I'm able to have a little leeway to get to the real issue here. I'm ready to ask a question.
I agree. You can move forward.
Thank you, Judge. I care about Mr. Choate, okay? And we're not talking about conspiracy here. We're talking about counts 2 and 3. You're saying he forged a document, a public record. So I don't care about your totality. What did he do? And you've told me 4 things here. So you acknowledge that 3, the duly elected, the not at the Senate chamber, and the vote, we're all on page 2 of exhibit 11, right?
Yes.
Okay. What evidence do you have that Mr. Choate created that page 2?
I don't have any evidence. to
What
show
evidence
that.
do you have that he participated in helping to draft page 2?
None.
All right. What evidence do you have that he had anything to do with the making of that document, the vote, the certificate of vote in exhibit 11?
None.
Thank you. What evidence do you have that he altered that certificate of vote in any way? The only altering you talked about that I heard this morning or yesterday was a couple of names changed because they were replaced and the secretary changed, and there were a couple of minor changes like that. Did Mr. Choate alter that document in any way? Do you have any evidence of that?
No.
Did Mr. Choate have anything to do with helping to alter that, or was he involved in that document creation?
No.
What did Mr. Choate do to forge that public document? How did he forge it?
By putting his signature on it.
No, I'm talking about the
adopting it.
document, sir. The document,
Okay.
not a signature.
Okay.
You're saying this is a forged document, okay?
It's not a legitimate
document. It's
Okay.
not,
That's not my question. You said forged. I understand you don't agree with it. You don't think it's legitimate. That's not what you're charging them with. You're charging them with forging the document.
so that was,
How was it forged? That's what I'm asking.
I tried to answer that, sir. It's not the legitimate document, it's a forged.
That's not an
document.
answer, sir. I'm asking you for, you made a legal conclusion in your affidavit. You're charging my client with forgery of this public document. How did he forge the public document if he had nothing to do with it?
It's a false document.
But he had nothing to do with it. How did Hank Choate do that?
The signatures on the document.
Sir, that's not my question. Okay, somebody can forge a document, doesn't mean they signed it. How did he forge the document?
The document's a false document, the signatures on the document.
His signature's not on the first page of that document, is it?
No, sir.
And you have no evidence that Hank Choate ever saw that first page before he signed that day, do you?
No.
In fact, you're aware Mr. Choate claimed he never saw the first page, aren't you? That was part of your investigation. You're aware of that, right?
That he never saw the first
The
page.
first page when he signed that day?
He never,
Sorry, I'm going to interpose an objection only for the record and clarification. You keep talking about the number of pages. Exhibit 11, I'm the officer of the court, say for the record that that is 3 pages, or that the first page of the exhibit is a memorandum. It's not the document itself. And that's why I think there's some confusion. We've been calling it second page.
Including the memorandum and.
You
and the page
guys,
count.
stop killing
For the
the
record, the First
buzz.
page of People's 11 is a memorandum.
Jeez,
It's not-
details, details.
No, if I
It may or may not.
misspoke. Yeah, if I misspoke, I'm sorry.
No,
I
I
thought
just-
I've been trying to say the second page is the written out part of the certificate of oath. The third page is the signature page, right? Is that right,
yes,
Mr.
sir.
Chop?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I wasn't clear on that. I thought I was, but, okay, so
Hi,
back again, sir.
Margaret.
You're charging him with actually forging, creating, making, altering, counterfeiting. That's doing something, making the document. What did he do to do that? He did nothing, did he?
He signed the document.
Sir, answer my question. I didn't ask you if he signed it. I asked you, did he make it? Did he alter it? Did he forge it? Did he counterfeit it?
No.
Thank you. Further in counts 2 and 3, you say, you're the charge, I'm sorry, you don't say, the charge is that my client falsely did this, which you now acknowledge he didn't do, but he did it with the intent to injure or defraud. What proof do you have specifically about Mr. Choate that he intended to injure or defraud anybody through a document he had nothing to do with? Forging or making.
He
or
signed it.
counterfeiting or anything.
Did he sign it?
What intent would he have? to
Did he
defraud?
sign
So
it?
the,
Did he
going
sign it?
back, the votes were certified
I don't like this witness.
November of 2023. The Democratic electors were summoned to the Capitol on December 14th. The party had put out a press release and as early as November 20th. The party meeting Mike Shirkey, Lee Chatfield, after their visit to the White House with President Trump, saying that they weren't going to intervene, that there was nothing that they saw that was going to overturn the election. There was no recount. There was no meeting of both the Democratic electors and the Republican electors at the time. There was no chance that this document there was no chance that the Republican slate was going to move forward. There wasn't any sort of recount. So that's where I'm going with all this.
Okay, look, we're gonna come back to
Counsel?
that.
I'm gonna object. I asked that, and to be stricken. It's non-responsive. That's not what he asked.
Your Honor, I believe that's exactly what he asked. He asked what evidence did he have, and he was going through the evidence before he was
To that
interrupted.
specific, I didn't interrupt.
Not you.
Oh,
He
okay.
did. I mean, I'm sorry. Counsel for Choate interrupted the answer in progress, and then you object, just to make a record.
Non-responsive.
I believe it is responsible.
Counsel, did you want to respond to the objection?
Complignorant.
Since it was your
He's
question,
duplicit
I'm-
or
I'll leave
stupliterate.
it to the court's discretion.
the objection's overruled. Thank you.
I love it. Those work.
Mr. Shack, let's talk about that for a minute.
What are you doing?
You keep saying they knew on December 14th that they had no chance that anything would change, no case would overturn
What the hell
anything.
was that?
Mike Shirkey has spoken
Oh my
from on
God.
high, and
Oh
Lee
my
Chatfield,
God.
they knew there was no chance for anything to change when
My
they met on
cat's
December
trying to kill
14th,
me.
right? That's your position, right?
Where's the fucking
Yes.
hole?
Okay,
Oh, there it is.
that's not based on reality at all, is it?
It's based on
Was
the
that
the
like-
That's your
information.
perception, right?
It's based on the information I learned in the investigation.
Okay, let's talk about some of the information that you had. For example, you talk about
My
this
cat's
one
trying to
case in
kill
your
me.
affidavit. One case in federal court that an initial ruling by a trial judge 7 days before on December 7th.
That's what
The
I
trial
get for
judge
picking
said,
them up. I never
throwing
pick
out
them
this
up.
case
That's
challenging the
they don't
election,
like to
right?
be picked up. They
Yeah.
come to you.
And you relied
When
on
they're
that. You
ready
say, this
for
is, see,
some
they knew
loving.
they had no chance for anything to change, right?
Yes,
Okay. Sir, do you understand the legal system? Do you understand how it works?
I'm not
You're-
an
Oh.
attorney.
Well, you worked in it all the time. You understand
I
how
have-
court cases are handled, right?
I have a limited knowledge of
Okay.
the court system.
Are you aware how cases can be appealed?
Yes,
Okay. And in fact, wasn't that decision appealed?
I would have to refer back to the
Okay.
case to see what.
So you don't know.
I don't recall.
Okay. And so you don't recall. Okay. So if it were appealed, it wouldn't be a
Right?
final
Sending a
decision, would it?
message.
Because it's on appeal.
Send in a message.
Yes,
Listen,
Okay.
humans.
And was that the only election law case going on December 14th of 2020?
no,
Oh, there were other legal challenges, right?
yes.
Hey,
Antrim
okay.
County, right?
All right. All right, Sarah Bernhardt.
There were
Calm the
several
fuck
legal
down.
challenges. I
Right.
don't.
I'm asking you, do you know about the Antrim County case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you knew about our case in Wayne County, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and in fact, our case in Wayne County, there was no final ruling till January of 2021, correct? Or do you know?
Yes.
You knew that, right? So why are you trying to represent to the court that one case that's on appeal somehow means these folks knew they had no basis when there's other cases all over the place going on that were still pending? Can you explain that to me?
Stop. Stop this.
Based on
Because
the
he had a
totality of
brain
my
and he
investigation.
knew.
Come on,
If
the
that-
totality of your, so you would, let me say it this way, you
I
ignored
am-
the other cases.
who the
didn't you?
fuck
'Cause it
is
didn't
that
fit
guy?
What you wanted to put in your affidavit, isn't that right?
Who
No.
the fuck?
Well, why didn't you mention them then? You knew about them, why didn't you mention them?
I don't
Because
recall
it's
why
not.
I didn't mention
It's
You
not
don't recall.
necessary for
Okay.
me to put all
That seems to
collective
be your
wisdom
typical
in my
answer. I don't
fucking
recall.
Move
report.
to strike, stricken.
Fine, I'll withdraw it. Thank you.
Stricken.
And you don't even know if the Shirkey Chatfield statement came out before the meeting on December 14th or after the meeting.
He's
do you?
just. Oh my
Yeah, it
God.
came- the
This
first
witness
one
sucks.
came out
I'm
on
sorry.
November 20th.
He
It
sucks.
was also publicized on November 21st, 2020.
Well, that's the first I've heard of that. You were testifying yesterday about a statement on December 14th. Now you're saying there's another statement that Shirkey and Chatfield put out?
No, I said yesterday that there was a statement that was published on December 14th, but there was also another statement, and I couldn't recall the date. I said I thought it was in November.
On December 14th, that statement, which is the one you were saying yesterday that you relied upon. Do you know what time of day that statement came out? Was it before the meeting of the electors or after the meeting? Do you know?
I don't recall.
Okay. So how can you convey to the court and tell the court they knew about a statement that you don't even know had been made yet? And that's evidence that this court should issue charges and accept your affidavit. How can you do that, sir?
Because there was a previous statement on November 20th,
Oh, okay.
21st.
So now that's your statement. Okay. So now the December 14th statement doesn't matter anymore. There was another statement in November. Is that what you're claiming?
No, sir.
And let me ask you this. Did Mike Shirkey and Lee Chatfield control the legend? Did they control everything that was going on in these challenges for the election results?
No,
Okay, so what difference does their opinion make to the electors when they
We
met
have a
on the
total of
14th, when there's still
71
legal
viewers right
challenges and
now.
other issues going
13
on?
on YouTube, 1 on Twitch. I bet you I know who it is.
There's some of
And
the
then
party leaders.
the rest of them,
so
let's
that
see, that's
information
14
is
minus
generally shared with the
70.
party.
Now it's 70.
All right, look, you were aware there are other party members, Republicans in both the Senate and the House,
57
that
viewers on
agreed with the
Twitter.
electors back at
Woo!
that time,
Welcome, everybody.
and that there should be more investigation. There were other legislative members that agreed with that, right? You were aware of that from the totality of your investigation.
Yes.
Okay, so why does 1 or 2 members control over 10 or 15 others who disagree? What's the difference?
Because the information that Shirkey and Chatfield had apparently been privy to seemed like they had the most accurate information.
Okay, so they're the only ones that matter. It doesn't matter if there's other legislators that agree with my clients. They're still guilty of a crime because of Mike Shirkey and Lee Chatfield making a statement later that same day. That's what you're saying?
No.
All right. Look, the exhibit that was admitted yesterday when Mr. Bellata was questioning you from Nishan Matter, it says right in there that we have a team of state reps and senators who support what we did today. And you found that was accurate, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that a flex? Are you flexing now?
And in fact, she references in here that the legislature could still act. That might have been Amy Feccinello. That's exhibits D and E. You saw those, right?
Yes.
And they reference the fact that the legislature might still act, right?
Yes.
That's what they thought. Right.
That's what she said, yes.
Okay. So on December 14th, now we've established all
Hoping
of
is
the
different than
electors at that
thinking.
point thought, well, maybe the legislature was still going to act, regardless of what Mike Shirkey and Lee Chatfield said. There were other court cases still pending, and the one case you did bring up is on appeal.
Are these questions?
I'm sorry.
Are these questions? Because I'm not getting.
Yeah, I'm
any
asking,
response
I'm getting
back.
the question.
Oh, okay.
So how can you say then that on that date, they knew that what they
Because
were
of the
doing was
entirety of his
incorrect, or that they
investigation.
couldn't be an alternate slate, and that there wasn't a contingency to what they were doing? How can you say that?
There was no contingency language in the document. These folks, like I said, there was no effort to be made to meet at the Capitol and the Senate chambers with the Democratic Party. There was no effort to work with the state government to determine if there was going to be a recount, or
As they did in
if we were going to
1960.
meet together like they did in Hawaii. There was no concert
Okay.
between
Well,
the
let
two.
me ask that then.
Perfectly.
How does that support your
Damn calls to
charges?
prayer, interrupting my
If they
steady
didn't
grind
really
for
try,
capital.
and they didn't go to the Capitol, and they didn't try to meet. You said some of them did, but a lot of them weren't there, a lot of the electors. And how did they try to commit the fraud? How did they try to do it?
Because knowing that it wasn't going to be accepted, it wasn't going to have a place in the process, and it wasn't a legitimate, it was a false document.
Right, so
They were
knew
part
that
of a
they-
conspiracy.
I have an objection. He's making his conclusion as to what people knew. He said, knowing that it wasn't going to be, that's an ultimate conclusion. There's no evidence of that.
I would agree with that.
Well, he said knowing that it wasn't going to be accepted, and I was actually going to ask him knowing that what wasn't going to be accepted, because that wasn't clear to me when he said it. But you have an objection that it was
assumes facts
fact or not an evidence. You were standing up at the same time for what purpose?
Well, I was going to ask the witness be allowed to complete his answer, but with regards to the objection, the witness has been asked several questions about what these defendants knew at the time that they executed this document, and I believe that's what he was answering based on the evidence that he compiled and gleaned from his investigation.
Right, but he's saying that they knew, or knowing that it wasn't going to be accepted. And just for clarity, what is the that you were talking about?
It was the document.
Okay, so your statement was knowing that the document wasn't going to be accepted. Your objection is that assumes facts is not an evidence. what
I was gonna
evidence.
state that all my questions are questions on what he believed they thought.
But we don't need to even talk about your questions right now, because
Well,
you're extending this
I
a
was-
little bit further than it needs to. I just want to address this one right
Thank
here. That does assume facts, that's not an evidence.
And for the record, I would join.
I would as well.
So
Somebody
the
can.
objection is sustained.
I'm ready to move on.
I wasn't
Oh.
answering.
Yeah, right. You wanted him to be able to you didn't respond to that objection in general. You were wanting him to finish the statement. He doesn't need to finish it because there's an objection and I'm going to sustain it. Correct.
Good morning, Robert
Mr.
Escobar.
Chock,
How
you
are
just
you?
said that the electors, the Republican electors, made no effort to try to go to the, I don't remember exactly what. you
I'm
said.
glad you're
They
here
go
to
the Capitol
increase your media
to Join
literacy.
together to meet with the Democrats and all. They made no effort to do that. But in fact, some of them did, right? Some of them tried.
I was referring to it prior to December 14th.
Okay.
When the,
Well, what's that got to do with it?
because when the Democratic electors are summoned to the Capitol, there's an official notice requesting that they come to the Capitol. There wasn't anything like that for the electors. They were called by various individuals, told to report to the GOP, because that's where that they were going to be conducting their vote.
I'd like to hand you, as been marked as Exhibit G, was actually prepared by Attorney Lolo. For Ms. Rook, but I'm.
Congratulations. I remember,
We'll use the
baby.
same numbers.
That was an amazing
By
day.
preparing, you don't. need-
Yeah.
I mean, it was.
Yeah, and choose
Late.
one
It was
message.
late.
How about that,
Right,
Robert?
right.
Why don't you choose one message and
Oh, that
stick
is
with
the
it?
evidence, all right.
Okay,
What-
that's my
Oh,
advice.
that's your Exhibit 9.
Okay.
Oh, okay, well then, I'll take it back.
So-
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Then
Assange
could
is
you
not
show
it.
Exhibit 9 to the witness, please? And Mike, can I have that?
Yeah.
I like your Medicare for all, Robert. You should stick with that.
Familiar with this document?
Yes,
Okay. This was a document received from the state Republican Party, right?
There you
Yes.
go.
All right.
Witness
Can you
better,
read what
bro.
the
There you
top
go.
heading is on this document?
yes. Certificate of the Republican presidential electors elected at the Michigan Republican State Convention, August 29th through 30th, 2020.
Right, and then it lists all 16 of the electors, correct?
Yes,
Is my client's name on this list, Hank Choate?
yes,
And so this is a document that said, my client was told, you are an elected. This is the certificate of Republican presidential electors elected at the convention, right?
yes,
That's what my client was told. He has a document saying that, Exhibit 9, right?
yes.
Okay.
And stop
My client an
chasing
attorney?
views. Just do what
No,
you
sir.
need to
Does
do.
he-
Stop
in your
chasing.
Complete investigation
Stop
here, did
trying
you
to
find
be
out whether or not
something.
Mr.
Just go
Choate
with
is an
who
expert
you
in
are.
election law?
But drop the
No.
Assange stuff.
Okay.
That's stupid.
He's a
But you know,
layperson,
that's my
right?
opinion.
Yeah.
Hey, what do you know about Mr. Choate? What does he do?
He's a dairy farmer, but he's also been
Right.
involved in the party politics.
Sure,
Over
and
the
the
years.
local party, that sort of thing,
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes,
He's
sir.
from Jackson County, right?
Yes, sir.
He's a farmer for 50 years, right?
I don't know how many years, but a long
Long
time.
time.
Yeah,
Never been in trouble, right?
no.
Why don't you meet with Norma
No
Torres?
criminal background.
Why don't you
no,
ask
he's
to
been a
meet her?
taxpaying,
Like if
upstanding
if
citizen
that's
his
your
whole life,
target,
right?
why don't you say, could I have a
I-
meeting
as far
with
as
you
you
so I
know,
can
is-
talk
Well,
to
you
you about
didn't investigate?
priorities and
You
how
didn't
I
check
can
into the
help?
backgrounds
That's
of
how
my
you could
client
be
and the
more
others?
effective than standing
I
on a
did, but
random
I
street
didn't- I
corner.
didn't look at his
I'm sorry,
taxes.
this is my advice
So
to
I
you.
can't comment
That's
on his
all.
taxes, but
You're
as far as
here,
his
so I
criminal
guess you
history,
want advice.
All right,
I know you
correct.
can
So
handle
you have no
criticism.
evidence
I get it. I'm
to
just giving
dispute
you
that
some
Mr. Choate has been an
ideas
upstanding
on what I'm
citizen for his entire
observing
life,
in the
correct?
limited time that I've observed
How old
you.
is Mr. Choate?
I think you've got 4
I don't know
messages
off
on
the
a
top of my
sign.
head.
Like I don't
Mid-
even
70s,
I don't even
early
know what you
70s,
actually stand
somewhere
for.
around there.
Okay,
So
So you have
focus and meet with Norma. I
this
bet you
man
she'd meet with you.
who's a
I bet you she
taxpaying,
would.
upstanding, law-abiding citizen,
I think it's great. Great
not an
idea.
election law expert, and he's told in a document, you are elected as the Republican elector, right? That's what
Yeah.
you, that's the information you have
Good.
that my client was
Is there an
told.
objection?
I'm objecting, assuming facts not in evidence. There's nothing on this record.
Oh, you
that
are chasing
establishes
views.
that
Come on
that
now, stop
document
that. You just
was
said
given
it. You
to
said, oh,
Defendant
Palestine's
Cho.
the hot topic, so I got to do that. No,
Tell
you got to
me
do
what that
what's in your
document's
heart.
Your Honor, you have it.
That's
My-
it. Do what's in your
You all
heart
have
and
all the
stop
exhibits.
acting.
Nobody
Stop
gave
asking
you
the
that.
chat what you should be doing. That's so cringy. Like, you have a brain.
Okay.
Go
Your objection is that there's no evidence
go meet
on
with
this
Norma
record
Torres.
that document was provided
She
to
would
Mr.
fucking
Cho.
love
Yes.
it.
Okay. Did you want to respond to the objection?
Well,
I'm
then find
asking
out.
if
Then go
this is the
volunteer.
information
Go
he has in the
volunteer.
totality of his investigation. I can amend my question to say that Mr.
I
Cho
mean,
had this document.
I'm telling you right
But
now,
obviously,
I'm
this
giving
is
you
what
some
happened.
really fucking
I'll
great
rephrase my
advice right
question.
now.
Okay,
I'll
so
be
you
happy.
need to withdraw on the
So
question.
have a
I'll
good time.
rephrase it. This document
And
is
drop
the
the
official
fucking
record
Assange
from the
bullshit.
Republican Convention on August
He's a fucking
29th,
criminal. Why didn't he release the
2020, right?
RNC emails?
And this documents what
The fuck outta
actually
here.
happened at that convention, right?
Yes.
And it documents that Mr. Choate was elected as a presidential.
He's just like the
elector
rest of
through
them.
the
He's just like the
Republicans, right?
billionaires.
Yes.
Okay. And so do you have any evidence that he didn't know he was elected as a
Facts and evidence.
elector for the Republicans? I mean, he knew that. Your
Hi,
evidence shows
Spot
he knew that,
Man.
right?
Good to see
Yes.
you.
Okay, thank you. So, given that he knew that, and he's a lay person, he doesn't have legal training, and he's at a meeting. Explain to me what evidence you have that would show Mr. Choate knew at that meeting he wasn't properly, that he knew the difference between a duly elected elector or an elected elector.
Okay,
Do you have
well,
any
okay.
evidence
If
to
it's
show Mr.
nothing
Choate even
changes,
knew there was a
okay.
distinction like that?
I don't know, Robert.
So
I mean, for real.
the distinction would be.
You
that-
constantly whine.
I would
You're
just ask
just
the witness to
whining
answer the
all the
question. Jeff, you
time.
never
Stop
Sorry, I
whining.
answered the question, yes or no. Instead of
Do
just
you
giving,
know?
if he never.
Oh my
answered enough.
God,
Okay,
the
objection
Robert,
is not
you are so
responsive.
fucking
To the
whiny.
extent that
I'm not
he's
having this
gonna- the
conversation.
question was a
I've
yes or
already
no question,
given
so
you
he does
like
have to give a
gems
yes or
of
no answer.
advice.
Do
And
you have
here
any
you're coming
evidence?
up with sophomoric
I'll-
So
retorts.
objection sustained. For the record.
Whatever. No,
Do you have any
don't pay
evidence
attention to him. He's thirsty
Mr.
for
Cho
views
Knew
and
the difference
is
between
very like
the term
misguided.
duly elected in the statute versus just being elected.
Fucking listens to Jimmy
Do you have any
Dore,
evidence to show
okay?
he knew
He
about
listens to Jimmy fucking Dore. He like constantly simps for Russian assets.
You
Get
don't,
the
do
fuck
you?
out.
I'm trying to think.
Take
I'm
your
not even
time.
gonna call you an
Take as long as you need
accelerationist,
to think.
Robert,
So,
because I don't even think you
duly-
know what an
duly elected-
accelerationist
Move to
is.
strike that last question.
Stricken.
Yeah, go find a weather girl or something. That seems to be more about what you're all about. So
Yeah, what evidence
You
do
can
you have
do-
that Mr. Choate knew the difference between being duly elected or elected?
The evidence would be duly elected in official capacity.
and
Are you
get
trying
your
to get
life on your way
let me
out.
stop you. Are you trying to get an understanding? Are you asking a clarifying question? Or are you answering his
I'm
question?
answering his question. Your
Okay,
Honor.
his question was a yes or no question.
Okay.
Do you have any
Yes,
evidence?
Yes.
Okay, what evidence do you have that Mr. Choate knew the difference?
So being a duly qualified elector would serve in an official capacity where you would.
No, sir, you're telling me what the statute says. We all know here, the attorney, we know what the statute says, okay? I'm asking you, did Mr. Choate know? What evidence do you
I
have
don't know
that
if
he knew the
Mr. Choate
difference?
knows.
We've established he's a layperson, he's
What
not a
did
lawyer. He
Mr.
doesn't know
Choate
the difference.
know?
What evidence do you
What did
have?
Mr.
that he
Choate
did?
know?
I would say that a layperson would know that meeting in the basement at the GOP headquarters, signing a document that wasn't at the Capitol building, and that with no.
Sir, that's unresponsive to my question.
Yeah, and
I
I
have a
believe
very
that-
specific question. What evidence
Is
do you
there an
have?
objection?
There
Hey,
is
there's an objection.
because- Well, I'm objecting to, I guess, a pseudo objection that it was non-responsive. I believe the witness's answer was responsive to the question, what evidence is there of Mr. Choate's knowledge?
Mr. Choate.
No, that's
Choate.
not my
That was,
question.
he had moved beyond that
Mr.
My
question.
question was
Choked.
very specific. What evidence did he have that my client knew the difference between duly
signature.
elected and elected, not overall everything else?
Because
That single
he's an
issue.
adult
because
and
you're
he's an
making a big
elector.
Okay,
deal.
I
we're dealing
feel
with
like he
the
should
election,
know.
the objection.
Okay.
And his response was that meeting in a basement and
He was basically laying out a bullet point list, and then council, I guess, objected that it was not
Objection,
responsive,
half-assed
but I believe
conjecture,
it was
please.
actually responsive.
Half-assed
well,
conjecture.
I guess if he had finished, maybe he would have said that those things was the reason why you believed he knew? Is that the
Yes,
evidence?
yes, Your Honor, that's what I'm trying to explain.
I don't know if that's, but I think that's where that can answer why he believed he knew, but that doesn't really answer his question, which is what evidence do you have?
Right.
Well, evidence can be
So,
circumstantial or
I-
direct,
I agree.
and I think some of the circumstances could lead to reasonable
Isn't that an
inferences,
issue
which
for
I
trial?
think is what the witness was laying out.
That's what I think he was going towards as
How do
well.
you, if I
So-
can just respond briefly, Jeff.
So-
How do you have circumstantial evidence whether Mr. Choate knew what the difference was between duly
Because
elected and
his
elected?
signature,
It's got nothing to do with
also,
anything else. This
his
is a very
experience
Well,
as
we
an
always have
elector.
circumstantial or direct
Okay.
evidence of
he was,
anything, right?
he was
Okay.
chosen as an elector at the Republican
Well,
convention. He
And
should
that can be
know
proven by both
what it means.
circumstantial and direct. We can't decide which one we like when it fits us, okay? So.
Ignorance is not an
really
excuse.
I think you had a quasi objection. And then you're objecting to the quasi objection. And so I'm gonna sustain your objection and overrule your quasi objection. There we go.
Thank you. So let me phrase it this way. You have no direct evidence that Mr. Choate knew the difference on December 14th between duly elected and elected, right?
Right.
Okay, thank you. So based on other circumstances, you assume he knew, right?
Yes,
You guessed that he knew.
the circumstantial evidence to
It's your
support it,
guess.
yes.
It's your guess, right?
I wouldn't consider it a guess, it's based on circumstances.
It's a
Okay.
deduction.
Yes, sir. If you're driving along the highway and the speed limit's a certain speed limit. Okay, do you know what, I mean, do you look at the signs? Do you know what the speed limit is?
Yes, that's what you're
Okay.
supposed to do.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you're driving 70 in a 55 zone and you get pulled over, you would have direct knowledge that you were driving 70 in that 55.
This isn't driving, sir. This isn't driving.
What's the
Because I'm trying to
Relevance.
get him to. I'm
You,
trying to
this is
analogize-
supposed to be an analogy is what you're doing?
Yes,
I'll allow analogy.
thank you.
Yes,
Okay. So you don't have that kind of a road sign to prove Mr. Choate knew what duly elected was, do you? You don't have that at all.
I don't have a road sign, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Exactly. So
Now, you said
basically,
something
Mr.
interesting
Choate
a
shouldn't
minute
be
ago.
wiping his own
You
ass
said-
at this point in time.
I
Is that
didn't
what you're
look into
telling me,
Mr.
sir?
Choate's taxes.
Like we
Remember
should
saying
do a
that?
wellness check on Mr.
Yeah.
Choate, maybe?
But you
Make
sure
sure
did
he's not
subpoena his
unsupervised?
records for the money that he was trying to raise to defend himself in this case, didn't you? You subpoenaed those records, didn't you?
Oh,
I
okay,
didn't
yeah.
subpoena.
Well, who did? Somebody from your office did.
Oh my
Did you
God.
do a search warrant? What'd you do?
Calm the fuck
did a search
down.
warrant.
You did, oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I used the wrong word. Search warrant. Okay.
Okay.
So why did
Your
you
Honor,
execute a
I'm
search
gonna ask
warrant?
this guy to stop
To
being
go
such a
after my
fucking prick.
client's fund me account to try to raise money to defend himself against the state. Why did you do that? What possible relevance does that have to this case?
Because you want to see if he's
Statements
laundering
made
money.
On the
You
page,
idiot.
and then all the other
Who's paying for
information
his
in the
defense?
request was to support ownership of the page.
What does ownership of the page have to do with
I
this case?
remember we
It's
went
a
through this.
GoFundMe page.
Because if statements are made, for example, saying that I'm a duly elected,
exactly.
qualified elector, or, you know, I committed this crime.
Yeah, sir. He
Those
said it.
statements are of
He not
value
only-
to the investigation.
Signed a
So
document.
you didn't
He
care about
said it.
knowing who all the people were who were donating to my client to help him out in his defense here? That wasn't part of what you wanted to know?
No,
So he
what'd you do
actually
with that
didn't subpoena
information?
the records. Okay.
Your
What
Honor,
it-
I'd ask that you clarify what he means by what that
What
information.
The
information?
donor information.
Thank you.
What did you do with the donor information?
well, Give Send Go uses a third, what I learned was Give Send Go uses a third party to manage that information. And once I learned that, I had no reason to go beyond that. And
So he
So-
didn't.
I obtained the necessary information that I had and subscriber information, and
Yeah,
that was it.
that was it.
So I would have had to submit another search warrant for that information, and I can't recall the name of the
We went
company
through
that they
this in the
used
last set of
to manage
hearings
that.
ad
So you did not
nauseum.
get
I mean,
donor
to the point of
information from the
vomiting.
account. Is that what you're saying?
No, and well, it may have, I can't remember what the printout is, but in terms of the account and money exchanges and stuff like that, the financial record, that's managed by a third party vendor.
My question, sir, was did you get the donor information from that account?
I don't know,
Pursuant to your search warrant?
I don't know what you mean by donor information.
Names, addresses, contact information.
No.
How much
Who?
they gave.
No,
Okay, you didn't get
He
any of that
didn't.
information.
no.
Okay. Well,
So now what?
It's not an objection, but a point of clarification as to when this search warrant was done. I don't know if that was asked.
I didn't ask.
Okay.
It's
You know
been
what? I
in
searched
the
all of it,
records.
that's all.
He's asking now.
It was, I believe it was sometime in August of 2023.
Okay. And can you explain to me why in the discovery information we received, I got a list of the amounts of money that were donated and the names and the records and all that. Where did it come from? Some other source or did it come from your search warrant?
I don't know that.
You got that information, Agent Shock. What'd you do with it?
Whoa.
The information that I received from Give, Send, Go did not contain all the records. Like I said,
Well, then
When
how did
you're
I
talk-
get it?
when you're talking about donor information, as I mentioned earlier, there may have been names that were listed on the screenshots.
Exactly.
the
There's
account,
names
but
of
it
the
didn't-
donors on the
or-
screenshot that he
or,
got because he was capturing the
that with
description of
dollar
the
amounts,
Give,
but
Send,
it was very
Go.
limited with that. So as you went on the
Refocus him on the point.
account, you could see, who's donating for some people.
Right.
Okay.
And amounts. I mean,
And amount. So
Okay,
trying to
so you did get the information.
So
What'd you do
trying-
with it?
trying to make the distinction.
I really
that
enjoyed
the
that
financial
space.
records
I really
were
did.
held by a third
That was
party.
really
I
good.
did
Jim
not get
hosted
that
a space
information.
last night on Twitter.
Anybody could go on this.
It looks like we might get
website
into a
and
regular
screen
rhythm
capture
here.
it,
I'm going to host a
for
space
the
on Monday
purposes
nights.
of looking at what
I
was
think
said
Jim will
on the
probably
website.
host a space on Wednesday nights, and then we'll have the lounge
All
on
right, let me just
Friday
get some
nights,
clarification here.
and
Yeah.
Rat Pot
What
on
you're saying is
Thursdays.
that
Woo!
the information he
Ooh, ooh,
is referencing, which is the
Ooh,
names and amounts,
ooh,
that's
ooh.
just something that was like
I'm good.
provided on like a page, like a list serve or some, a feed, I should say list feed.
Yeah, so it's, I believe it was on the side.
I wonder
like,
whose
when you
idea that
log in
was.
To the person's
Hmm.
account,
Let me think
you can
about
see
that.
their any photo that was
It was
listed,
Francis.
a statement that was made.
She's like,
And then along
we
that
should do a
side,
Monday
you could
space.
see
Like we
it was
should,
open
flood
source
the
information,
zone.
who
I
may
think
be
that's a great
donating
idea.
somewhere
Flood
in
the
anonymous
zone.
and stuff
Okay.
like that. So in
Flood the
order to
zone with
initially
love.
preserve that, I wanted to screenshot it. And then, of course, when I submitted the search warrant, I did not receive
Oh,
anything.
well, I think
I
you
can't
said
remember
something
the
about like
name of the
choose a
company
regular,
that they
like it
used,
would be
but
good to have a
I did not
regular
receive
day.
any
So that was your
information from
idea.
them, and I did not go forward with the search warrant for that information.
You didn't receive any information from Gibson, is it Gibson Go?
No, the other company they used
Oh,
for the
the third
financial
party.
records.
That kept the names and bank information of all
There's
of
an
the
easier way
donors.
to fucking
Is
that where-
explain
that you didn't
this,
receive
and I
that
can't
information?
stand
That's
it.
correct,
Yeah,
Your Honor.
take the
Okay,
credit.
but the
It's
Gibson
fine.
Go information, and I'm not very
Kinda
familiar
like
with Gibson
trivia,
Go.
just take the
Is it similar
credit.
to GoFundMe?
I believe so,
It's a
yeah.
payment
okay, so if
processor.
I-
GoFundMe
example,
or
I
Gibson Go
donate to
has
a
a payment
GoFundMe,
processor.
unless I click
Okay,
anonymous, my
every
name might
website
pop
that
up and
is
how much I
e-commerce has a
donated.
payment
Yes.
And so that's the
processor.
information you have.
Jesus
Where you
fucking
receive-
Christ.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, you can screenshot it on what's
I get that
there,
part.
again, trying to preserve the statements, but yes, that's available.
Did you get that information through screenshotting or through a subpoena? I mean, yeah, did you subpoena that information?
No, we did a search
Or
warrant
search, you got a search warrant?
for the.
You got that through the return or you screenshotted it?
No, I believe I screenshotted it.
Which it's public information, so it doesn't matter if he screenshotted it and somehow that is
You're aware
divulging
that
something
Mr.
because
Choate
that's
did not
public.
set up or establish that give send go account, correct?
I learned that.
Yeah. So how is anything in that then relevant to this case? Once you learn Mr. Choate had nothing to do with it, did not create the account, didn't set it up. Other
And then I
people
think
were
he
in
let it
control of
go.
How did that have any relevance to this case at that point?
Did-
Okay. Did you or your office do the investigation of the donors to that give send go account?
I did not.
It's not a
And
responsibility.
I was gonna say,
I-
you know, you did not. I said, did you or your office?
I don't know what, I mean, the office has hundreds of employees. I don't know.
Sir, you have the totality of this case here, your full investigation. You don't know whether somebody else in your office investigated donors who helped out Mr. Choate?
Donna, I'm gonna object. For
Relevance?
one, this witness has said multiple times he never received the donor information. He's answered also that he did not conduct an investigation on any donors related to Give, Send, Go and these defendants.
I think he said he doesn't know if anyone else in his office did, so
He
that's been
also did.
answered.
He did have the names of donors. He's already said that he did.
Move on.
So you're not aware of any investigation from your office either, of anybody else in your office, of the donors to Mr. Choate. to the
Relevance?
Give, Send, Go account that was for the benefit. of-
Not a lawyer, by the way. I'm
Is that
so
right?
sorry. I just can't
That's
help
right, sir.
myself.
All right, well, back to counts 1, 2, and 3. I mean, we've already established.
Oh,
there's
so
only
that
one
went nowhere,
document
guys.
that you're
That's
trying to work in
that's
the
what
two
you
counts
just
here,
saw. A
forgery
big
counts
fat
2 and
fucking
3.
zero.
And your testimony was pretty clear. My client did not make, alter, forge, or counterfeit that public record. So you've already said that. So
This is literally what this guy should have
could not
stood
have
up
committed
with
the
and
crime
just
of
said,
forgery
so my
under
client
either
wasn't
counts
involved
2
in
or
any
3.
of this. Is that
So
correct?
then
And
can
then
you
just
explain
ended
to
it.
me how he would be guilty of count 1, conspiracy to commit such forgery, if he did not commit the underlying crime of forgery?
Like I said, he signed the document, adopting the document, meeting with the other Republican electors at that time to vote, cast their votes.
Okay, so you don't have any evidence then regarding forgery by my client, that he participated. If he didn't participate in the actual forgery, how can he participate in a conspiracy to commit forgery? That's what I'm asking you, sir.
I'll answer it again. He
Sounds
signed
like
the
a legal
document,
question.
it's a false document,
All right,
adopting the document.
okay.
Not- okay.
Let me ask a couple other questions on the document. That was the public record. We're talking exhibit 11,
Okay.
and specifically pages 2 and 3. The certificate of vote and the signature page. What evidence do you have that that's a public record in the state of Michigan?
It was held in at the Secretary of State's office.
How did the Secretary of State get it? This was something that the Republican electors did on December 14th. They, according to you, you don't know what's in the envelope, but you think they tried to deliver it to the Capitol, but it was refused.
I believe it
So-
was sent by the National Archives or sent it to.
Oh,
Secretary of
okay.
State's office.
Who filed it with the state of Michigan? Did anybody file this record in Exhibit 11, pages 2 and 3?
Probably
Did
not, so that
anybody
they
file
could
it
cover up the
anywhere in
crime
state
and
of
have
Michigan?
plausible
State government,
deniability
local
like you're
government,
trying to do right now.
Township government, anybody, any government office in the state of Michigan. Did it get filed anywhere?
I don't know what the Secretary of State did with it.
Yeah, you don't know, do you? Because you don't have any evidence to show that this document, the certificate of vote and the signature page, got filed with any public governmental body in Michigan, right? You have no evidence to prove that, do you?
I received it from,
My question, sir, is do you have evidence it was filed?
I don't, I already answered that. I don't know, sir.
Well, you don't have, how can you not know? Do you have evidence or not? You either do or you don't.
Well, like this, I would say the question, the response was unclear. You don't know if you have evidence or you don't know
No.
if it was filed.
I I don't have evidence that it was filed with them,
Thank you.
other than they provided it to me.
They,
The Secretary of State officials, it was either,
Okay.
I believe it was Adam Prakazi.
and the copy that you got, was it stamped by the Secretary of State as having been filed as a formal document with the state of Michigan? Do you have anything like that? Any evidence to show that?
No,
Okay, so how, going back to these counts of forgery, it has to be of a public record. What public record was forged?
this was presented as a public record.
No, no. This says you have to have made, altered, forged, counterfeit, a public record falsely. It's not public, sir. How can it be a public record if it's not filed with any government agency and it's not public?
It was,
Counsel?
I believe the witness was getting ready to answer the question and then counsel asked another question. I'd ask the witness to be allowed to deliver his answer
The
first.
first question.
I'll withdraw the
agreed.
first question. I'll stick to my second question.
Okay, well, what's your second question?
Is how can it be a public record if it's not filed or in the records of any public governmental agency in the state of Michigan?
it was, it,
Dun, 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 dun.
to answer your question, it was not filed,
You gotta let him answer.
it was not,
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun,
it's
dun,
not filed.
dun,
Well,
dun, dun,
I can't answer that question because I don't know the procedures the Secretary of State uses to file public documents and make them publicly available.
Hey.
I don't know.
Really? Okay. The only reason this is public is because you guys made it public, right?
Yeah.
In your investigation, and you put it out there, that made it public, but that doesn't make it a public record. does it?
No.
Thank you.
Yeah, see, I'm gonna punch you. Yeah. Punch.
So,
Wrong way.
If
Punch.
there's no public record, my client had nothing
Oh,
to
it's
do
overwhelming
with
fingers.
forging, altering, making,
Ooh.
counterfeiting this document in any way whatsoever. How is it
He said he
possible?
didn't know
for
if it
him
was
to have
filed or not, so
committed
how would
or
he
been part of
know?
a
God, right,
conspiracy
baby? I'm so.
commit forgery that he had nothing to, that doesn't exist, that the underlying
Many,
crime
many
doesn't
maggot
apply to.
lawyers.
How is that possible?
Many maggots.
So your client met on December 14th, 2020 at the Michigan GOP headquarters, signed the document, walked over to the Capitol, attempting to serve the document with others. The document was then sent off to the National Archives as well. They already had a legitimate slate of electors in place. And that ceremony was taking place at the time.
And what does that, any of that have to do with forgery?
This is not a legitimate document.
Where is that in the law?
It's not
sir?
a
Where does it
legitimate-
say It's not a
Excuse me?
legitimate document.
Are you
Well, it's
fucking
not
kidding me
alternate,
right
I
now?
don't see that in the law here.
It's not recognized by this state of Michigan. so
They are not
therefore
duly
it would be
elected.
A legitimate document. The other gentleman from the Senate also said this is not a legitimate document.
I think I get your answer. And once again, just so we're clear on the record, you have no idea what was actually in that envelope that was being held by Attorney Northam, do you? You have your guess, you have your
It's a
suspicions.
circumstantial stuff.
Sure, but
Yes.
you don't know
Yes.
what was in that folder, or
Yes.
in that manila envelope, do you?
Only all
Yeah.
the words of
You do
the
know? No,
I mean,
criminals
I'm sorry, I
themselves,
asked
sir.
that
Just the
poorly. Yeah,
words
is
of
that
the
correct
criminals
that you-
That's correct.
themselves.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah, and Cheese Bro.
Now, you said one other thing, and this is the
Oh,
last
and all
point
the
on
email
the first three
chains.
counts here. When I
Oh,
asked
and the
you, how is it
videos.
false, what Mr. Choate did, and we talked about
Oh,
everything
and
that's
the
on
photos that they
page
took.
2 of the certificate of vote.
Yes.
And again, you have no evidence that Mr.
Oh,
Choate
and the
ever
fact
saw
that they sent it to the
Understand.
archives.
But you said one other thing. You said it was mailed.
Oh, that
to
they
the
tried to
federal
get it to
government, right?
Vice
To the
President
archivist
Pence.
And the Senate President's office, right?
Yes.
Okay. What evidence do you have that my client, Mr. Choate, mailed that document to either the archivist or the Senate President's office? What evidence do you have?
I don't.
Okay. So you literally have no evidence that Mr. Choate did anything falsely. Because all four of those things, you just admitted you can't prove. or
His
you have no
signature
evidence
on
that
the
he knew about,
document. He is complicit.
right?
I
Sorry.
think I've answered the questions, but
All right.
like I
think you
said,
have. You're probably right. I'll move on.
This is just
One
a
last- did you-
performance.
do you
This
have any
is
evidence that Hank
performance
Choate
art. This
filed
isn't a
The
defense.
certificate of vote in the signature page. Again, so the record's clear, pages 2 and 3 of exhibit 11. Do you have any evidence that Hank Choate filed that anywhere?
No.
Do you have any evidence that he published it anywhere? That he put it out for anybody else to see?
No.
Okay. And did that document?
What about his social media
the
after
Republican
that? How was
document
it?
we're talking about now, the
Okay.
certificate of vote, the 2 pages. Did that document forge Governor Whitmer's signature on it?
Could you repeat that question again?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Did somebody forge Governor Whitmer's signature on their certificate of vote for the electors?
On exhibit 11?
Yeah,
No.
on pages 2 and 3.
No.
Okay. And did that document, again, pages 2 and 3 of exhibit 11,
So,
falsely claim to be an official state document with the seal of the state of Michigan?
No.
so tell me,
Did that document
if the
falsely
crime
claim
and the
to
criminals
be
were
a certificate of
stupid,
ascertainment?
No.
can they really be held responsible if they're too dumb to really do it well?
Did
Like,
that
doesn't
document
quality
claim to
matter
be
in this
the
case?
official legally required elector certification from the governor, from Governor Whitmer? Did it
Mr.
claim that in
Pillowhead,
there?
he's from
No.
No.
he's from Wisconsin.
So how is it a
Wait.
forgery, sir? I mean, you
I
see
guess-
the Democrat.
is he in
that's
Michigan? I don't
what
think
they
he's.
did.
Oh, he's in
Their-
Minnesota.
their
He's in
agreement,
Minnesota.
Their list of the votes, everything else, and you've admitted it looks totally different from what the Republicans did on the 14th of December. How did they forge anything? If it doesn't even look like the same thing, there's no seal, there's no governor's
Dude,
signature, there's no.
Dude, you need to
certificate of
calm down.
ascertainment.
This is not the
How is it a
Columbo
forgery?
Matlock moment you were
intended
hoping
purpose-
for. Okay.
Was to serve as a certificate of votes for the Republican electors.
So because of the purpose behind it, so
Yeah.
that's what makes it a forgery, even though the
That's
document
right.
is clear,
Welcome
two
to the
clearly
case.
separate documents. It's just their intent that you infer.
Are you asking the question?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Come on, Skippy.
I think
Next
it would be
question.
Forgery. Let's say you're investigating a case. Okay. I won't say, let's say a police officer is investigating a case. I'm doing this as a hypothetical.
Okay.
Okay. And they're investigating it. And they insert information in the police report that's false. That's not true. Okay, you with me?
Yes.
All right. Well, they're purporting in the police report that the criminal, the alleged perpetrator did something. And they put it in their report. Is that forgery?
Objection, Your Honor. Ask this witness to cause for a legal conclusion and also
Well,
relevance.
It's the same thing that he's charging my client with forgery. I'm asking him if he would consider it if a police officer did it to be
That's not.
forgery.
There's not the same
He's-
situation at
I'm
all.
allowing the question because he was previously asked about what he would consider to be a forgery, and I think he's trying to understand, well, it goes to credibility, but he's trying to understand his mindset or his thought process and how he got to the determination of allegation of forgery in this instance by using an analogy.
But I don't think the circumstances are analogous when we're talking
Well,
about.
I don't think they are either.
Well,
They're not
It's not a great analogy for
Well,
me,
I'll-
but
for
if
the
it
record-
helps him.
Okay, no, for the record then, I'll put this in the record where I'm getting my analogy from. People v. Thomas, 182 Mishap, 255 in 1989 Court of Appeals decision. A police officer was charged with forgery under this statute for including false information in a police report. Forgery. That's why I'm asking this
So
hypothetical.
what?
And he was found not to be guilty of forgery.
Okay.
Just so the record, that's my
Circumstances of that
basis. There
case?
is a real good solid basis for this question.
Oh
No,
my
That's why I'm
lord.
asking him, does he think that would be
That's
forgery?
weak.
I'm aware of the case. I'm still saying the analogy isn't relevant or
They're not the
analogous
same.
to these circumstances. We're not talking about a false statement in a police report. We're talking about a fraudulent, a counterfeit public record.
alleged.
Well, that's what they're claiming my client did. It's a false statement in a public record that we've now established as a public, but it's a false statement that my
His
client didn't even
testimony
know
It was
about.
also made public, by the way. They sent it
Well,
out
his
after they
statement
did
was
it.
that Exhibit 11 wasn't publicly filed.
But he specifically asked him,
I'm asking about the analysis.
following up on that. So was it a public record, to which he conceded it was not a public record then?
Right,
Yeah, Exhibit 11.
Well,
right.
that's what he's talking about now.
I know, and I'm saying, but the police report is there.
I agree. I don't think the analogy is great for me. I think that maybe it's helping him in some regard, trying to understand Agent Shock's determination in this matter. I'm allowing the analogy to the extent that he can answer. It doesn't help me, though.
Would you, let me ask this, if a police officer put false information in a police report, would you agree with the Court of Appeals that that would not be forgery? Simply by putting false
Because
information.
there's not
in
enough
a public
information for him
police
to
report
make
and a
that
public report?
conclusion.
I-
He doesn't know the
I would
facts of
say
that
that's
case.
lying.
Of course.
I don't
Of course.
I don't authorize or write the charges. I'm not a prosecutor. So
Right.
again, I'm trying to draw a legal conclusion on that.
Just
I would
say you
say certainly
can't.
it's lying.
Right, it's not, you would agree with Court of Appeals, it's not forgery, is it?
No,
Just
you
because there's
don't
false
know the
information.
oh
If
my
that's what the
fucking
Court of
God.
Appeals says, then that's what it is.
But you're saying there's false information in the certificate of vote,
This is stupid.
and you have information, my client never saw that page, and yet that's evidence you forged. You see my.
I know the judge is just
question?
letting
Yeah,
everything
mean,
in.
how
I
do
know
you
that.
Square those points.
I know. She's letting the
Your Honor,
lawyers
I
hang
have to
themselves.
check. There is no evidence on this record that Mr. Choate never saw the second page
I asked
of
him.
Exhibit 11.
Well, he said he didn't have
There's
any
no
evidence.
Right. So he's got no evidence.
He
my
had no
client
evidence
saw.
that Mr. Schultz saw.
Right,
That doesn't mean that there's no evidence that exists. What he's saying is he doesn't have any evidence. Is that your
Right.
objection?
Yes,
So then it's sustained.
thank you.
You might need to rephrase your question.
I'll move on, thanks. You agree that given what we've just gone through on this, that this certificate of vote was prepared as an alternate slate of electors from the Republican Party. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't.
No, no.
Okay, but you have evidence of that, don't you?
Statements, I have statements, yes, that just say that there was an alternate slate.
Yeah.
And in fact, yesterday, Mr. Gilbert started his cross-examination of you. You said right at the beginning, he asked you, do you have any exculpatory evidence regarding Mr. Thompson? Remember that? When he asked you that
I
question?
do, yes.
Okay. Attorney General objected, it was overruled, and then you answered about exculpatory evidence regarding Mr. Thompson. You said, quote, everything I found supported guilt. Do you remember saying that?
I don't.
That's what you said yesterday, sir. I wrote it down because I couldn't believe what I was hearing. So for the purpose of my question, accept that that's what you said yesterday.
Okay.
Everything I found supported guilt. That's not true, is it?
Why would you accept that?
I found, everything that I found supports the affidavit.
That's not what I asked you, sir. You said everything I
it's-
found supported guilt, and that's not true, is it?
No, because the jury determines that.
No, you determined that. You made these
Yeah.
decisions in your
No,
affidavit.
he's the
and you were saying
investigator.
my
He comes
client's
to a
guilty of all these
conclusion.
crimes, and he
Fucking
did it.
dick.
And here's the evidence. And when you were asked for exculpatory evidence, you said, everything I found supports guilt. And I'm asking you, that's not true, is it? Because
No.
you have evidence that does not support guilt.
I misspoke. It's up to a jury to determine that. Everything that I have in my investigation supports the affidavit in the investigation.
Really? Do you have a copy of your affidavit in front of you?
I do not.
This Turner is here. I'm not sure if this is a good thing.
Well, I'll just ask. Yeah, that's probably right. Paragraph 35 of your affidavit from
Okay.
January excuse me, July, I think you said 18th of 23. You said Trump campaign aide Sean Flynn spoke to Republican candidates for electors at the Republican headquarters in Lansing. So again, this was the December 14th meeting.
Yes.
About, quote, an alternate slate of electors. Do you recall putting that in your affidavit?
Yes.
Okay. So isn't that evidence that goes against your determination that my client's guilty?
Well, there's been many people have said that there's an alternate slate, and there's been many people that have said that no, we are electors and this is the legitimate slate. So
Okay.
there's again, and I know the totality of all the information provided.
But again, the totality
You know what?
because
That's not
here's right
funny.
in your affidavit. You admit,
That's not true.
you acknowledge Sean Flynn, the attorney for Mr. Trump, told Mr. Choate, my client, and the other electors that they were an alternate slate of electors, and you put it right in your affidavits, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the exhibits that were introduced yesterday by Attorney Bellata, exhibits D and E, defense exhibits, from D was Ms. Sean Maddock and E was Ms. Facinello, I think. We're full of statements saying the same sorts of things, that this is alternate, that this is only in case things get overturned, right? There's all kinds of evidence in those two exhibits that refute your claim of guilt, right?
I wouldn't say it's my claim of guilt. There's all sorts of
It's
statements.
a yes
that
or no, sir. It refutes your claim of guilt. I know you can say, I have all this other evidence, but this evidence refutes what you're saying, yes or no?
Refutes the evidence that I have?
No, refutes your claim that there's no other evidence.
No,
There is evidence.
There is evidence
Okay,
that
thank you.
show that people have made statements about being an alternate slate.
Okay. And doesn't that go to intent, sir?
Yes.
So when my client's at this meeting on December 14th, and an attorney stands up in front of him, he's not an attorney, he's a leg farmer from Jackson. Okay, and he's sitting here, and an attorney stands up and says, hey, we're just doing this as alternate slates, just in case kind of thing. You don't think that goes to my client's intent?
Is that what he said?
Intended to commit any crime
Is that
at
what
all?
they said?
But I also have information.
Do you have
Yes,
evidence, sir,
and
that was
I
said
also
to
have
them?
information that other people.
Objection,
Well,
now he's
you're-
running on, he's not.
Yeah, I
answering
mean,
the
No.
question.
so the answer is yes, that would be evidence.
Oh
that
my
client had
God,
no
this is
intent to
stop.
defraud
This is
anybody, right?
terrible.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. My client was at that meeting on December 14th of 2020. And Sean Flynn, the attorney for President Trump, stood up and said, you guys are an alternate slate of electors. And that's the information being given to my client. That is evidence that he had no intent to defraud or commit fraud or forgery or do anything criminal. Isn't that true? Yes or no?
No.
No?
I
So you don't think that goes to his intent at all?
Asked and answered.
No, because it's one person's statement.
Okay. So you ignored it then? You don't believe it happened? You don't believe?
Oh my
Attorney Flynn
God,
stood up and
because
said
he
that?
has refuting evidence,
I didn't ignore it.
shithead.
And I believe that it was said.
Who was fooled or deceived by the certificate of vote of the Republicans that pages 2 and 3?
So I'm going to
of
go
Exhibit 11?
try to go back
Who
to,
was
since it
fooled by
didn't
that?
succeed,
Anybody?
could it possibly
fooled?
have happened? If a tree falls in the forest, did it really fall?
Could you clarify, what do you mean by full?
Well, were you tricked? I mean, when you saw that document, did you think, oh man, these guys are the real electors? Oh, the Democrats aren't the electors. These guys are the real electors. Were you fooled or tricked or deceived in any way?
I wasn't fooled by that.
Okay. You weren't tricked or deceived in any way, were you?
Tricked. My interpretation of
You didn't
trick meaning
fall for it.
somebody
I'm
tried
wondering
to
if
trick
this
me
is
by
going to
giving
No, I'm
me.
saying, were you
backfire.
tricked? Did you fall for it?
Nobody presented it
In
to
that
me to
maybe
trick
that
me.
means that your
Okay.
clients weren't tricked and weren't fooled. They knew and they complicitly did what they did. Oh my goodness. Counselor, I think this might
Can you
backfire on
name
you,
one
sir.
person,
I don't know,
one
just guessing.
individual who was injured or defrauded by any action my client took? Any person. I'm not talking about the state of Michigan. I'm talking about any person.
Yep. Yeah, me. Because
Say the
they're working
people
to
of the
erode
state of
trust in
Michigan.
our
I
election
can't
systems,
say that. I'm
which
not
is
talking in
dangerous to
general.
all
I
of
said
us.
a person,
Thank
an
you.
individual. Are you aware of any individual person who was defrauded or injured in any way by
Yes,
any
me.
action, Mr.
Me,
Choate?
counselor.
Yes.
Your Honor,
I was
I'm
injured.
going
The-
to object. One, that's not required by the statute. And it's not a legal requirement that one individual be named and as an injured party. As the witness has testified, the complainant in this matter is the people of the state of Michigan, and that is sufficiently.
I'm trying to pin it down, Judge.
It's not a
That it's
requirement.
only the state of Michigan and not anybody else. That he's not making some claim that Tom Smith up in Cadillac, Michigan got defrauded because of anything that my client did. That's what I'm trying to nail down.
And the witness said, he repeated again that the complainants were the people of the state of Michigan, and that is legally
Lee,
sufficient.
an
I
actual
agree.
citizen of
But the
Michigan,
answer
is injured by having to
been
listen
given.
to this nonsense.
Let me
Okay,
ask it
objection
this way.
sustained.
Thank you.
Mr. Schott, is there any other victim besides the state of Michigan in your mind through any of these actions or the charges that have been brought here? Are there any other victims other than the people in the state of Michigan?
Yes.
Who?
There was a lawsuit that was filed in Kent County that claimed to be victims of these actions.
Oh, yeah, let's get into that. What involvement did you have in that lawsuit?
I didn't have any involvement, sir.
Oh, you didn't talk to the attorneys in that case? You didn't?
I reviewed the material.
Oh, you reviewed the material for them. Okay. And what else did you do to help them out?
And help anybody out. Like I said, I didn't talk to them.
Well, what'd you review stuff for if you're not helping them out?
I wanted to look at what the case was, and as you mentioned, were there any other victims? So that was part of the investigation to determine that, and that's what I found.
Okay, who are the plaintiffs in that case, civil suit?
I don't recall.
Weren't they Democrat electors?
Yes, they were Democratic electors. I thought you were
Okay.
asking me for names.
Well, if you don't know the names,
I
Might
don't
as
know they were
well
Democrat electors, right?
Yes, sir.
appeal to
Okay.
heaven.
So
I think you
explain to the
should, Lee.
court
I think you should file a
how-
lawsuit.
those three Democrat electors who filed a civil suit have been harmed in any way. Were they stopped from voting? Were they kicked out as Democrat electors?
You're not
How were they
litigating
harmed?
this case in this
They
courtroom,
laid that
sir.
out in the complaint. I don't, I'd have to
Oh, okay.
refer to the
So
complaint.
you don't really know. Okay. All right.
Yes,
I understand that Mr. Renner is here.
I understand
Oh,
that
I
as
don't know
well.
if this
I'm
is
happy
a-
to stop. That's fine.
Or if you want to, I don't know how you want to do this, because I know you still want to do it for lunch.
I'll stop here. That's
Well,
fine.
no, we're gonna start Mr. Renner,
Yeah, yeah, that's.
but we're
good.
going to have a 2-minute recess because I need to arraign someone, and then that'll give everybody time to stretch, get adjusted. We'd be lucky if we make it through another winter. Let's see here. Okay, back on the record. Okay, we have a new witness here. The people have called.
James Renner.
James Renner, Mr. Renner, if you could raise your right hand. You solemnly
Okay, you
swear or
jumped
affirm
ahead
the
in
testimony you're
time.
going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. Counsel, you can proceed.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Renner, you start by telling us how old are you, sir?
I'm 77.
And could you tell us briefly about your work history?
Well, I worked on a farm when I was a kid, okay, and then went to Michigan State,
worked my through college, being a pipe fitter.
I'm gonna ask you to try and keep your voice up.
Yeah,
Okay.
please pull the
Yeah, I worked
fucking
myself through
microphone.
Michigan State. And during that time, I began working with Michigan State Police. I worked with them for 7 years. And as soon as I graduated, began my master's program, and then I left and I went with General Foods in manufacturing production management. And I took another couple jobs, and then I ended up with a global employer in Grand Rapids, where I worked for 31 years, and ended up as a senior director for global HR.
Now, is it fair to say that at a certain point you were an active volunteer for activities within the Republican Party?
That's correct.
And when did you start volunteering for Republican Party events?
I retired about 11, 12 years ago, and when I retired, I began becoming far more active. So I'd say about 11 years.
And what kind of things did you do for the events?
Okay. I attended the monthly meetings of the Clinton County Republican Party. I assisted the chairman at that time, Janelle, and then posters, putting up signs, when there were public events, I helped with traffic, attended meetings, a couple meetings that she requested I attend because she could not, and basically precinct level work, because that's the level that I felt comfortable with, and I was a precinct delegate for 2 terms.
And when you say Janelle, are you referring to Janelle Leonard?
That's correct.
Have you ever been held any elected offices within the state of Michigan?
Other than precinct delegate, no.
And have you ever been formally nominated as a candidate for presidential?
No.
Now, I'm going to ask you some questions about December 2020. Do you remember on the 14th of December in the year 2020 attending a meeting at the Michigan GOP headquarters?
That's correct, I did.
Do you recall first when you were notified about attending that meeting?
I was notified either the prior.
Excuse me, Your Honor, before we get too much farther, there's another person in the courtroom that hasn't been here before, and I'd just like there to be a record of who that person is, besides the witness and attorneys and defendants, and Mr. Shaw.
Are you talking about this individual here?
Yes.
Okay, so what's your name?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Attorney Clint Westbrook, Mr. Renner's personal attorney.
Oh, okay, counsel for the witness. Thank you for the
Thank you.
record. You can proceed.
I don't know if I asked you when or how, so we'll just start with this. When were you notified about attending the meeting that took place on December 14th, 2020?
It was either the 12th or the 13th of December, which would have been, the 14th was Monday, 13th was Sunday, and the 12th was Saturday. It was either Saturday or Sunday.
And who notified?
Janelle Leonard.
What information were you given about the purpose of the meeting?
Objection, hearsay.
The objection is hearsay. Did you want to respond or are you going to withdraw your question?
I'm going to withdraw the question and I'll circle back to it.
That was Gilbert.
Okay. Now, the conversation that you had with Ms. Leonard about attending the meeting, was that the reason why you went to, I guess it's the Sekia Center in Lansing?
Right.
Okay, so it was based on the information that Ms. Leonard provided you during that call that is why you attended the meeting?
She did not call me. It was an invitation via email, which was the normal process that she requested it either at the meeting or by email.
Yeah, the actual meeting was December 14th.
I was a slave to phones for 40 years. I don't like phones. So I responded. It was a request by Janelle to fill in as an elected.
Objection.
Well,
Again,
I've got a-
hearsay.
I've got a follow-up question before I get into that.
Okay, there was objection, you said to hearsay?
Yes, Gilbert Thompson.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to lay a foundation.
Okay, thank
So,
you.
absent that email from Ms. Leonard, you would not, you wouldn't have been at the meeting on the 14th, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what information were you given by Ms. Leonard that led you to attend that meeting on December 14th? And that's going towards effect on the listener, not for the truth of the matter.
Objections overruled.
One of the electors was not coming. And it was the presumption that the individual was ill because of COVID.
Now, when you were asked to attend because an elector was unavailable, at the time that you received that email, did you know how the presidential electoral process worked?
No,
Did you know how electors were selected or candidates for elector were selected?
no,
Did you know what, if any, events triggered any duties by the electors?
no,
And did Ms. Leonard provide any of that information in her email asking you to attend the December 14th meeting?
no.
Did you have any time to do
I
any
am
research
checking.
on your own before the December 14th meeting?
No,
Did you actually attend the December 14th meeting?
yes, I did.
Do you recall what time you arrived at the meeting?
I arrived at 11:45.
And where was that meeting held?
It was at the Sekia Center, which I'll use that term interchangeably with, I think you call it the GOP headquarters. Okay. It was named after a family that I know. So it was at the Sekia Center at 11:40. It was on Seymour Street.
And you said you arrived at about 11:45?
That's correct.
Okay. What do you do after you arrive at the Secular Center?
Then I went to the front door and told them who I was, and they allowed me to come out.
And were you told beforehand that you'd have to give your name, or did they ask for your name at the door?
I think they asked for my name at the door.
Do you remember who you provided your name to?
No, I do not.
And do you recall if when you provided your name, well, first of all, the person.
I think it'll be orange smoke.
Male,
I think you just have to look
probably,
for the orange smoke.
Mid to late 50s.
Yeah, they're now deliberating after rehearing testimony this morning. So they are right now. I'm looking at New York Times updates. They've been deliberating for 7 hours and 48 minutes.
I stand and wait. There's about 3 or 4 other people in that general area. Yeah, 3 or 4 in that general area. I presume they were lucky.
Did you know any of the people that you were waiting around with?
No.
Do you know about how long you were waiting in that area?
Maybe 5 to 7 minutes.
And where do you go next within the center?
We go down the stairs to the basement to the large room that we went into.
And how did you know to go down to the basement?
We were led by an individual. I presume they were one of the workers. And they asked us to follow them, and we went to the room.
Now, when you go down to the basement, is it just you and the other people that were standing upstairs, or are there people already in the basement?
If I remember correctly, there are people already in the basement.
And when you get down there, do you recognize any of the people that are in the basement?
I don't recognize the person, no.
Are you able to describe the layout of the room in the basement?
Yeah, the basement was about half a size larger than this one. Okay. And you come down and you enter, and it was a large room. We went to our right, which is the north. Okay. Chairs were around there and tables behind there. And that's where we were seated. Okay. folks on the table. There are individuals already in the room, some in the back far corner, maybe more than that. I think there are tables divided to one on either side of the door.
And are you able to tell us about how many people were in the basement?
Well, there are 16 elected, okay, and then there were maybe up to 30, because there are a number of other individuals standing in the back, maybe the back, if you want to take the back right. Individuals, again, I've never seen, but they were not seated. I think most of them.
And about how long after you are directed down to the basement does the meeting begin, if you remember? Do you recall how the meeting started or who started the meeting?
If I remember correctly, one of the either Kathy Burton or Myra Rodriguez introduced the meeting, okay, and began the meeting that way.
Began the meeting
Good,
by
glad to hear
introducing
it.
themselves or just saying.
Introducing themselves, and then that.
Telling you, they
led
don't have
to
stamina. I'll tell you
each
that
one
right
of the
now. MAGA has no
electors,
stamina.
introducing themselves by their first name.
I'm sorry, I know he's hard to hear.
Now, are you familiar with Robert's rules?
Yes.
Was this a meeting that operated in accordance with Robert's rules?
Not that I recall.
Okay, can you kind of describe how this meeting operated for us?
As I remember, it was more, it was more informal, in that the information was disseminated, if I remember correctly, by Myra or Kathy. But there was another individual that spoke to, but I can't remember who that individual was, not elected. And it was basically an informal saying, this is what we're going to do. This is what the purpose of it is. And then throughout the meeting, after one sequence was done, then the next sequence would be introduced.
Okay. So I want to start with, as you refer to it, the first sequence.
Yes.
Now, you said that informally, there were speakers who would basically advise, this is why we're here, this is what we're going to do. Are you able to tell us who the first speaker was and what that speaker advised?
I cannot. I am, because of the time, I was more, I cannot, no. I was more looking at the process and what was going on than actually people.
All right, well, let's try it this way. The first segment.
Yeah.
You said there was a first segment and then a second segment.
Yeah.
How did the first segment end?
Well, the first segment was the introduction to I'm Jim, Sally, whatever. And then there was a vote because there were two electors that needed to be validated and voted on because they were replacement electors, myself included and another individual. So sequentially, I think I went first. There was a voice vote by the electors on validating that I was elected as a replacement. And then the other one, the same process was used for the second person.
And at the time that these voice votes occurred, you had no reason to doubt that this was the process, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And can I add a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay. Because at the precinct level, it's done like this all the time. Okay, more informal voice votes, things of that sort. And that's what I was accustomed to, is the precinct level. County meetings, precinct, so that's not
Based on what vote totals, sir?
fine.
Now, after the voice vote, where you are voted in as an elector, is it then explained to you how your duties are triggered?
No, I don't recall any of that occurring. You hired on that? No, I do not remember that.
And was the voice vote where you were replacing an elector, was that the end of segment 1?
That was the end of segment 1. That was important. So that segues into the second activity.
Now, do you recall any documents being signed after the voice vote to formally, I guess, identify you as an elector or a candidate for elector?
Part of that was the second. There was a form that was shown to that verified that I was a replacement for an elector by the name of Gerald Wall. That was a form, and it was already pre-printed because it was already ready. In passing, because I requested copies of material and obviously never received copies of it.
So was that signed during the first segment or the second segment? Okay.
Actually, it had been done prior to that because it was almost instantaneous. After the voice vote was successful, I saw that.
One second, Your Honor.
No problem.
Permission to approach? Yes. Sir, I'm going to show you the 5th page of People's Exhibit 11. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that, sir?
Certificate of filling vacancies of the 2020 electoral position.
Okay, and was that the document that was signed following the voice vote that had you replacing Mr. Wall?
I didn't see anything being signed, but this was shown to me. That's correct. This is a document.
Was it shown to you with signatures already on it or unsigned?
Signatures already on it.
Oh, okay. Now, how did segment 2 begin?
Segment 2 began, to the best of my recollection, is that explaining what the purpose of this was. The purpose was to develop a slate of.
Oh, I didn't get there yet.
Oh,
So,
I'm
so
I'm gonna object that she's not letting the witness finish.
well, I asked how did it begin, and he
And
said,
she interrupted him.
Yeah, because it was not responding to our question. So the objection's overruled.
Okay.
thank you. So, if I heard you correctly, segment 2 begins with an explanation of basically the
If
purpose
you
of the
swing,
meeting.
you
Purpose of the
better not
meeting.
miss.
Who is giving that explanation?
Again, I have to let you know that memories are hazy, like 41 months or something of that sort. And it was, to the best of my recollection, it was Ms. Rodriguez.
Can you speak up a little louder, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Do you need the witness to repeat that
Yes,
answer?
please.
Could you repeat your answer?
It was either Ms. Rodriguez or Ms. Bird.
Okay. And when either Ms. Burden or Ms. Rodriguez explained the purpose of the meeting, what was their explanation?
The explanation was twofold. The first was to develop a slate of candidates, alternate candidates that would be presented to the state senate by 2 o'clock that day. I'll also be used in the event that there was a successful recount. Found that President Trump had won the general election, that it would be used at that time, and the electors would not have to reconvene a second time.
Now, at the time that this purpose is being explained at the meeting, did you have your own independent understanding of how a recount is requested in the state of Michigan?
No, I did not.
Did you know whether or not a recount had been requested?
No, I did not.
Now, with regards to the explanation that an alternate slate was going to be created, was a document presented that was to identify the members of that alternate slate?
Yes, correct.
And did you see that document on December 14th,
Yes, I did.
2020?
Yes.
Okay, permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yeah, you don't need to have permission.
I'm sorry, it's just habit. I'm gonna hand you again People's Exhibit 11. I'm going to draw your attention to the second and third pages.
Yes, I saw this, that's correct.
Okay.
And that's the signature page. Yes, I saw that.
And were those two pages presented on December 14th, 2020 as part of the second segment?
To my recollection, they were, yeah.
And on that third page, is your signature on there?
Yes.
And are you able to describe like how the members signed the document? Was it one at a time? Was the document passed around? Where was the document located?
Okay. Again, to the best of my recollection, the document was in a base. It was, I think it was on a table that was inside or just outside the room. The individuals were called up singularly, to my situation, singularly, to review and to sign the document.
Did anyone appear hesitant to sign the document? Excuse me.
Not to my knowledge.
Doesn't it
And
sound
did
like an Agatha
anybody
Christie novel?
advise that electors are supposed to vote in the Senate chamber?
No.
And that third page, does that bear 16 signatures?
Did any of these people bother to understand what their role was? Any of them?
Was
They had
anybody
from
forced
August.
to sign that document?
I didn't really witness other people. I was primarily interested in.
Were you blind?
But to my knowledge, no.
And after the document was signed, what's the next thing that happens during the meeting?
He doesn't
Okay,
want to
then
lose
after
his
that,
spot
I
at the
think-
Friday poker night game. You know what I mean?
What I remember, okay, is began to talk about the process that was used to have the electors actually be located somewhere in the area next to the state, next to the capital annex, because they wanted as many of the electors to be available when the document was presented to the
And just so I have a clear understanding, the next step in this meeting was the document that was signed
that's right.
was to be presented that same day to the state senate. Is that correct?
Exactly.
And did you go to the state senate in an effort to have that document presented?
We went to the capital annex, okay, which is runs west of the capital. We never were
Who's
allowed
we?
in, so we never went to the state senate. No.
Were there, do you recall how many Republican candidates for elector went to the Capitol Annex?
I could not tell you how many. I know there were some. And the reason is that we were walking towards the state annex. I was in the very front. And there are two reasons. First of all, visually, I could not see it. And second,
Oh, you
I really
flip like a
didn't
pancake.
know who was an elector. And who was not. I only talked with one individual of any substance at the meeting.
Do you remember who that was?
Guys, farmer from Hillsdale, I think.
Okay. So of the 16 electors, and I'm including you in that number, you spoke with one of them. Was it about this process or was it about something totally
More
different?
about farming.
So did you have an opportunity to talk to any of the other electors about their understanding of the process?
Not really, no.
Nothing yet from New York.
I'm going to show you the fourth page of, well, the fourth photo from exhibit 26. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that photo?
Well, that was the photo that was taken.
And we have 77 viewers, 10 of you, 9 on YouTube, 1 on Twitch, and 67 on Twitter. Thanks, everybody. I sure appreciate
And who's
everyone.
contained in that photo?
Well, it looks like all the electors, Michelle, I think Kellen's there, I think it's me, Marion.
I'm sorry.
Oh, speak up some more.
Yes, please.
Okay, that's fine, I'm sorry. Myself, the individual I talked to from Hillsdale, Marion Sheridan.
Come and join the smartest chat on YouTube and the nicest over here on YouTube at Real Lolo.
And you said this photo was taken at the conclusion of the meeting?
Yes.
Do you know about how long the meeting lasted before the parties left to go to the annex?
I want to say it was an hour or an hour and 15 minutes in that room.
And you know about what time the group that was going over to the annex actually started towards the annex?
Well, it started later because we were initially told to relocate our cars closer to the annex. So when the call came, we could then walk over and meet people. But then I received a later call stating a change of plan, that we were going to meet at the Radisson Hotel and walk from the Radisson to the state annex.
And did you relocate over towards the Radisson?
Yes, I did.
And was the purpose just to walk over as a group?
Well, when I entered the Radisson lobby, there was a large number of people there. And it was at that time announced by an individual, I can't identify with the individual, that we were invited to have pizza and hot chocolate after the ceremony, or after the walk. But that we were then to walk from the Radisson to the state annex for the presentation, and then after that, come back to the lobby and have, because they had a room with whatever for the pizza and hot chocolate.
And what happens when you get over to Capitol Annex?
When I get over to Capitol Annex and I'm walking behind a couple of ladies, one of the individuals that tried to present to that. We're met at the door by the Catholic Spirit, and they would not allow us to enter. And after some dialogue between the representative and security officer, and a green showed up, who probably was man at the time, and they said no one would be entered, the building was closed, and that would not be allowed.
And what did you do next?
Well, there was another individual that came into the action, and I found out that his name was Ian Norton. And at that time, he entered into a more extensive dialogue with Lieutenant Green in attempting to provide the documentation, which I presume is this information, because it's in an envelope, and have that presented to the state senate. Didn't take long, 5 minutes at the most. That discussion was concluded unsuccessfully in the event that the documentation was not accepted by the Lieutenant Green, nor was it delivered to the state senate.
We're just going to show you the fourth photo in People's Exhibit 13 and ask if you recognize the man that's prominently in the photo.
Yeah, well, he's got a mask on, but he's got a camera. Yeah. Overcoat on. That would be, I believe that would be unnoticed.
And is that the gentleman who had the more extended conversation with Lieutenant Green?
That's correct.
Now, after the party was denied admittance, and after Mr. Norton's conversation with Lieutenant Green, where do you go after that?
Well, people turned around, and I presume, keep in mind, it was very cold and windy. Okay. So I presume some were headed back to Radisson. I said, no, that's not my thing. So I went to my car, went home, called my wife, told her I was coming home, stopped, got a cup of hot coffee, and then went home.
And is there anything that you did once you got home to kind of, I guess, summarize the meeting just for yourself?
Well, when somebody, this is when I was in business, when I was with the state, if somebody asked me to either fill in for them or to do something for them, a meeting, an activity, I always summarized that and gave that to them. So they were aware of what was going on. I did the same for Janelle. I wrote her an email summarizing the activities and what had happened. Sent it to her, I think, about 4 o'clock on Sunday. On Monday, that day, 14. And that was it. Had a chit chat with my wife, and I was concluded. I thought I'd done my duty, and we were done.
I just want to ask you, just looking at the first page of Exhibit 11, during the meeting at the Sekia Center, were you shown that page?
I don't remember everything.
For purposes, Your Honor, that's the first page titled Memorandum on Exhibit 11.
I don't think they should be in charge of their
Do you
own
recall
lives,
any
Margaret. If they can't
conversation
figure out
during
that
the
they were
meeting
involved in
about
something
sending
illegal,
pages
then they
2 and
shouldn't
3 of
really
Exhibit
be in
11
charge of their
to
own safety.
the President of the Senate or to the National Archives?
The president of the state senate?
No, United States Senate.
No, I did not.
Would you know the significance of why a document would be sent to the National Archives or to the President of the Senate?
I'm gonna object. That's a broad question. A document.
Thank you.
Was that discussed in the meeting about what would happen if pages 2 and 3 were sent and received by the President of the Senate?
Not to my knowledge.
Let's go to the Radisson together, says no one ever.
One moment, Your Honor, just to make sure.
But they slept at a Hilton or whatever is that commercial where you slept
Before
at something.
December 14, 2020, did you know any of the other Republican candidates for elector?
No,
So that was your first time meeting the other 15 people?
absolutely.
Absolutely sure. Oh, I'm sorry. I was going
Very
to
useful.
play what has already been admitted as People's Exhibit 14.
They thought they'd get away with it
Apologies,
because they have surrounded themselves with the biggest echo chamber on the planet. And they literally drunk
asked the
their
court
own
if I could-
Kool-Aid.
Post abilities.
I guess it's a slow poison, but still. I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh, whoa, what happened? Oh, they're showing a picture.
Now, Mr. Renner, were you aware that there were videos, well, there were videos recording the group walking towards the Capitol Annex?
I was aware that there were individuals who are, I would say, okay, we're walking. It would be on our right.
Sir,
that there
speaking
were
to the
individuals
microphone.
there, but whether they had cameras or cell phones, I couldn't tell you.
Well, the first, I guess, still of Exhibit 14 is currently displayed. Have you seen this video before?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and are you in this video?
I can't see it.
Okay.
It's not large enough for me to see. I'm sorry. I can walk up there and check it out if you would like me to.
Wait, you've seen the video, you said. So do you know if you're in it or not?
that did not make it.
Yeah, that's me behind the two ladies. That's correct.
Okay, and for purposes of the record, I've stopped seconds into the video, and I believe you made an identification.
That's correct. That's me.
Okay. And is that you in the black jacket, black hat?
That's correct.
Lee, thank you for the on the ground. Michigan's been a conservative echo chamber for a while, especially in rural areas, AM talk radio and Sinclair broadcasting hotspots. That's good context. Still doesn't excuse their illegal acts, but context. They're only learning now through the disbarments that this is actually not a winning strategy. They're only learning that right now. That's why things feel more desperate.
I'm gonna stop the video again at about 45 seconds in. Do you still see yourself within that video?
Yes, I do.
And where are you?
I'm right behind the two ladies.
And is
They're at the door.
Okay, and is it fair to say you are closer to that black fence?
That's correct.
An echo chamber is not a defense.
I wish I could. I have no control over the fans though.
I don't have an office. My office is across the street and I don't want to go.
We'll pass the witness around. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Michael Lada. I'm an attorney and I represent Ms. Rose Ruff, the city of Glenn. Do you know, by the way, do you know Rose Ruff?
Do I do that?
You remember seeing her on some,
Other than the picture they showed. I do not.
Ma'am Romero, to prepare with counsel.
Yes.
One second.
That's true. You have some rather infamous militias up there, don't you, Lee?
Do you remember meeting her, Mr. Ruff, on December 14th, 2020?
I do not.
And you've already explained that you didn't know any of the other electors. So
That's correct.
let me back up a little bit. How old a man are you, sir?
77.
And you're retired now, correct?
Absolutely.
And talked about your last position, which was for a lengthy period of time in being an executive in HR, correct?
Right.
But going back a ways, between 1970 and 1976, did you perform law enforcement duties as a member of the Michigan State Police?
Yes, I do.
So that is that the time frame, about 6 years?
That's correct. It's approximately.
So if we're talking in the 70s, we're gonna guess Governor Milliken.
That's correct. Very good.
You were, because you were on his personal detail, correct?
That's correct. For 5 years.
And that's kind of a big deal to get promoted to that spot, isn't it? To be entrusted with protecting the government.
Some would say it was.
I would say, did you say it?
Yes,
And obviously, you don't have any prior convictions of crimes, correct? Your background is, when it comes to law enforcement, is enforcing the law, correct?
that's right.
And you got this message or email from Janelle Leonard, correct?
Right.
Either 1 or 2 days prior to the Monday that you went to what you call the Sophia Center.
That's why family matters, right? Family
Also
totally
known-
matters.
Calling in this case, is that everyone's calling it the Republican, Michigan Republican headquarters.
Okay.
We're talking about the same place, right? It's on Seymour Street.
That's right.
in Lansing. So Janelle Leonard emails you either 1 or 2 days before, and she asks you to go to the meeting to be a replacement elector.
That's right.
And you've already said you don't have any experience being an elector.
Not at all.
You know nothing about the election laws, the federal, specifically the federal election law.
That's right.
So you, like I said, Title III. Do you know anything about what's in Title III?
If it was a labor law, yes, but beyond that, I don't.
All right, thank you. Now, you spent, I'm not gonna go back through all the volunteering, but you spent basically the last decade or so volunteering for the
Yeah.
Michigan Public Park.
That's right.
And that was after you were retired.
Right.
Now, when you went, you said that you went down to the basement. Was that pretty much right after you got there around 11:45 a.m. that morning on December 20th?
No, we were held upstairs for, yeah, it was maybe 5 minutes, a little longer, a little less. And then we were let down, so it wasn't instantaneous.
Were you the last elector to arrive at the headquarters, did you believe? If you know.
I think I was.
So obviously you wouldn't know what happened prior to your arrival, correct? Nobody filled you in and said, hey, James, this is what you missed. Do you go by
My
James or
family's
Jim?
totally left.
No one said to you, "Hey, Jim,
Normal
you missed all this
upbringing,
stuff, man."
standard kind of upbringing, I guess. Not normal. Normal
you got
doesn't mean
there,
anything. I mean standard,
How-
standard
okay, how long did you
dysfunction,
say you held up?
but
About
left
five,
leaning
approximately
totally.
5.
Okay. And you were directed down to the basement?
Right.
And do you know who was kind of directing you where to go?
As I said before, the names are fuzzy because I was more looking for process. Finding out which one, I'm more process driven than name driven.
I can tell from your testimony, it seems like you're a very detailed person, is that fair to say?
Try to.
You appear to be pretty meticulous as well. Could you describe that?
I attempted to guess.
Just want to remind everyone, not too much personal information in chat. There's just, I've learned it the hard way, so don't do that, okay? No personal information in chat. I don't recommend it at all.
Important to you that everything you did that day was legal.
Absolutely.
You yourself were not an attorney, correct?
That's correct.
And we've already talked about your lack of familiarity with Title III and federal election law, correct?
That's right.
So is it fair to say, sir, that when you were going to be relying on other people to direct you as far as being an alternate elector? correct?
That's absolutely correct.
And did you believe that these people that were directing you, some of them were attorneys?
There could have been, I said, the individuals I remember by name is because they were identified respectively as president and secretary of the, I think it was the Michigan Republican Electoral College. I remember them by name because there was a significance to that. Others that may have spoken, I do not have their names. So there may have been one other person that spoke.
Let me stop you there for 1 second. You just mentioned someone introduced himself as the secretary. Would that have been Ms. Rodriguez?
Ms. Rodriguez, yes.
And then did Ms. Jordan?
Ms. Jordan was identified as the president of the Michigan.
See you later, Art Music. Thank you so much. We'll see you later.
Yeah, it's on the form, and that's how I knew.
Or, could it be electoral college? Do you know what you said there were people standing in the back of the room? Were they against the wall, perhaps?
Some were, and some were maybe in front of them, kind of like a
Did you believe that those people were not electors? That they were,
Well,
or
they
did you
were-
not know? You didn't know.
Well, the communication of what was going
Sorry, can
on,
you keep your voice up? I can tell
Okay,
Mr.
I'm
Freeman
sorry.
over there is.
it was my presumption, all the electors were in this one area, as I said, seated against the wall. And the communications that we were receiving were directed toward us. So the presumption is that the only people that were electors were the individuals sitting in that immediate adjacent area that I was in.
So there were about 15 other people sitting in that area. Where
That's
you were?
correct.
And I know this seems like an obvious question, but I have to ask this. At any time during this meeting, did you and the other electors come to an agreement that you would defraud somebody?
No, absolutely not.
You and the other electors ever come to an agreement that you would try to publish a public document that's false?
Absolutely not.
You ever meet anyone named Sean Flynn? You know,
There's an individual there.
let me stop you for 1 second. Maybe this will. Remember you said earlier about a man that talked, as well as you said that Maya talked, Mr. Rodriguez, Kathy Vernon talked. You said that then another man talked. Do you know if that was Sean Flynn? If you know,
It could have been. I cannot.
can't say for sure.
I regret that. Otherwise, I'd give more precise information.
Well, that goes to this question. You had no idea that on December 14th, 4 years or 3.5 or so years ago, you'd be sitting in a courtroom today, having had 8 felonies recently dismissed, correct?
That's correct.
They were said this whole case was a big surprise to you, correct?
Yes, it was.
Why was it a surprise to you?
Because by the information I received during the meeting from individuals that I consider credible resources, there was not one discussion concerning that this was a questionable or even marginal activity that the process that we were engaging in, and that it was a legitimate process. There was nothing other than that being said. So through my lack of knowledge of what the appropriate process was, I accepted that information.
Fair enough. And
This is where our democracy lies, in the hands of people like this.
Yes.
And did you believe that there was a legal reason to be doing it?
Yes.
And those reasons were explained to you, correct?
That's correct.
And those were the 2 purposes that you just laid out. One was provide this alternate slate so that the Senate, state Senate, or the legislature could have a choice of which one to adopt. Presumably, well, let me ask you, did you intend and hope that the legislature would adopt the correct winner of the election?
Yeah.
In other words, were you trying to assert your electoral votes in place of the Democratic votes, whether or not Trump won the election? Do you understand my question? Were you trying to, in other words, be the electors even though you knew that Trump lost? Is that what you were trying to do?
Well, that's a question that has 2 parts to it. First is the loss. To this day, I'm not comfortable with saying that that was accurate, because there were a number of irregularities that occurred during the election. Okay, whether that was at the Wayne County Counting Center, with a number of Republican workers making signed affidavits of ill treatment, inappropriate processes. Things of that sort.
Objection. This is
that
not
has never been addressed.
facts. These aren't facts.
And as I talked before, when I went to bed, President Trump was ahead by 152,000 votes. When I got up the next morning, he was behind by almost the same number.
It reminds me of a certain city of Detroit election.
Keep talking.
So I was not totally convinced that President Trump had not.
Oh my God.
That's my personal opinion.
Oh my
Were you trying
God.
to provide an avenue by signing this document so that if it was determined that in fact Trump won, that the appropriate process would be in place?
So that was the second
That was the second part.
part of that.
Right, but the first part was
That was just the
that
second part.
part about the legislature could figure it all out and appropriately certify Trump as winning, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Their option.
Okay.
That's what it was explained to you.
That's correct.
And you think it's one of those three people that explain that to you, either Maya Rodriguez, Kathy Vernon, or potentially this third person,
Somebody did.
Mr. Flynn.
Somebody did, but I can't tell you specifically who that individual.
Do you think it was one of the three people that I just named? People that were talking, in other words?
Yes.
So we either had to have either been, when you're, I don't want to put words in your mouth, correct me if I'm wrong. It had to either be Ms. Rodriguez, Ms. Burden, or that third man.
Well, to the best of my knowledge, those are the three individuals that I remember making public, or addressing the group as a whole.
So
Okay.
you believe it
And
was
whether it
one
was Sean, what.
Oh, sorry, I know you don't know his name, but it was. a third
So
person.
that communication came from someone making that address to the elected. That's correct.
But it's one of the three people.
But you don't
Even though we
remember
know
if
the
it was a
third person is-
male
I would
voice
say
or a
it would
female
have to be one
voice?
of those.
Oh, thank you. And was that third person, the male, was he a white male, do you recall?
Yes.
And was he wearing a suit, do you remember?
I think you know that. The presumption is, no, I can't remember that.
I appreciate the carefulness in which you're testifying. I really do. Did you previously know Myra Rodriguez?
No,
Did you previously know Kathy Burton?
no.
When I say previous, obviously, I mean before this meeting.
Right.
You said that the electors introduced themselves. Did you guys like go around?
No, we just stood up for I'm Jim or I'm Sally or whomever.
Say where you're from, maybe?
No.
No.
The fact, we didn't glad hand, I'm not a glad hander, so I didn't glad hand.
You don't glad hand and you don't accept glad hand.
Not a lot.
What is glad hand?
I like the way it's just, you mean just like.
I need him to tell me what
Oh,
glad
ask him.
hand is.
Yeah, she wants to know.
Oh, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
sir.
Unsolicited introductions to somebody
okay.
and shaking their hand.
Thank you.
I don't do that.
You're more of a fist bumper.
If there's a reason for it. I'll do it.
No, that's not the
Makes
point.
toast.
Jesus Christ. Everybody can't read the
I'm
fucking
sorry to use
room.
that term, so-
No, you're fine. I just needed to understand.
She just wanted an actual like definition
You
of a
understand,
stupid
nobody
term that
explained
you're
how the electoral
using.
college process works.
That's right.
Did anyone ever explain to you, let me show you what's been marked, exhibit, was exhibit 11? And I think, can I have the witness have a copy, your copy, Ms. Logan?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Going to do it? Or
Do it.
Sorry, nice, thank you. Sorry, for the record, the witness is looking at exhibit, it was exhibit 11. Now, I don't really care about the first page, because you don't never see this memo.
I do that.
I want to talk about what you saw. You said you saw this first page here, starts off by saying certificate of the votes of the 2020 election.
Yes, I did.
And
So
that has
like the
text on
the
it
sun
that
is
we talked
reflecting
about
off the
tonight,
building next to me and bouncing in
ask you
my
about
eyes and it
this
was a little
first
too
line.
much.
Where it states, no, before I ask that, you read this, right?
That's right.
And I'm talking about page 2 of People's Election. You read, we, the undersigned, being the duly elected and qualified electors for president and vice president of the United States. I want to stop and ask you, what was your understanding on December the 14th of 2020 of what it meant to be a duly elected and qualified elector?
Well, I assumed that the voice vote that went on in the basement was the elected process.
I thought that was it.
Yes.
I don't know the Constitution.
Last minute calling as an alternate to replace it.
So you assume that that voice vote is what made you the duly elected qualified elector, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Did anyone ever explain to you that under federal law, you don't get to say that you don't get to be a duly elected qualified elector unless the governor of the state of Michigan sends a document certifying that your candidate won the popular vote?
Oh, I never said that.
Had you known that this being a duly elected and qualified elector had this legal significance, meaning that you were claiming that the governor certified Trump as the winner, would you have signed this?
No.
No one explained it.
That's going to backfire on you, counselor. I'm going to predict it now. I'm going to call it now. That's going to back the fuck fire on you.
You regret doing that?
Yes, I do.
But you personally didn't have any intent to defraud or make any representation that the governor certified the Trump won. You weren't saying that in this, right?
That's correct.
So you wouldn't have signed it if you thought that was what it
That's
was.
correct.
Do you see here where it says,
Come on.
subparagraph A, it says, we convened and organized in the state capital, the city of Lansing, Michigan. What did you understand that to mean?
What I understood is what it was, I think it was said in the meeting, if we could get the paperwork. Ideally, that's one of the reasons I think they wanted all the electors to be to go to the state annex. And I think that's why the two representatives wanted us to be allowed to enter. So you could actually be physically in the Senate. And that's why.
Right, and is that one of the reasons that you went? Because you
Oh,
signed
was-
this document saying you met
was
at the
that the
Capitol.
plan?
Do you think that you were supposed to then go to the Capitol as part of this?
Yes.
Was that the plan then? Someone was going to
And you were
step
prevented
inside?
by one of your fellow
Really?
officers, from entering. Correct?
We then agreed.
Yes.
Why did you
You didn't
guys
have-
discuss being denied entry?
Oh.
Why did you discuss being denied entry? 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 Why did you
There's been
discuss
some-
being denied
some,
entry?
Suggestions that we need to take a look
Why
at
did you
some
discuss
point.
it?
This would be a
Do
good
it.
starting
Why?
point for me, and I want to kill everybody.
Well, we gotta get Mr. Renner finished. Yes.
Okay, well, I
Other
can keep going.
obligations.
I was just-
I don't know how much longer you're,
I have probably another half hour.
you can continue.
Okay.
Why did they think they were going to be denied entry? What did they think after they were denied entry?
How did, at some point, did you learn that you were not a legitimate elector? You were not a duly elected, qualified elector?
Yes, I did.
When did you learn that?
There's a civil suit against the 16 electors. Served with the paperwork. Initially, I didn't read it because I contacted my attorney. But then prior to shared and organized, we got the Thomas More Society to defend it. And from the first Zoom conference, second Zoom conference.
Speak up.
I thought it was appropriate to go into detail in all this information. It was reading that information that I learned that the process that was utilized to elect and qualify me as an elected was inappropriate.
You didn't know that until the lawsuit, correct?
That's right.
And speaking of the lawsuit, all the electors, or I shouldn't say all, I don't know if it's all. Several of the electors were represented by the same civil council from the Thomas More Society.
That's right.
And also represented by that entity was Marion Sheridan, is that correct?
That's right.
And so was my client, Rose Rook, if you know.
I think so. I think I recognized her from one of the Zoom meetings.
You recognize Rose from one of the Zoom meetings?
I think.
And did the electors that were being represented in the civil case begin communicating with each other over something called Telegraph? Do you know, like the app?
I never participated in that.
Did you learn about that though? That they were talking to each other over?
No,
an app?
I'm not much for social media.
Right. You're not a phone guy either.
That's right.
If you had known at the time, obviously you wouldn't have, that you weren't qualified, you wouldn't have signed. If you knew what you knew, this is my question. If you knew what you found out during that civil case meeting you just described, would you have signed?
Absolutely not.
Did anyone tell you that during the, and by the way, let me ask you this, were you there the whole time of the meeting, once the meeting started, until when the meeting ended? In other words, did you leave to go smoke a cigarette or go to the
No.
bathroom? Were you there from, do you believe you were there for the whole?
Sir, you didn't go to the
I was
bathroom
there.
even. Come on now.
From the time the meeting.
You look like you have a
started
little
to the time the
prostate
election
issue.
left. So by that definition, I was there for the whole meeting.
Thank you. Were you told that there was a time constraint on when you had to deliver the documents to the state senate for it to be considered?
2 p.m.
2 p.m. on December 14th, on that day, correct?
Correct.
And then the other purpose you talked about, besides getting it to the state senate so that they could figure this whole mess out, figure out who the real winner was in your mind, right?
Yes.
And you already described that you had doubts about who the real winner was, correct?
Yes.
And your thoughts were shared. You talked to other people. They were shared by other people you talked to, correct? At the time. My question is, at
You
the
have the
time,
electors in the basement room.
well, did you talk to any of those electors?
That room was energized by the electors who saw this as a chance, maybe to elect their candidate. Okay, whether that they were doing it for the same reasons I was doing it, because election irregularities and so on. I couldn't.
Oh,
We
which
don't know anyone else.
can you tell me
I
which
can't speak to that.
irregularities you
But let me ask you
such
this.
stupid
Did you hear
son of a
anyone talking
bitch?
about, hey, even though we lost, we're gonna still figure out a way to win?
No.
They actually believe that their candidate won, as far as you know. There's people that.
Give
that
me
won-
a
well,
fucking
I'll-
break.
I see. Thank you, Chair. All right, moving on. Was there a
That's not
discussion
funny.
during the meeting that, because you described this as an alternate slate, correct?
Yes.
And you saw this as contingent on other things having to happen. Either the state legislature says that the votes should go to Trump, that he won the popular vote, and that then they use your slate, or the other alternative, there's a recount or litigation or some other reason that flips the election results, correct?
I would have to look at what the term contingent meant. From what I'm understanding,
I don't mean it in a legal way. I mean, it's something else has to happen.
or
Okay?
something, well, as far as I'm concerned, the legislator, as it explained to us, had to make a decision between which slate to accept. Okay, that was number one.
So stop me there. Would you agree that that's a contingency? They would have to make the decision to accept your slate.
If contingent is, if the definition of contingent is an action has to take place prior to this.
Is that your understanding?
Kind of a college level. I hadn't thought of it that term. Okay. I had thought of a contingent would be if the recount, if there was a successful recount of a popular vote finding Trump, that would be a contingent activity.
We don't have to use that word contingent. We can use the word other events had to happen for this to take any effect.
Yes, if in that phrase, if other events had to happen, yes, because the Senate would have to have reviewed both slates and identified, disqualified one slate and accepted the second slate before the winner could be announced. Correct.
So you, in other words, you didn't believe that by signing that document on that day, December 14, 2020, that automatically those votes have been used and counted in the presidential on January 6th, when Congress determined the president. You didn't think that that would be effective.
He was a stand-in. He's not an elector. He never has been an elector.
We would, the slate would be presented to the Senate, and then they would have to make a decision which one to accept. But because the slate was never presented,
just because he thought that doesn't mean the other people are not guilty.
Make your vote count towards the presidential election. Other events.
This guy is a state's witness. He is not the defense witness. He is a state's witness.
Confused on that because to the extent that when I signed, again, when I signed it, I understood that 16 electors had signed this and it would be presented stating that Trump had won. And it was up to the Senate to decide which slate to accept. So in that respect, that's how I would answer your question, because that's how I.
I understand. You've explained it. I get it. I'm gonna move on. Thank you. But in any event, you weren't trying to fool anybody or to fraud anybody by signing.
No, no.
You believe that it was you doing your duty by signing.
He was somebody's neighbor who's a plumber actually in real life, and then got
You know
pulled
at
into
the
this
time
meeting. He's not an elector.
state of
He
Michigan
was a
certified
stand-in.
that Governor
He
of
has
Michigan had
no
certified
clue
Biden.
how the system works.
Yeah, I wasn't following that very closely. No, I can tell you the truth, I could not tell you that.
Did you learn about a public press release by State Senate Majority Leader Michael Shirkey that occurred later that day on December 14th? And the topic is, and this the topic is that Senator Shirkey stated that the Senate Oversight Committee that was looking at the election did not find sufficient fraud as would flip the election. Do you remember that announcement? So you didn't know about
I
that.
don't remember that.
Was that ever talked about at this meeting?
I know.
The meeting that you were there the whole time? You didn't hear it?
That's good.
And on the second purpose that you described, you described that as it's a placeholder. That's the second reason that you signed is that it would be a placeholder in the event that the election was flipped by a recount, then your votes would already be in place.
That's good.
And were you ever told that the document would be sent to the National Archives?
Yeah.
Were you ever told that the document would be mailed to any location in Washington, D.C.?
No.
Do you know what happened to the document after you signed it?
I don't.
Did you sign it one time or were there multiple copies of the signature page?
One time.
One copy?
Now, you said that the document was in the basement. Are you sure that, because you also said that your memory isn't 100%, is that fair? Is it possible that electors were called up in smaller groups to go upstairs to the lobby area to sign? Is that possible?
It's possible, but I don't remember doing that myself.
You remember that you personally signed in the basement?
He
That's what I
did.
remember.
Do you know where the other electors signed?
I could not tell you.
All right, so if an elector, if there was testimony in this case that electors were called upstairs 2 by 2, you can't say that didn't happen.
That's right.
I'm totally lost, actually.
Did you intend to utter or publish a false public record?
No.
By walking to the Capitol, somehow by going there personally, you were committing any kind of crime?
Well, we never walked in the Capitol, we walked the
Sorry,
state
well,
annex.
you said that. I
No.
apologize. The annex, you're very familiar with that area, correct?
Yeah, no, I policed many demonstrations and things of that sort during my time, and that was the citizens' right.
Now,
They lingered on the contingent, and he
you
pretty
made
much
statements.
testified that he thought it would be
You
used
testified in the
only in the case that the
previous
state
group of
legislature
electors
accepted it. So,
Yes.
some months ago.
so my
And-
question is
you
so why
testified
did you
that
not
thought the
question it
electors were,
after
quote, all
they turned you
conscientious
away?
Individuals attempting to do the right thing. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
And do you feel the same way about the electors that are in this group?
Yes, I do.
What makes you feel that way? What caused you to testify to that?
First of all, the discussions that I was, I overheard, had nothing to do with trying to steam the process, okay? But the identification of. Oh, I'm sorry. The identification of steam the process. Most of the individuals I saw by their actions, by their dress, a good citizenship. Okay. I did not see anybody there that had or attempted to do a rabble rouse or try to circumvent the activities that were taking place. So I thought it was a very responsible, mature group.
I think so, because this gentleman, Renner, is a witness for the prosecution. So this is cross-examination.
These electors for some period of time that day.
I don't know if he made a deal or not,
You testified
but assume
this last
so.
weekend. Do you believe that any of the other electors were trying to commit a crime? Based on your you saw?
I can only tell you what I observed.
Thank you.
Based on that.
Okay, no.
You said.
You mean nobody walked around like twisting their mustache or anything? No, didn't see any of
When you
that.
say
Okay,
this,
good
that
enough.
You don't think that they were, the other electors were trying to commit a crime. Do you base it on everything you observed, everything you saw, everything you heard?
So there wasn't like music playing in the background?
That goes into your statement.
I would question the legitimacy of the people that were presenting themselves as legitimate leaders of the group, whether they were identified as president or secretary or an individual that got up and spoke. Because to the best of my knowledge, the only process that was discussed was the process that we used. And that was not the legitimate process of identifying and qualifying electors. I would have to state that that's the one caveat I would have to stating that I didn't observe anything inappropriate.
Because you didn't have the knowledge that you needed to know that it was inappropriate, correct?
That's correct.
Understood. And I'm going to wrap up and I'm going to ask you this question.
But your client did.
You were interviewed by investigator Howard Shaw. In this case, you see Mr. Investigator Shaw.
That's right.
And in your interview, you know that was a taped interview. So you probably got discovered.
That's correct.
You were originally charged with 8 counts, 8 felony counts.
That's right.
And what you said, this may relate to what your last comments in your testimony. You said, quote, I felt I had been walked into a situation that I should never have been a part of. Remember testifying to that?
That's right.
And you stand by that testimony?
Yes.
And do you think you were the only elector that was walked into a situation that they should never have been a part of?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll withdraw the question.
Lacks foundation.
Withdraw.
No, strike it. Strike.
If somebody took an oath and swore under oath that you knew that you had no legal reason to sign this document, you signed it, that be true?
Okay.
Let me ask you this. You believe there's a legal reason to sign it, you signed it, correct?
I was told there was a legal reason to sign it.
And you said you testified you believed that, and you believed it was reasonable for you to rely on it, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So therefore, if somebody said the opposite, said that James Renner knew at the time that he signed that document, he knew that there was no legal reason to do it, you would not agree with that, would you?
Let me rephrase that in my own words, okay?
I need the answer to that,
Okay.
unless you don't understand it.
That's correct. If somebody, could you
Yeah.
repeat that one more time?
So Agent Chuck, in his affidavit,
Yes.
that got you charged along with my client and others. In that affidavit, he took an oath to a judge and he swore under oath that at the time you signed the document, in this case, that you're talking about, this in front of you, People's 11, that you personally knew that you had no legal reason to be signing it. Is that a true, would that be a false statement?
I think that statement was made without full complete information about the situation I was in.
Understood, and I'm not asking you to cast aspersions on it.
Then that was your answer, sir.
Would that have been a true statement if you made that statement? And you knew there was no legal reason to say.
And I believe the witness has answered the question.
It's a yes or no question.
Yeah, the question, he didn't answer the question. He gave a reason why he gave the answer, but that doesn't explain or answer whether or not he believes the true statement or not.
Okay,
So let me just ask the question then.
one last time.
This gentleman over here writes in a document, and swears that you, James Renner, knew when you signed the document that there was no legal reason to sign it. Would that be a true statement by Agent Shaw?
That would not be true.
Thank you. No further questions.
Oh, so the criminal's word about the credibility of the investigating officer that found?
45
Okay,
minutes.
no problem.
To
All
2
righty.
o'clock for lunch.
There we go. Okay, what are we doing? Do you ever come back here? I think you don't. I think you don't. Interesting. We're going to catch up just like, oh, they're not even back yet. Wow, aren't we efficient? Look at us, the efficient kids. Look at us. What time is it? Let's see. What time did they, I don't even know what time they broke. How long have they been on? Wait, what? I don't get it. Oh, I see. I'm not sure what's going on. Okay, so wait, how long have they been empty? Oh, they're just about ready to come back, it looks like. Probably about 5 minutes or so. All right, we'll just hang out here then. We'll just hang out here. Oh, we'll just hang out here when they come back from their lunch. Yeah, cue the scary music. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about this. All right. So I understand 100% that, first of all, vigorous defense. Totally understand it. But I am going to die on the hill that says, while Mr. Renner was not an experienced politico or elector or anything, he's just merely a maggot. That's all he is. He's just a trumper. Trumpity trumpers. And so while Mr. Renner may not be indicative, he's not the same. Oh, sorry, I just want to fix this. He's not the same as these other morons, okay? He's different because he was dragged into the process basically on the day of. He has no experience as an elector. He has no experience in politics. He is not a member of the Republican or the Republican Committee of Michigan or whatever. He's not any of that. He's a guy who is watching RSBN and Rumble, and he probably made a deal. And what that little exchange was when the investigator was talking to Mr. Renner. Because Mr. Renner participated in the activity, I think that would be the logical basis for him to recommend that Mr. Renner be indicted and the evidence be weighed as to whether or not he was guilty or innocent. That to me is a reasonable conclusion for an investigator to draw. It sounds like after more information came out about Mr. Renner's situation, either he took a deal or they let him off. So right now they're at lunch, gal. Hi, welcome back. Yeah, so this is Michigan Fake Electors. They should be coming back from lunch soon. It looks like they're starting to. So while that feels like a gotcha, like, oh, well, now he can say that all the other electors also didn't think, they all thought this was contingent. No, that's not the case. Because there is other evidence about their communications about this. Kenneth Chesbrough has turned over everything, it sounds like, in regards to this case and people's participation in the scheme. And the fact of the matter is that he's arguing for a client who was a willing participant and elector candidate, so should have known, and most certainly ignorance is not innocence in this case. I might accept it for the previous guy, although I think he's an idiot. But I certainly am not going to accept it for the defendants who actually knew what they were doing. And it might be just that we don't have all their communications yet, right? So this is bullshit. They're trying to pull the wool over your eyes and make you think that somehow Mr. Renner is like, just like the other defendants. Well, he's not. He's not. He's a doofus, you know, like he's a useful idiot. They probably should have done that for like everybody in that case, right? They probably should have just gone ahead and like gotten like a bunch of morons who don't know any better, you know, like get a Proud Boy group or one of the militias, get them to be electors. That would have been probably a better strategy. I still wonder how did Kenneth Chesebro get away in terms of like not being actually in court? Yeah, he said he thought he was being a good citizen. And I part of me kind of understands how they get there. I do understand how the chuds get there in terms of them thinking, oh, this is me being a good citizen. I would argue that it's founded on a pretty messed up worldview when it comes to human rights and equal protection under the law. But I'm willing to have that argument when people are ready to have that argument. But for the first argument about, you know, them thinking that this is actually altruistic, you know, like a positive thing to do for your country. I mean, I guess you can convince yourself of anything. And especially with low information, I do think, and I really believe this after watching so much right-wing media over the last however many years, I really truly believe that the echo chamber that was created, that the makers of said echo chamber and the contributors to that echo chamber, like the Bannons, et cetera, and all of these folks, Navarro, et cetera, their bravado comes from the fact that they truly believe that since they didn't get any pushback from their base, which they had already conditioned to accept their pablum as if it were gospel, because no pushback to them was getting through, was cracking that base, they went balls deep. And now they're sitting in disbarment hearings and courtrooms, more to come, right? That they're trying to stand up their reasoning for why they did what they did, and item by item, it's being knocked down as a flea circus. It's nothing. There's nothing there. They can say Antrim all day long. It's debunked. Everything is debunked. You just have to look it up. It's not hard, but that's not what they have to do. They've conditioned their audience not to do that. They've conditioned their audience not to trust anyone but them. And I still blame people for that, but I guess I understand mechanically how it works. That's where the money is. So I think the walls will start to fall on this kind of house of cards that they've built. It's been a lot more resilient than I thought it would be, frankly. But I don't know. That's a combination of factors. But it's time that's on their side, right? The time that's on their side is that we have less than, what do we have, 5 months? Almost 5 months, little more than 5 months till the election day. And So I think that timing is not what's on our side necessarily. And I don't mean our side. I mean the side of actual accountability and justice and a righting of the ship so that we can have equal protection under the law, so that we can secure voting rights, which voting rights to me is pretty much job one. That if you were able to address voting rights and eliminate gerrymandering, then that would go a real far way to improve election outcomes for everyone. Plus, if you were going to get rid of fucking dark money in politics and pull down Citizens United, that too would go a far way to improve our political climate. And I think it's an issue that all of us ideologically can get around, no matter who you are or what you believe. So that to me, Jamie Harrison, seems like a real easy fucking call out. Because it's the reason, you know, Steve Bannon said flood the zone with shit, right? They did it. They flooded the zone with so much shit that it's the time it's going to take to unwind it and pull it apart and then power wash it. That's what's going to get us in trouble, because they're already desperate. They're already desperate. I don't know if you don't see that, but they're already desperate. You know, with Flin Flam and his little like, look at me, look at me, look at me. Black Swan, caw, pacaw, pacaw. You know, Ivan Raiklin, I got the scissors, you know, like whatever their little screamies are. And they're screaming to a committed audience. And Q, my friends, is now foundational. Q is no longer just a whatever some people dismiss it as, or those of us who look at it as a very intentional and well-crafted strategy to mindfuck Americans who are ready to be mindfucked. So if you are Q is now part of the fabric of right-wing extremism. It's a tool to gin up the, evangelical, the, all of those little fringy fuck groups that, kind of swarm around power. And meanwhile, people like Flynn and whoever, Bannon, Eric Prince, we just talked about this morning. We read a great article about Eric Prince and his WhatsApp group called Off Leash. What the fuck is Off Leash? That's terrible. What branding is that? Anyway, point is, we've got Alito's wife, we've got Ginny Thomas, we've got Clarence's wife. We've got a lot of people that need to have more scrutiny. So instead of hearing about Trump's hush money trial, which is very important and could be reported on, I would also like to hear about the Michigan fake electors. I would also like to hear about the Arizona fake electors. I would also like to hear about why Kenneth Cheesebro and John Eastman and Jeffrey Clark and Mike Roman's fingers and Cleta Mitchell and Ginny Thomas and all of the rest of them, why are their fingers all over every one of these cases? Why? Because it was a conspiracy to achieve an outcome. Yeah, so looks like they're coming back from lunch. They think it's excellent branding, but guess what? They're starting to get disbarred, okay? John Eastman has been disbarred, humiliated in California, where he is an administrator or some kind of grand poobah of Chapman University. Well, I hope not anymore, because he just lost his law license. Rudy Giuliani, probably disbarred and they just haven't filed the paperwork. But certainly went through the hearings, I remember that, and lied his way through those two. Jeffrey Clark, about to be disbarred, just went through a humiliating disbarment hearing in D.C. All of their little pieces of their story are falling apart in courtrooms and disbarment panels across the United States. It's just the beginning of that. And time is what is not on our side. Because they understand that they're going to need to stop the wheels of justice if they expect to get away with what they hope they could get away with. And I don't mean them as a collective big bad, what is that? Sphere? What's the bad guy in James Bond? I don't know. Squirm? I don't know. Whatever it is. I don't mean that. I mean that there are people that have common goals who, when chaos strikes or upending democracy, would be real fucking convenient. No, I mean the agency, not the actual villain. It would be real convenient if we're able to take over hospital boards like Mary Flynn is doing in Sarasota, Florida. Thank God for J. Rance and her activism trying to stop the election to a hospital board of a fucking Q-nut who believes that I, in Hollywood, suck the adrenochrome out of babies. She wants to be on a hospital board of a public hospital. Right? So Flynn always says, for example, local action equals national impact. They've been working, I've been screaming about precinctstrategy.com and Steve Bannon and his little merry band of morons for a couple years, I know, as will have others. They've been seeding the ground. This is not a new, insurgency. This is the same insurgency and getting refined. And different people like Flynn, Prince, Bannon, Roger Stone, whoever, Peter Thiel, all the people who have a vested interest in ensuring that they can privatize as many services as possible. So this is not ideological, I don't believe, for them per se, although they certainly have some fucked up ideologies. This is about money and power and privatization and working outside of regulation and reducing the federal government. And not in a way that makes sense, okay? You can reduce the federal government in a way that makes sense. It's hard because people have tried. It's hard to do it in a traditional way. It's a big animal. And it's worth doing. But that's not their aim is not to burn it down so that they build something better. Their aim is to burn it down so that they can replace it with the institutions that they want to replace it with, like Eric Prince in Blackwater, where he's mercenaries all over the world and for the highest bidder. He's agnostic about where his money comes from. He doesn't give a shit. But I could see national security being handed over to him or the Defense Department, right? He's already working with the Defense Department, by the way. So there's that. Then let's see. There's Teal and Palantir. Oh, Palantir is actually already part of our federal government system, so that wouldn't be a big leap to go ahead and take over big data. Let's see. Then we've got, Jared Kushner's brother is the co-founder of Oscar Health, which is a privatization of health services. Just pay us a little bit of money every month and it'll be okay. Oh, this is going to be extra. Oh, that's going to be extra. Yeah. And Sam, what's his name? Fartman or what? I don't know what the hell his name is. The AI guy. OpenAI. So, I guess I don't give a shit if you want to call me a conspiracy theorist. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm looking at the fucking source documents. I'm listening to what they fucking say, and then I'm watching what they fucking do. And this time, it'd be kind of nice if we, which I know I'm singing to the choir, but it'd be nice if we kind of got to a point where we're like, okay, Trump is a shiny object. I get it. Super hilarious. Oh my God. Look at this. Look at the silly people outside his courtroom. Blah, 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 blah. I don't care. Let the jury do their work. I care that Eileen Cannon is stopping the hearing in Florida. I care that the Supreme Court last week upheld racist gerrymandering in South Carolina. I care that today they said that the Supreme Court of the United States said that the NRA, I think, can sue or something, New York Times, for defamation or something like that. I don't know I actually don't know who the people are on the AI oversight committee. I don't know about put some weirdos. You don't know who the weirdos are all the time. Well, maybe you do. I don't know. So I don't know who's on his commission. So, like, I think we have to triage our outrage a little bit, triage our focus a little bit, and start making sure that we are very literate when it comes to how we got here. And what I mean is understanding the Supreme Court corruption, understanding the big lie and what impact that has had on our voting population, the electorate. I think we should care about disinformation and how it is granted a pass as fact when in fact it is not fact. I think there's plenty of things. There's and we have war in Ukraine for the survival of a democracy. We have an ethnic cleansing in Palestine at the hands of a demagogue who is trying to protect his ass. We have, the suffering is plenty. I don't care who is standing outside Trump's courtroom. I can laugh at it, but I really wish we'd spend a little equal amount of time. Now, granted, I don't watch a lot of mainstream news. I don't know. Bob wants to make this about him, everybody. Here we go. Here's the male tears are coming. All right, here we go. We're going to go back to court on that note. Yeah, make it about you, Bob. That's fantastic. You really got the point of what I was saying.
Okay, back on the record, Mr. Renner is still under oath. We can proceed with the next cross-examination.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm going to be doing the next. First thing I want to ask you is, do you see?
You need to listen more. Maybe you just need to. Why don't you watch more and listen instead of being so demanding?
But somebody had pointed out, do you see anybody else that was at that meeting?
Yeah, I can't name them.
That's fine.
You want to argue like it's Jerry Springer. That's the point. You're not ready for the plan.
Okay.
That lady,
All right. Okay.
That gentleman,
Okay.
the lady next to him. The lady on the screen.
All right.
Those are the individuals I recognize.
You have no plan. You have no plan.
Yeah, I asked that the record reflect by name which defendants the witness pointed out.
That's fine if you want. I just wanted to. There's a clear reason for my.
Okay. Can you note that for the record, please? By name.
I can't, because I don't recognize them. If you want him to read direct and have him stand, that would be.
If you can point to them again, and I'll let prosecution identify them.
No, that's Hank.
For purposes of the record, Defendant William Cho.
Okay.
I just learned today her name, Rose.
That's fine.
Okay,
Purposes of the record, Rosebrook.
and the gentleman next to him, I don't know his name.
For purposes of the record, Clifford Frost Jr.
Yes.
I want to get it
Boys
right.
are so tiring, aren't they? Jesus Christ, grow the fuck up.
Yes, sir.
And I think that's, this Rodriguez on the screen.
Okay.
Ignore him. He's like a
Beyond that,
little
I-
thirsty child who comes and wants attention. And I'm giving him some advice because I haven't given him this advice, but he's not ready for it. So that's fine. He needs to go wank somewhere else. I don't give a shit.
11:45.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mistake you. And you were asked for your name at the door before you were let in?
That's correct.
And the individual who asked for your name and let you in, you said you didn't know them, but did we have like a security uniform on or anything like that? Just a
No.
person?
No, it's a name.
Did, and then you said you gave them your name, you went in, and you were waiting with 3 or 4 other people, is that correct?
Correct.
Out of everybody you've identified, were any of those people there waiting to be taken down to the basement?
I could not tell you.
All right. And then you said you were led downstairs.
Yes.
And there were other people there, correct?
Correct.
And you specifically said 16.
You lead
electors
everybody
and more.
downstairs.
Are you certain that all 16 electors were there in the basement when you got down?
Yes, because we're the last group coming down, or the last people coming down. I did not see anybody come down after that.
All right. Did anybody join you on the march over to the, or the walk over to, it's not Capitol Building.
Capitol Annex.
Yeah, the Capitol Annex. Did anybody join you in that procession that you recognize that you haven't already identified?
No.
And you said it was more of an informal process than a formal process, just kind of going on.
If you define formal as the rules of order, then that would be a more formal process. I do not remember the rules of order being used during that process, so it would be a more informal process.
Okay, I've had placed on the witness stand, People's Exhibit 11. I think that is page 2 or 3. That purports to be the signature page of the electors.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Page
page 3. When you signed that, were the rest of the signatures already in?
I couldn't tell you that. I really couldn't.
All right.
Breaking
Do
news,
you
Justice
recall anybody
Roberts
else signing
refuses
it in
meeting
the
with
basement?
Democratic lawmakers over the flags at Alito's
Can't
homes.
recall. That process, I could not recall. I could only tell you that I signed this.
All right. And you testified earlier that you were more interested in what was being
The
said.
process.
Yeah. Did identify that there were 2 electors, yourself and another individual that were alternates.
Correct.
Do you know who the other alternate was? Without looking at that.
I could not tell you.
All right. The only way you'd know is if you look at the exhibit, then
Even then,
identify that all other.
I couldn't even tell you what name.
All right.
No. It was a male. No, I'd be guessing.
Oh, I don't want you to do that.
Like, wasn't this asked and answered like 17 million times?
That's all I have.
No questions on behalf of Ms. Rodriguez.
I don't think there's any, I mean, whatever. Roberts is so weird. Have they done anything on the ethics code for SCOTUS?
Hi, Mr. Renner. My name is Dave Paulman. I'm the attorney for Mr. Cho.
Okay.
Yeah, I just have a few questions for you. I take it then you never spoke to Mr. Cho prior to the meeting? On
No,
December
never met
14th?
him, never talked to him.
Never met him, never talked to him.
No,
You didn't talk to him after the meeting on December 14th, correct?
that's right.
Never had any social media interaction, Facebook emails, anything with Mr. Cho, is that
I
correct?
don't use social media, so the answer is no.
I should have remembered that, thank you. So the only time you saw Mr. Cho before today would have been at the on the 14th in the Capitol Walk.
That's correct.
Okay. And then you would have no personal knowledge what Mr. Choate saw of documentation or anything, or what he signed. You don't have any personal knowledge to any of that. Do you?
That's correct.
You don't know if he saw that first, that, I think you have exhibit 11 there. The second page is the vote certify the electors. Yeah. You don't have any information personally that Mr. Choate saw that page. Do you?
That's correct.
And you don't recall seeing Mr. Choate sign page 3 of that exhibit. Do you?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, I found it interesting, where you said a couple different times that you felt you were doing your duty.
Yes.
To explore that a little more. When you say that, what do you mean your duty? What did you feel you were doing?
Yeah, what did
Well, I
you
think
feel
it's
you were doing?
Citizens' duty to, first of all, to be involved in the election process, knowing who the candidates are, actually voting, okay, because people are sacrificing their lives to vote, to voting, their right to vote. And then second, to represent your candidate, because of the beliefs that you have in that individual. So in this instance, when I was called to be elected, not really understanding what that meant.
Those two things are in conflict.
It was another way of representing my beliefs in the candidate who I voted for. And
That's not how we choose our president,
And
sir.
that's what
With
you
all
felt you
due
were doing
respect.
on December 14th, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. So did you have any hint or suspicion or anything in your mind that, oh, I might be committing a crime here, I might be doing something that's illegal? Anything like that cross your mind?
At that time, absolutely not.
And so then I take it, these questions might seem a little funny given your answer just now, but I need to ask. So did you conspire in any way with Mr. Cho to commit a crime?
No,
Did you conspire with him to make a false document,
no,
to forge a false document,
no,
to alter a false document?
no,
Did you conspire with him to counterfeit a false public document?
no,
And I say public documents, all those things. You didn't do that at all for any type of document, right?
that's correct. I did not.
Did you make, alter, or forge a public document?
No,
Did you counterfeit a public record, public document?
no,
Did you make any false statements that day when you signed and did what you did on September, around December 14th?
Yes. Yes, I did. By saying
Did
I
you
was a
have any
duly
intent
elected
to
elector.
defraud anyone or injure anyone by your actions on December 14th?
absolutely not.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You sought to disenfranchise
Did you
voters in the state of Michigan.
have
Fuck
any
off.
intent to utter or publish as true a false, forged, altered, or counterfeit record?
No,
Did you conspire with Mr. Choate to do that?
no,
And again, did you intend to injure or defraud anybody by uttering or publishing a false fact?
no,
Who's got their speaker on?
Did you knowingly make, file, or publish a false document? Under
The
our
Zoom
election
participant has to quiet her
Do that.
screen.
laws? Make, alter, file, or otherwise publish any kind of document that you sign.
that because at the time I did not think I was, no.
Right, and I guess maybe I should have prefaced, did you knowingly do
No.
that day?
No, I did not.
And did you knowingly conspire with Mr. Choate to do any of those things?
No.
Thank you,
Election on board?
Jen. Sorry, I tried to say
Did
that
you
quickly, but yes, Justice
Illegally
Roberts has
conspire with any of the other
refused a
electors to do
request.
any of the
Check
things
out
you just
Jen's
done for
411
Absolutely.
breaking news,
these
breaking
charges,
news.
perhaps?
No.
Did you have any intent to defraud anyone under our election laws with
No.
the document that you sent?
No.
Did you intend to injure anyone through that document you sent?
No.
Do you have any personal knowledge that Mr. Choate wanted to injure or defraud somebody?
No.
You would agree he would have had the same information that you received at that meeting from that day, because he was there with you, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Causes for speculation.
Objection causes speculation.
That's not
You're asking-
speculation, he was there. I'm asking if Mr.
Well, no,
Choate
you're
was there
asking him,
and
would he
heard the same
agree
information.
that he would have the same knowledge? How would he know what knowledge?
I didn't say knowledge, same, he was president. I'll rephrase the question if I said it wrong. I'll rephrase it. Mr. Choate was president at the same meeting you were at, right?
He was present, yes.
Okay, and he would have heard the same information you did, right?
He should have,
Right, because he was sitting there with a group of people, right?
but I can't say he did. All I
Right.
can say he should have.
Right, but he was there.
Yes.
Okay. You didn't see him sleeping or anything during the meeting, did you?
No.
Okay.
You're so funny.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
You just don't have a case.
Surrender. My name is Kevin Kiefsky. I represent Mr. Frost that you identified.
Okay.
More so you recognized him in the courtroom, but someone else had to tell you what his name was. I have a handful of questions for you. First, was it your testimony earlier? And I'm just paraphrasing.
Expand the court.
I was elected by the electors to be an elector. Did you essentially make that statement or assertion earlier?
That would be a paraphrase, but that's accurate.
Okay. So how did you refer to yourself when you learned you were going to become a Republican elector? How did you refer to your position? As an elector. Okay. Not possible elector or a nominated elector, but just as an elector, correct?
After the voice vote was taken.
Right.
It was my understanding I was an elector, although I was an alternate elector.
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay. And did you testify earlier? And again, I paraphrase because I don't have a transcript. You asserted that in the event there was a successful recount, then and only then would that certificate be used. Is that a fair characterization of your testimony?
That was my understanding. That was my takeaway from the meeting. That's accurate.
Okay. Now, how did you obtain or develop this understanding?
It was presented at the meeting.
Okay. And among the individuals that were present talking, I believe you said Ms. Rodriguez was there.
Rodriguez,
And who else?
that.
And Kathy
The other
Burden.
individual that could have spoken. It was that group that information was disseminated.
The individual that you cannot name or recall, I believe you testified it's a white male or was a white male, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have the impression that this individual was an attorney? Did he represent himself to be an attorney, or do you recall?
I couldn't remember that. I really
Okay.
couldn't.
And when it comes to my client, Mr. Frost, did you see him sign the document in question regarding the certificate of vote?
I saw no one sign the document.
that certificate of vote, when you, ladies and gentlemen, as part of this group of electors, using your terminology, walked to the Capitol, you believed it was contained in an envelope, is that right?
That was my impression, yes.
Okay. Did you see the document that you and the other electors signed placed into that envelope?
No.
Okay. When's the last time you saw the document when you were in the basement?
After I signed it, that was the last time.
Okay.
Oh, it's a
Then,
David
when
Blaine
you,
defense. It
ladies and gentlemen, were
disappeared.
walking to the Capitol,
Yeah.
you saw the envelope, but you can't state for
Mind
certain
fuck, Chris
if that certificate
Angel.
was
And then
inside
Chris
of that
Angel
envelope,
showed up.
correct?
I don't know what happened next. I was naked.
Is walking to the Capitol with your group of electors at the time a crime in your eyes?
We have
Absolutely
83
not.
viewers.
It was the annex.
We have
Keep in
10,
mind, it was-
73
apologize.
viewers on
Yeah, the
Twitter.
annex.
Hi,
Yeah.
come on over to YouTube.
No,
This is
as
the
I stated
nicest
before,
people
I've
over
went to
here.
Many demonstrations, processions, things of that sort. And that's our right, the citizen. No, it was not a.
So what would you view what you were doing walking to the Capitol, given what you just said, as a form of political, participation or political protest or something like that?
It was not a protest.
Okay. How would you characterize you going over to the Capitol Annex?
It was a delivery of a document.
Okay. But regarding the delivery of the document, you don't know whether or not that document was inside the envelope,
That's
correct? Okay. And this group, you walked over to the Capitol and you were led, I believe, by, was it one or two state representatives?
It was my impression it was one,
Okay,
but there were two ladies that were leading.
I see. Okay. And the state representative in question, do you recall the name?
I don't
Have you met this individual before?
know.
Okay. When you guys arrived to the annex, did you overhear the conversation between, and I'm not asking you to tell me what was said, all right? But did you overhear the conversation that folks had with the Michigan State Police?
Partially. I didn't hear it all. It was somewhat windy and with a variation of voices and everything. I did not hear it word for word, no.
Okay. Now, I am again not asking you to state, I'm not trying to solicit hearsay, but what was your impression, or more so your understanding, why you were refused entry into the Capitol?
It really wasn't given, per se, just that the Capitol was closed and that we would not be allowed in. And with my past experience, I know although the Capitol itself is a public building.
Right.
The annex not necessarily so because of private offices. The state has a right to close it anytime they feel that there's a need to close it. We did it many, many times. So I didn't see any significance in it.
At any point, either during the event when you were at the Capitol Annex or afterward, did you hear or learn that there was the rationale of a bomb scare to close down the Capitol, permitting entry into the Capitol?
No.
No.
And the reason is I flew so many bomb scares. If it had been a bomb scare, first of all, there would have been a vehicle out in front of this building. There was no vehicle in front of this building. Second, there would be a separate crew, and I just leave it at that. That would be, may not be visible, but it's there. I saw no evidence of that.
So given your experience, I know from the 1970s, but still as a Michigan State Police trooper.
Not a trooper.
Or
I was a security officer.
Security officer, pardon me, but still working for the MSP.
Yes.
Okay. Did you find that being denied entry into that Capitol building or the annex to be unusual?
And I believe that question has been answered.
He did answer my question.
Did he?
Yes.
Yeah, he said that the Capitol being a
That it
public
wasn't.
building. And then he specified the annex not being part of that and can be closed, and he didn't think I was, I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. I'll move on. you stated that you first learned about a problem or you perhaps being seen as illegitimate as an elector when you were served with a civil lawsuit. Is that correct?
Partially true.
Okay.
When we were served
What's the
with-
rest of the truth?
Okay, when we were served with the civil lawsuit, which is about that thick.
Yeah.
Okay. I did not read it. I turned it over to the attorney. But then after that, when the Thomas More Society took up a case, and there was one Zoom meeting was an introductory meeting where I did, and then there was going to be a second Zoom meeting. And then that second Zoom meeting was going to be more in depth. At that time, I read every page of the supporting information concerning the civil suit. At that time, I learned what the actual official process was. And it's at that time I became concerned. I don't think that second Zoom meeting never took place. It was canceled. But it was at that time preparation for it. That's when I learned it because I read it.
Right,
And
Thomas
you
More. Isn't
learned
that Jenny Thomas? No, I know it's not
specifically
her, but you know what I
reading
mean?
later
Didn't she
the
speak at
lawsuit
one of their
or
things or
by
something? What did we
advice
watch?
of counsel, or how did you learn that you were perhaps illegitimate?
It was within the transcript, within the documentation for the civil suit.
And I just want to make it clear, I'm not asking you at any time to tell me about the conversations with your attorney, okay? All right. That particular lawsuit, is that still pending?
Unfortunately, it is.
You know the status of that lawsuit?
Objection, relevance.
I do not know.
Well, there's
That
an
would be my
objection.
attorney.
There's an objection for
Whoa,
relevance.
whoa.
The relevance.
Well, the relevance is we actually have a civil suit that's a parallel legal action to this one that addresses the same theories that are being advanced by the Attorney General. I'm not going to go way into it. I just want to inquire
What? No,
regarding
you're
his
already
knowledge
way
of where
into
it
it.
is
Get
right now
out.
and what
Where that
has
case
happened.
is.
I'm sorry?
I understand you want to know the knowledge of where that case is right now, but I'm trying to understand how that's relevant to this criminal prosecution.
It's relevant to this criminal prosecution because, again, the legal theories that are being put forward by the plaintiffs in that case are very similar to the accusations within the criminal complaint.
Oh.
So I believe that there's relevance. I just want maybe a little bit of leeway. I'm not going to go way into a whole bunch of, civil procedure here.
Link alert, link alert. Gal Suburban, dropping a link alert. I'll bet you it's about the Thomas More Society.
I'll just paraphrase the line. That it's on hold pending results.
You
of
are encyclopedic,
this,
gal. I
trial.
love you so much. You make everything I do better by how much you
can't necessarily
add
testify.
context
But that's
and
your understanding,
content
right?
and
Obviously,
information-wise and
so
original
that's my
sources.
understanding.
Thank you, Gal Suburban, for your service to
And
the
you understand
world.
that,
I mean
given
this.
that there is an active civil lawsuit, anything that you say here
We are so
possibly could be
lucky.
used against you in that civil lawsuit.
I didn't until now,
Okay. Does that change your testimony in any way, shape, or form?
not a bit.
And again, I don't want to get into conversations you had with any of your attorneys, past or present. Maybe this is the attorney that you've had the entire time, I'm not sure. But you were offered essentially an agreement with the Attorney General so that you could not, or you would not endure further prosecution, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Does the term noli pros or noli prosequi sound familiar?
Not a bit.
Okay, that's fine. I won't get into all that stuff. But was the condition of your plea deal, or more so your agreement, I should say, to tell the truth?
Absolutely. And if I didn't know the truth, I would state it.
And do you understand from reading that particular agreement with the Attorney General that if you said something that was untrue, that the Attorney General could still come after you for those untruths?
If I said something knowingly untrue, that's correct.
Okay. And you've said everything here today knowingly to be true.
To the best of my knowledge, after 46 months, or 43 months.
Who's counting, right? Thank you.
No, I am. I'm counting. I bet you there's about 83, three other people in here who are counting. There you go.
Good afternoon, Mr. Renner.
Good afternoon.
My name is John Freeman and I represent Marion Sharon.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask you some questions. I'd like to start out a little bit talking about your experience with
Good.
Michigan State.
Easily. I'm glad you're here and you're
If I
okay.
understand
I'm so
correctly,
sorry.
it sounded like your primary responsibilities were security around the Capitol complex. Is that fair to say?
Capitol complex and any other, well, in the secondary, and any other property that stay
And you were also on the governor's detail at one point.
for the last 5 years. That's right.
Did you ever do any investigative work into allegations of criminal activity?
No.
Not at all in your entire time?
Some, but not to the extent of being an official investigator. Yeah.
But did there ever come times where
I did
as
find
part of your
out who took
responsibility for the state
Linda's
police that you
yogurt,
have
though.
to,
I did. I
you know,
solved
take
that. I
some-
cracked that case.
start asking questions and do some legwork to figure
All the
out
time. To
what
that
happened?
extent, yes, all the time.
Okay, so when I use the term investigative activity, that's how I use
Okay.
it. So in the past, you've been presented with the situation in your capacity as a law enforcement officer, and part of your responsibility would be to sort of figure out what happened, right?
That's correct.
No,
And
like
as you
I
would
said,
do
I'm
that,
just the
you
yogurt
follow the
finder.
evidence wherever it take you, correct?
If it was legitimate evidence, I would follow the evidence. Correct.
So you didn't start out with a conclusion and then try to find evidence to back up the conclusion, did you?
Around the office, they call me the
Right, right.
probiotic man. Get
I
it? Like
understand what you're
bionic
saying.
man, but not
But if the-
probiotic.
if the
Yeah.
Conclusion, let's just say it was personal injury,
Okay.
then that was a proven conclusion.
Sorry, I'm
Okay.
making fun of him.
But
I'm not. I'm
I did
making
not-
fun with
We
him.
didn't
Not of him.
identify that it was him, or her, until we had identified and interviewed any, if there were any witnesses or what this physical evidence. That's correct.
So in your example, you might have a theory of what happened, but you look for evidence to back up the theory.
Yeah,
You
right.
know,
That's
I
right.
knew it was
And if
Jeff
the
all
evidence
along,
ends up leading
Buzz,
you in a
because
different
he has
direction
that
and
blood
it
sugar problem he
disproves
told
the
us
theory
about
you
last
started out
party
with,
where
then
he
so
couldn't
be it. That's where the
overindulge in the
investigation
cake, if
leads
you know what I
right?
mean.
That's right.
And that's a hallmark of a fair, impartial investigation, right?
That's right.
You go where the evidence leads you. You don't go to find evidence that leads to your conclusion. Is that fair to say?
That's right.
Okay. So you have an attorney
That's
here
fine.
today. Why do you have a lawyer with you?
Because you should always have a lawyer.
Okay. Well, help me understand your reasoning for having a lawyer.
First of all, this is a new process. Obviously, I've never been through this before.
Sure.
Okay. Second, since he represents me, and and also the one that was heavily engaged in negotiating the agreement between the AG's office, I want to make sure that all the conditions of that agreement are met.
So you want someone to advocate on your behalf to hold the AG's office to their
In
promise.
the event it's necessary, and also to hold, if it becomes necessary,
To hold
Default.
himself accountable.
defense attorney. So
Say,
it's a
say that one more time.
also not only the AG, but also the defense attorney.
So your lawyer's here to make sure everybody treats you fairly. Is that fair to say?
Make sure the process is run appropriately. Correct.
And as part of your having your attorney here, I assume, without telling us any specifics, you consult with him if you need to, correct? And you rely on the advice that he gives you, correct?
Correct.
And he gives you some directions and you sometimes follow them, sometimes you don't, fair to say?
That's correct.
Or do you always follow what he said?
My advice has always been, they tell me how thick the ice is, and make the determination if I go all out.
Fair enough. It's a wise man. So let's talk a little bit about how it is that you came to be a witness. So let's back up. How did you first learn
What's
that
the
you were
point,
the
counselor?
target of an investigation?
Contacted me by phone call.
Okay, and when was that approximately?
April of 2001. It would be approximately April 2001.
So the election took place.
2021, excuse me.
Okay.
21.
So the meeting that we've all been talking about is December 14th, 2020,
That's
correct?
correct.
And you're saying in April of 2021, you got a phone call from,
I believe so. I don't have the chronological order in front of me,
okay,
but it's my recollection it was in April of 21.
so not even 6 months after the meeting that's in question. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that'd be approximately.
So, and are you sure that it was Agent Shock that reached out?
Yes. Yes.
And you knew that what was the person that reached out to you, did they identify themselves as being,
Easily, I'm so
Absolutely.
sorry.
Well,
That sounds
being from the
absolutely
Michigan Attorney General's
horrifying
office?
to have to go through.
via email?
I'm glad
Okay,
people
do you
were
still have
around to
those
help
emails?
in case you needed it. My God, I'm
Could
so
be around
sorry.
someplace. I mean, I presented
Can't imagine.
information. Uh, I couldn't say one way or the other. If I had those emails.
And when you said that you presented information to them, who do you mean to the Attorney
To
General's
the
office?
Attorney General.
So is it your understanding that you've provided to the Michigan Attorney General's office all of the emails that you had that are relevant to the events of December 14th, 2020?
I provided everything I requested if it was still there.
Okay. And did your attorneys help you in compiling that information?
They reviewed it, but the source was myself.
Okay. And so when you were first contacted by someone from the Attorney General's office in 2021, that was a phone call, I believe you said?
That's correct.
Was it a voicemail or did they actually make contact?
Well, I think we were playing phone calls a little bit, but I talked directly with Agent Shaw.
Okay. And tell us about that conversation.
He said he'd like to talk with me concerning the events of 20 of the 14th, of December 14th. And I said, I really don't talk about that. And then he, never said, then he sent me his credentials via email to make sure it was a legitimate inquiry. And then he called again and left an email. I left a phone down message. And then, as I said, I'm not good with phones. I think I called him back 2 days later, 3 days later. And at that time, I obtained it to him.
And was that the attorney that you have here today or
No, it was a different attorney.
someone who works with this attorney who's here
No,
today?
it
No,
was a
some totally different? Okay.
It doesn't sound like something that could be
And help
picked up
us understand
easily.
then where things went from there.
Well, then I met with the attorney and began providing them the information concerning my involvement on December 15th. And they reviewed it and agreed to represent me.
Okay.
At that time in the process.
We've reached 75 viewers on Twitter, beautiful 8 here on YouTube, and 1 loyal soul on Twitch. I should sign into my Twitch. I should watch me.
Between my attorneys and one of the attorneys, I can't say who it was. And in fact.
But I really thank everyone for being here, by the
The
way.
case was announced publicly, and I guess we became active at that time. We were ready to, at least the attorneys were ready to sit down in the AG's office and talk.
So these communications, the initial contact that you had from someone from the AG's office on the phone and the phone tag just referred to,
Right.
Was that before you were publicly charged
Yes.
in this case?
Yes.
And it was a couple of years before you were publicly charged. Is that fair to say?
Well, I was here. I was public, and I'd have to refresh my memory, okay, because the dates are starting to kind of roll together.
Okay.
Okay, I feel that. I hope it goes
I
down
don't have
great.
those dates in front of me. I don't have those dates in front of me right now.
Okay.
And I don't have any follow-up data that I could look at to determine the actual dates.
Okay.
Okay, but sequentially.
Okay.
I was contacted. And leaving the dates out, those can be determined at a later time.
Okay.
Sequentially, I was contacted by Agent Shot
Right.
about that. And then after a discussion, or possibly two, I obtained an attorney.
Okay.
And from that point on, the discussions were between the AG's office and my attorney.
Okay.
Okay. As far as the actual dates, I'd have to research my records.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you for sure. And I can't tell you the exact year.
Okay.
I can tell you month, but I can't tell you the exact year. I apologize for that. I should be better.
Well, that's okay. So, it all happened a long time.
Yes.
But as far as the sequence goes, I just want to see if we can pinpoint that. Your attorneys had communications with the Michigan Attorney General's office before the public charges were ever announced. Is that fair to say?
Exactly.
And are you?
Well, time out.
Go ahead.
That's what they communicated to me.
Okay. Fair enough. And you had no reason to disbelieve.
No.
So by the time that the case formally came into court, when you were actually charged as a defendant with these 8 felony counts, it was your understanding that your attorney or attorneys had already been in communication with the Attorney General's office about you cooperating. Is that fair to say?
Cooperating, I would not say cooperating, that we were going to talk to them about that.
Okay.
I don't know if that agreement had been totally agreed upon.
Okay.
But it was my understanding that that was the objective of the discussions.
Okay. Now, is the term cooperator, is that a fair term to use to characterize you here today?
I don't know what else you could say, but yes.
Okay. So when you, in your mind, when did it go from we're just kind of chit-chatting about maybe how things are going to resolve for yourself? When did that go from that being in that status to now I'm going to be a witness?
Oh, the day of the indictment.
Okay.
Everything changed at that time.
And when you say the indictment, was that the day that things were formally charged?
That's right.
Okay, and that's when in your mind you were going to become a witness.
Not really, because I changed at that time. There had been no agreement.
Okay.
At all. And at that time, the attorneys changed. Okay. And at that time, now I
got it. Okay. So the team that you have now didn't become your team until after the charges were filed.
Correct.
Okay.
That's right.
So it wasn't until after the charges were filed that then things got real serious
Do
about
these lawyers do any research?
The agreement that you're here testifying under today. Fair to say?
I'd say that's a fair assessment.
Okay. And approximately when was that agreement entered into, if you can remember?
June of July.
Of what year?
Last year.
23. Okay. So between the time that you first, before the agreement was
now the dates again.
Okay.
I'll give you a caveat. I was ill during that time.
Okay.
And the doctor treated me. And my comprehension of the dates, they have been a little fuzzy. I was a little fuzzy.
Okay.
During that time. But I do remember it was May through maybe June, something like that. So.
Okay. Are you fuzzy at all on the sequencing?
No.
No.
Sequence is spot on.
Okay. Before the agreement was reached, how many times did you sit down with law enforcement and talk about these events?
None. Law enforcement meaning Agent Shot?
Well, let's use him as for instance. Did there ever come any times when you sat down with Agent Shot?
No. No. The only time was when we met with a full AG team in Lansing.
Okay. And was that before the agreement was entered into, or was that after?
That was before.
It was before. How many of those kinds of meetings do you think you had?
One.
Okay,
With a
It
full
also
AG team,
seems,
right.
one.
Did you have any meetings before the agreement was reached with something less than, as you're referring to, the full AG team? How about after the agreement was reached? Did you have any meetings with the full AG team?
Not the full AG team. No.
How about something less than the full AG?
I think we had a meeting with Anna.
Okay.
And one of the, I don't know the reporting relationship, I just know that AG.
Okay.
One or two.
About how many times do you think you had meetings like that?
Once, if not twice.
Okay.
this guy thinks the sound of what he's asking is giving public opinion or shaping public
Now,
opinion. So
at any
there's
point during
no
your meetings
substance.
with, whether it was the full AG team or the partial AG team, did you provide any documentation to either Agent Shock or members of the Attorney General's?
Yes.
On how many separate occasions do you think you did that?
Supply information or sit down with them?
No, documents, give them documents.
Oh, okay, so the issue is sit down with them or provide them documentation. There was a article.
And did you ever give, you referred to an email?
Let me back.
Sure.
I presented the documentation to our attorney, and the attorneys reviewed it, and then I think the transmission of that data then went to the AG.
Okay, fair enough. And you think that you provided your attorneys on more than one occasion with documentation?
I don't think he said that.
Twice.
Okay. And you had referred to an email invitation from, I think it was a Janelle Leonard, and that's what prompted you to go to the meeting in December. Did you ever provide, was that email communication between Janelle Leonard and yourself ever part of the material?
I looked and went back into the old memories. I could never find it.
You can never find that.
Wonder if Janelle retracted it. Remember Gmail had that function a few times?
Other emails?
Yes.
And the other emails that you provided, do you recall whether they were emails between, who they were between you and who, as it related to this case?
Yeah, one was with Janelle. Okay. I think maybe Agent Shock with communication. Privileged communication between the old attorneys and you for them. I don't think the AG saw that. That's my recollection. That was the sources of communication that I sent.
Okay. And did I understand correctly that there was email communication between you and Agent Shock directly?
No. He sent me his credentials.
Okay.
Okay, just to make sure that it legitimized the call.
Got it.
Okay. And then after that, there was no, I did not send Agent Shock any emails to my knowledge. No.
Okay. Now, you previously testified in connection with a different group of electors. Do you recall all of that?
We'll find out. I've read the transcript.
Okay, well, you're getting a little bit ahead of me.
Okay,
So this is not the first time that you've been in this courtroom testifying about the events of December 14th, 2020. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And there were a whole different group of lawyers, the same prosecutors. Agent Shock was there, but you took the oath and you did the dance that you're doing today. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you referred to a transcript. Who gave you that transcript?
The AG's office.
And when did she give you that? And that was when you knew you were going to be testifying around this week, the very latter part of May, right?
Yes,
Did you ask
to get a copy of that transcript to read it?
I had asked my attorney if it was possible if I could get a transcript. And at that time, it would have been time consuming and very difficult. But then he notified me that the transcript would be provided and sent it to me.
So it was your idea to ask for the transcript?
Yes.
Why?
So I could find out exactly how I said things, because everything was true that I stated in the first meeting, and to refresh my memory, because I didn't know how long it would be until the next group I would present to.
Sure.
And as a result, I wanted just to refresh my memory.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
And because it has been a long time.
Understood.
Okay.
Okay. So I want to,
Oh, we're moving
as best
on?
you can in
Okay.
your mind's eye, I want you to put yourself back in the shoes that you were in.
When?
Getting there.
Okay.
December 14th, 2020.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I want to talk about right now.
Okay.
Okay. So it's a cold winter day, fair to say.
Mm-hmm.
You have to, you can't, or
Yes, it was a cold winter day.
All right, real good. And you go to this location in Lansing, correct?
Yeah, Seymour Street, correct.
And there's about 30 people in the basement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And your belief is that there's approximately, including yourself, there are 16 people that are electors. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And then there are 14 people who are non-electors.
That's correct.
Okay. And those, and you differentiated between the electors and the non-electors how?
First of all, the electors were all seated in a confined, in a cohesive fashion.
Okay.
Whereas the other individuals were standing to the far right of us, okay, in the back against,
Does anyone else imagine like this darkened interrogation room with all of them sitting around a table and all these shadowy figures in the side
first one
lines?
was Myra Rodriguez, is that correct?
Right.
That's
And the
probably
second
not
was
what
Kathy,
happened,
and
but
I'm
that's
sorry, I
what
missed
sticks
her.
in my mind.
Burton, okay. And then the third was this white male, is that correct? And the white male was not an elector.
That's right.
As you sit here today, you're not sure of the precise name of that person, right?
I couldn't tell you, no, I could not identify him. No, that's right.
But there's no fuzziness in your mind as to whether or not that white male actually addressed the group.
There were people, my recollection that was a high possibility. There was another person involved in the providing information. That's right.
How many, if you can recall, how many white men were there in that room that were not electors?
Put the money in the bag, see?
Most of the individuals standing in the background were one of them. So, pick a number, 10, 8, 12.
Did he look like
Yeah,
Nosferatu
relatively high
or
level.
Jabba the Hutt?
Relatively high level.
Okay. So you mentioned that there was a voice vote of the electors. You used the term elector.
Only two. Elected at that time.
Right, yourself and the other alternate. Okay, but in order to become elected as an alternate, the other electors did a voice vote, correct?
That's correct.
So when you use the term elector, as your mind goes back to December 14th, 2020, what does that term mean to you?
They were appointed, well, to endorse their party. That's what the electors were doing. They were endorsing the party slate, the vice president and president.
So in your mind at that time, was that something of a
a formal title that these were quote unquote electors?
Yes,
Asked and answered in previous
I understood it
testimony.
to be more of a formal title.
And do you know how these other people became electors?
I don't know how the other 14 became. Only 2 of us have voted during that meeting.
Right. Did the other 14, did they refer to themselves as electors?
I don't know. That term really wasn't highly used during the meeting.
Okay.
I mean, it wasn't, I am Jim the elected. It wasn't that. Okay.
But you understood to be, once you were endorsed as an alternative elector, you understood your status to be the same as the other electors, quote
That is correct.
unquote, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Who cares what he thought?
And I believe that you have testified that the purpose of the meeting, there were 2 purposes, correct?
That was my 2 takeaways from the meeting.
Okay.
Now, what the purpose of the meeting was for the leaders, now that's different. All I can tell you is the 2 takeaways that I took from the meeting. So the purpose of the meeting.
Did you mean more of a?
Too low.
Okay.
What I saw as the purpose, the 2 takeaways, and what other
You mean
people
that
may
kind
have
of like
saw
Bela
at
Lugosi
the
kind of
meeting
vibe?
or planned a meeting or whatever.
Well, do you know who planned the meeting?
No.
When you say we're leading the meeting, who are you referring to?
Well, I think it would be the 2 people that identified themselves as president and secretary of the electoral
You know, that
college.
officery kind of stuff, you know, whatever, title-y kind of stuff,
who else?
whatever. I don't know, I fell for it.
Other
Guilty.
individuals who I can't name, but I think.
Meaning the white male?
Yeah, my takeaway was, it was primarily.
Yeah,
those-
why didn't you
the 2
talk
ladies.
about not being let
And
in? Why
then
was there a risk that
So
you wouldn't be
mentioned
let
what
in?
the purpose of the leaders was. What was?
I can't tell you what the purpose of the leaders was because I don't know what the purpose was.
Okay,
Other than the 2 takeaways that I had. I can't speak for them.
got it.
All I can speak for is what I came away from that meeting and did.
So one of the purposes that you understood the meeting to be for was to develop an alternative slate of candidates which were going to be used if there was if it turned out that Donald Trump had won the presidential election. Fair to say?
This is one
like
whole
to be
hell
faithful.
of a lot
Go
of
ahead.
white
There are
male
2 purposes.
tears.
One is to
I
develop a
didn't
slate
mean
of
to do it.
that the slate would be presented to the Senate that day by 2 o'clock, which they would make a determination to accept this slate of candidates. The Democratic slate and the Republican. The second,
They're
in
ridiculous.
the event there was an official.
Oh my
recount
God, whiny
of the
babies.
popular vote to the state of Michigan, and Trump was found.
He was doing his duty to his
then the
Führer,
electors
de
would not have
Führer.
to legally convene because they had already signed the documentation.
Kind of un-American. I don't know. That's at least that's
And
how I was
your
raised.
understanding of the 2 purposes based on what you were told at the beginning of the meeting?
It's what I heard, yes.
And you understood at the time, on December 14th,
If
2020.
it doesn't
that there
sound
was some
right, then it
controversy
isn't, dude.
surrounding the election, correct? What
Do you
was
even
your
have a mother?
understanding of some of the controversy surrounding the election?
There was so much swirling about the one thing that I
Stop.
kept noticing is the affidavits that were signed by the.
Which were bullshit. The affidavits were nonsense. I think I saw a truck pull
I'm
up at
just gonna ask
3
you to
a.m.
keep your
That's
voice up a
literally what
little
the
bit more
affidavits
as you
say, okay?
explain that.
Ignore them.
Affidavits that were signed by the workers at the Wayne County Vote Counting Center.
Yeah.
And the ill
What, that-
treatment,
oh.
the inappropriate processes,
Yeah.
the blocking of verifiers.
That's
and
right.
just a variety of
Drag
other
that
things
legacy,
went on.
you stupid
And
cuck.
to my understanding, those had never been addressed.
Yes, they
were,
have been
to my
addressed. They were
understanding, pretty
debunked.
significant issues.
The observer piece is
Why?
complete
Well, first of
bullshit.
all,
There was
you
no
know, very
active
apparent it was a
recount in the
partisan-
state of Michigan.
a
There might have
partisan
been one
bias
stupid hamstring
shown.
case
Those-
that was
those
probably
fellas should
full
be
of
not
these bullshit affidavits that were
by
literally
Democrat or
nothing,
Republican. But
literally
they're there for a
nothing.
purpose to be nonpartisan, to make sure all the votes are counted legally.
So bullshit.
Okay.
Nobody
Anybody
cared
need
shit all about counting ballots legally. They
Presentation
finally
and
found someone that made them help, that helped them
through the
believe what
affidavits
they've
of
always
one
wanted to
person, that may not
believe,
occur.
that Democrats
Okay.
were rigging the
And that was
system.
a
So
great
these
concern.
guys just got
Okay.
the answer they were looking
Now, were there
for.
any other?
They weren't
you
using their
identified this issue with
brains
Wayne
because they don't
County. Were there
have any
other
brains.
areas of concern?
Some of
No, that
them.
was a significant one that really I was concerned with.
Okay.
Because Wayne County has such
Good.
a
I hope their legacies
high
are
level of
ruined.
vote
I'm going to be around to remind everybody not to, you know, to.
potential there for
Bleh.
variation. Significant.
Now, were you aware of any other?
Give them the legacy they
areas
really
of
deserve.
Controversy on the.
Yeah,
on-
we
at
get
the
to
time of
cheat. That's
December
exactly
14,
it, baby.
2020?
There's a lot of
Finally,
talk, but nobody
the
had signed
other white men
affidavits.
and white
When
women
you sign an
told them
affidavit,
they
you
get to
sign-
cheat.
You swear that
That's
actual
why we're
information is
here.
accurate.
Okay.
They
And
knew
when you
they
say
were
there was a lot
cheating.
of talk, what were some of
This
the
guy
other
just
topics
lucked
of
out.
conversation that you would label as controversial?
I think part of it was this issue of hacking the computers and things of that sort. And were the counts legitimate in discussions of that sort? None of this
Which is why
significant issue per se.
I'm not even going to listen. Our congressmen are the problem here. Our Congress people who stand up every day and say, I don't see anything. This was a big lie, is a big lie. Yeah, well, but yeah, Biden's president. But yeah, there was a lot of irregularities in the 2020 election. But Biden's president. But there were a lot of. You can't have it both ways. Okay, you fucking nimrods.
Those areas
I
of
hope they go to
controversy, that was
prison. I
part of
really
the
do.
Chitter chatter among the group.
It's
On
time.
December 14th.
If they broke the
2020,
law
correct?
and there's evidence, then they go to prison.
Now, I got the impression that in your mind,
Hopefully, they learn a
correct me if I'm
lesson
wrong,
about
there's
telling
some doubt in your
lies.
mind as to actually who won the 2020 presidential election. Is that fair to say?
There's still controversy.
No, there isn't.
What do you, could you explain
No,
that?
there
Pardon?
isn't.
Could you explain that?
There is not controversy. I'm not even going to let him explain it. There's no inconsistencies. I will do a show debunking all of the election myths. That's it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Then I think Gore and Hillary were president too. That's right. In fact, you know what? Hillary actually did win the popular vote. So frankly, she was president. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do a show on election fraud myths.
Where every periods where you shut the business down.
I shall be doing that.
Or whatever, and you go in and you count every stock keeping unit. And at the end of the 48-hour period, you know exactly how much you got or how much was lost. And because of the sanctity of the voting process, that should occur on the recount. And I never saw it.
And you mentioned something about Muskegon, and there was some.
Yeah, there's something about somebody tried to provide the clerk with bogus voter registrations.
Oh, fuck yeah, it did. Mueller report part 2. Mueller report part 2. Yes, hell yes, there was cheating. Hell fucking yes. Oh my God.
You're talking about Muskegon, the state police actually got involved.
And that's
before
why
December
Assange is a
14th,
fucking
2020,
criminal,
didn't it?
okay? Assange is a motherfucking self-obsessed,
That's when you learned about it.
fucking criminal disinformation
Do you have
agent.
any
He can go
recollection
fuck
as to
himself.
when the events that you learned about when they were supposed to have actually taken place?
Other than the affidavits, no.
When you said the affidavits, what do you mean?
For the voting center in Detroit, that actually happened.
Okay, no,
either
it
the
didn't
night
actually
before or
happen,
the day
okay?
before the night
Read the
of
affidavit.
election.
Sir, what is what in the affidavit
actual
say?
voting
Please tell me what's in one of the
In November of
affidavits.
2020.
You
In
do,
November of
Siegfried?
2020.
Oh,
And that was
excellent.
a
Please
live
do share that, Siegfried. I would
conversation during
love
this
to
meeting.
share that.
No,
I would
was my
love
time.
to share that.
That
It
was
all
your
started
first
with
time.
Reagan
That was my
Bush,
time.
right?
That's
They
what-
tried with Nixon,
You wanted to
but
know
Forrest reported to the
what
men
gave
with
you concerns
flashlights.
about the
Ah,
legitimacy
that's
of the
funny.
election, correct?
Right.
Okay. And that was one of the items.
no, there
But
wasn't
if I
any.
understood
There was
correctly,
no
there was
documented
conversation
fraud
among
coming
the-
out of
Just
any
Let me
state
finish the
in
question.
any
Okay, I
union.
appreciate your wanting
The affidavits were bullshit. They were
So
a
if
truck
I
pulled
understood
up
correctly,
and they
there was
unloaded big boxes.
conversation
Do you know
at
what's
the
in the
meeting on
boxes? No, I
December
don't know what was in the
14th,
boxes, but they pulled up
among
at 3 a.m.
attendees
Period.
about
That's the
these
affidavit.
irregularities with respect
It's
to the
fucking bullshit.
presidential
There were
vote.
no
Fair to say?
irregularities. God damn it. I'm so mad about this. Doug Frank. See, this is the crime is the erosion of trust in election systems and processes. And that is the
why that
major
particular
crime. That is
location
the
was selected
murder
as the
of
location for
democracy
the
right
meeting on
there.
December 14th?
Is this bullshit that we have to keep
Was that at
talking
the
about
height of-
and keep
were we still
debunking
dealing with the
as if it
effects
were
of COVID
something,
at that
anything
time?
serious or that anyone had anything they needed to do with. I can't even do this anymore. I can't.
So a whole group
It's like
of
this
people.
post-truth world. That's right, baby.
You left the
A fucking
location where the
post-truth
meeting
world.
was, and then I think you said you went to the Radisson Hotel.
We're
is
not.
that
We're
right?
not even any. We're farther away from a more perfect union right now. I knew we were far away from a more perfect union, just in the when it felt normal.
But then instead of that, I received.
But now I feel like, whoa! Now we have so much more ground to make up.
Disregard that, then to meet at the Radisson, beside the Radisson.
Do you remember who that call came from?
I couldn't tell you. It was a male, I believe.
It was a male?
I believe.
Okay. And did you get that call on your cell phone?
That's correct.
As part of the materials that were provided to your lawyers, did you include your cell phone number?
Sure.
You know if that information was ever provided to the Attorney General's office? I'm sorry?
I know they have my cell phone number, but I don't know if it was transmitted at that period of time.
Okay. Do you know if they ever got your cell phone records?
Who?
The Attorney General's office or Investigator Shock?
I couldn't tell you.
So you got a call from what you believe to be a male. You then went to the Radisson. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And there were a whole bunch of people at the Radisson, right?
Yes.
When we say
Oh, they have those hot wings, and I'll tell you, geez, those things are hot.
People at the initial meeting. How many more people are we talking about at the Radisson?
That lobby's not all that big. Maybe 40, 45.
40 or 45 total. So we got 30 plus another 10 to 15.
Yes, that would be roughly.
Exactly, baby.
Okay. And approximately, if you know, how many of the 30 people that were at the initial meeting ended up at the Radisson?
I couldn't tell you.
And then from there, a group of you went from the Radisson to the annex. Is that fair to say?
That's good.
About how long is that walk?
It was cold and windy. It seemed a lot longer than it actually was. Maybe
This is a little sedition humor.
a little over a quarter of a mile. Maybe.
A little over a quarter of a mile.
Yeah.
So of this 40 to 45 people that were at the Radisson, about how many of those people went, as you recall, to the
That
annex?
doesn't sound suspect at all, baby. I don't know what you're talking about. My goodness, I don't know. I spend a little bit of time on Grindr, and so perhaps that's what made me think, oh, I'll just respond to any call to go to the Radisson.
Correct.
I don't know, maybe. Hey man,
And there
you
were
do
actually
you,
3
bud.
state
Get your freak on.
representatives that went along with you. Is that correct?
I only was aware of one.
Tinder, maybe he's Tinder. I don't know.
Two ladies.
I don't care.
Had met the state.
Okay.
Sorry, my mind goes to Grindr right away. I didn't mean to genderfy or any of that, make assumptions.
We saw
it could be any
and you pointed
hookup
yourself
service.
Out. So when you
I'll take
refer to
any
the 2
hookup
ladies
service.
in front of you, are you talking about the 2 women that appeared to be ahead of you during the walk down the sidewalk?
Tell me why else you go to a Radisson.
One of those was a state legislator, and you're not sure about the other one?
I mean, that's
okay.
What are you doing in the Radisson?
Now,
attending an insurance conference?
That there was an attorney in the group
the learning
that went
annex
to the state to the annex.
Unless it was Ian Norton, I wouldn't have been aware of him.
Well, what do you know about Ian Norton?
Now we're going down a road I don't want to go, but okay, I see where you're going.
What I know of Ian Norton is what I learned that day, and that day was
Chris Hansen. Do you see Chris Hansen very much in your travels, sir? No, just kidding.
That was in the envelope sent to the Senate.
The state Senate?
State Senate.
Okay.
And that's when again, Lieutenant Green intervened and said, no, that's gonna happen. The building's closed and I'm not taking you back in the field.
Okay, and you knew Ian Norton to be an attorney at that point, correct?
No, I didn't, at that point, I did not.
You didn't?
No, I didn't know what his affiliation was.
Okay. Did you see him at the meeting in the basement on December 14th?
I don't recall seeing him.
So is it, you're not, he could have been there, he may not have been there, you just don't remember?
Well, his distinguishing factor was his camel hair coat.
Right, and we saw a picture.
Yeah,
Right.
and I never saw anybody in that type of attire.
So, but what did he
Well,
testify to?
did you have your
Didn't
coat
he
on in the
review
basement?
his
No.
testify?
Remember others may have had their coats on?
The testify that he did know.
It was
Wait,
inside, it was
what?
warm and
Didn't he
toasty in the
review his
basement.
testimony? So did he
It
or
was
did he not
okay.
testify to who was it? Your channel makes my day always ready for the truth and laughter.
but
I
beyond
would
that,
not get through any of this life
Again,
without
I don't
you
remember
guys.
seeing him.
You guys, gals,
They-
he, she's, and
therefore,
theys.
you
The
could
he, she's, and
distinguish
theys of the lounge
factor of
keep
his
me
coat.
going.
So when do you?
The fact
do
that
you-
they
do you
had
remember
meeting in a
anything about
basement.
him
Oh my
other
God,
than the
baby, there's
coat?
so many red flags. Clearly, this guy
I
is
think
a
he's on
danger
Paula's
to
side.
himself and the community.
Fair.
I can make no other summation but to think that these
Beyond
fake
that, that's about
electors
it.
should not be in
Okay.
charge of their own
So
affairs.
do you remember seeing him? When's the first time you remember seeing?
When he was, first when he attempted to present the information to Lieutenant Green, okay, and then when it proved unsuccessful. then
Say,
I-
say, I mean, you guys speak a little.
Okay, and then as that proved unsuccessful.
Okay.
And as I began walking away, he then began talking with, I think, media. To my, as I was walking away, the doors here, and there's a talk, and he's talking with media about right here. And then I walked and I left.
Whose idea was it for the media to be there? You know?
I had not the slightest idea.
Okay.
Baby, I mean, really, come on. I know it's hopium, right? This guy's a Trumper. He admits that he wanted to vote for his guy. Like, he doesn't understand how
mentioned
much of a
that
fascist he
At the
is.
Radisson, you were essentially invited to go back to have pizza.
What do we
Pizza,
do with
hot
all these
chocolate.
people who don't realize how fascist
and
they
you
are?
said They had a room.
I know, they probably do, but at the same time,
Who's that?
I don't know. They were never identified. You know, they, and I had no intention of doing it, so I could put that to the third last.
Sure. Afterwards, you got some hot coffee and went back home and then prepared a summary of your activities that you then emailed to Janelle.
That's right.
Okay. Was that ever provided to Investigator Shock?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you ever discuss that with either Investigator Shock or the AG's team prior to your first set of testimony?
I think it was. Yes, I think it was touched upon.
So I believe when Mr. Bellata was asking some questions, you
Can you
indicated
identify which of the attorneys is?
the good-looking guy seated all the way on the right.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Definitely, he's got a coat on, not the other. When Mr. Bellata was asking you some questions, I think you mentioned that you
yeah, well, we
believed
should talk
at
about the
time,
libertarians this
December
time
14th,
around, baby,
you
too.
believed
I know,
that the
Bernie
process
Bros helped
was
us get here.
legitimate
Yeah.
because you had reliable resources. Do you recall saying something along those lines?
Because I believe in the authority of the individuals that were presenting the information. And part of that was the identification of the two individuals as president and secretary.
Your Honor, I'm having trouble hearing.
Okay. Part of that had to do because of the representation of the two individuals that were identified as president and secretary respectively of the District of Electoral.
And I believe that you said that the legal reasons for what was going to transpire, that was explained to you during this meeting. Do you recall that?
Let's rephrase it. The legal reason for that to
Oh,
transpire.
touche.
I think
Ouchie
they
McOuchie.
identified.
It's true though. And now they're libertarians. Now they're libertarians and maybe trying to get the guy who invented Silk Road, the most one of the heaviest human trafficking, drug trafficking websites in the history of
Do you remember
humankind.
specifically who gave you that instruction?
They want him freed. So, you know, and Trump just promised the libertarians at their convention this last weekend that he would free him. This man's serving 2 life sentences because he was caught and he created Silk Road. Okay? So that's it. I'm going to vote for the guy who shuffles. I'm riding with Biden all the way, baby. All the way. That's right. They want him free. Ross Ulbricht. He's the creator of Silk Road, which is a disgusting website like a Craigslist for humans and for drugs and all kinds of illicit things. He's sick. And that's why they all want it, because these are all a bunch of frustrated Chans. Oh, where have we heard about Chans before? Fred Brennan. Biden all the way. Period. Not even having a conversation about it. I know how I'm going to get Biden to do the things I want him to do. The things I'm going to want him to do, I'm going to get from him because I'm going to vote for him, and then I'm going to work to really, really hold him accountable and the administration accountable for things that I don't agree with, because I'm a grown-up and I can do 2 things at once. I can vote for democracy and in the interest of all of us, and I can also disagree with that administration and hold them accountable. But I can't do that if Trump is in power or RFK or whoever the frickin' Trojan horse is for the authoritarians. I don't vote for authoritarians, period. Full stop. And I don't stay home.
When was that?
You know, that could have happened in June, July of 21.
Of 21.
He's so definitely not perfect. And guess what? Every election is important. Every election is critical.
When Investigator Shock reached out.
Yes.
But the chance we have to make a more perfect union is done under democracy. And right now, Democrats are the only adults. And frankly, I know better than anyone because I watch probably more hearings than most of the people who don't like Biden. And if you don't watch the number of hearings that I do or listen to what they say, then shut up.
That reached out.
Figure it the fuck out. Figure out who has your best interests at heart. Because it's not staying home. And it's not whatever else is being offered out there. It's not Cornel West. I love Cornel West. I've always thought.
Okay.
But I don't know what's happened.
FBI. And also a law enforcement officer.
Jill Stein is a Russian asset.
From the National Archives. Right. And you had counsel, legal counsel representing you at that time,
correct? Black voting women.
No.
I want to vote.
And how did they reach
so that everyone's rights are protected. I want to
see my grandchildren. And
I want a more perfect union.
They come real early.
I want, and that's why, and I'm going to say it again, voting rights matter. Voting rights are the most crucial legislation that we could pass right now. Because if we secure voting rights and get rid of gerrymandering and then get dark money out of politics, get corporations out of politics and PACs, of course RFK's with that union. He'll go with anybody who, you know, I don't know, gives him some Adderall. I have no idea what his problem is. But the point is that I need people to do the math. Yes, and black women are at the bottom of everything, and yet you baby. As a black woman, you do get it.
Basically, it's.
And you show up. No matter who tries to take your vote away from you, you fucking show up
The one-way
and
part of it
stand
was
in
you
line.
talking
You
and
know,
them listening,
like you
correct?
commit
And them asking you questions and you answer, correct?
is
And this is your
representing.
friendly neighborhood FBI knocking on the
I know,
door,
we need 3
showing up
justices. We need to
unannounced.
expand the Supreme Court. The population is larger than when that Supreme Court was formed. The population is larger and more diverse, and it needs to reflect the population of the United States. And the other reason I'm voting for Biden, okay, here's actually one crucial reason. Roe is gone.
Differ in opinion on whether that's.
Roe's gone.
Okay.
The thing we thought would never be gone is gone.
How long was that conversation?
Okay, so
You're pretty precise.
we have to vote for the administration that is most likely to help us restore the rights of all of us and then go further and make it better. So that's.
So the AG's office received notes that
Blah, blah, blah,
indicated
blah,
that
blah.
you had been visited in June of
I don't know.
2021 by.
No lifetime terms.
Federal
Yeah,
Bureau of
new court
Investigation.
rules.
Fair to say.
Ethics rules. How about ethics? How about an ethics code for the Supreme Court justices? How about that? How about some ethics codes? Nothing big.
Do you ever have any other
I don't know.
interactions with federal
I don't know.
law enforcement other than the one that you
Anyway,
just told us about
here's
in
to a
June
more
of
perfect
2021?
union. Let's keep going.
As part of your agreement not. to
Media
be
literacy,
prosecuted,
please.
Is there anything that protects you?
Know your
from federal
sources.
prosecution?
Not to my knowledge.
I love it. I love it easily. I love it. 6 Biden Harris shirts and a hoodie. That's my wardrobe this summer, past winter. Yeah, I got to do more. I got to do more. What are we doing? I talked over them. I'm sorry. That's my fault. What are we doing? Which straw are we grasping at?
Can I just have a moment to confer with my client?
Yes.
I don't have a yard, but I got to figure. I could put something on my car.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing else at this time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
To be direct, very briefly. How briefly? I don't know if I should.
7 minutes.
Oh, okay, I was wondering if I need to give everybody a break first.
I mean, I'm okay taking a break. I'm still gonna be brief
Oh,
regardless.
okay. Well, let's take a break. This has been over an hour.
Okay.
We'll do 10 minutes.
Sorry, didn't mean to do that. Okay, we're taking a break. They should be wrapping for the day pretty soon. You already have a Biden Harris. I don't know. I don't have one, unfortunately. I should probably figure that out. But let me turn this down. Anyway, yeah, so yeah, I just media literacy. Fuck Putin. Oh, that's cool. Fuck Putin with Ukraine flag. That's awesome. I love that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I think the answer is more information. I think the answer is trying to boil this down. Yeah, right? You're not ready to see Trump flags out yet. I found a giant LED lit Ukraine flag on Amazon that covers the right side of your house. That's fucking awesome, Siegfried. How fun. My God, that sounds like fun. Let's see. So what was I gonna say? Because when someone said something that made me. trying to say, oh wait, they're really loud. I can't, I need to turn that down. So let's see. Oh my God. Oh, yeah. Okay, so let me write this down actually, because I know I'm going to forget. I think I'm going to forget. Oh, there's a pen. Yay, yay me. Yay me, yay me. Yay me, yay me. I did it. I did it. I did it. Oh, now I don't have a piece of paper. Wait a minute. Where's my paper? Where's my T-Rex? Oops. I don't know what that is. Oh, here it is. Look at. I'm gonna use my T-Rex. My T-Rex pad that I got. Oh, and I had already written down a note and I hadn't taken it off yet. Hello. That. Okay, and then I was going to do a show, on election myths. Debunking election lie. Debunking the big lie. Okay, I want to do a show on that. And, you know what else I want to do? I think I want to talk to Jim and Gal about this, but I'd like to do a show on their work. The insurrection was Plan B, like 2 years later. Okay, that's a good one, actually. Like the insurrection was Plan B, what we know now. What we know now and what we're going to do about it. Oh, this is good. That's a good one. Okay, so that's one. You almost crashed the truck. What do you mean? Small town Ontario, Canada, a house here flying Trump 2024. You know, in my observation of the Canadians, which I actually have been watching the kind of low-level Canadians, but two that are specifically very pro chaos. So I find that there's quite a lot of Canadians who are Trumpists. And a lot of them are very MAGA, very, very chud. Very chud. Funny, my neighbor got a new American flag. She pointed out it was made in America with the proper gold trim. She doesn't want to be associated with the traitors. Oh my gosh. I'm not a big flag fan at all. I think flags and religions get us into more trouble than they get us out of. So, I don't know. That just doesn't. I don't know. But yeah, I think those are two shows I want to do. If you didn't catch for those of you who are new to the lounge while they're taking a break, let me tell you a little bit about, my ancestor designed the American flag and she knows how disgusted I am with those MAGA. Oh. So, yeah. So, let me tell you a little bit about Lolo's Lounge. Here you are at Daily Down Lolo. This is something I try to do most days of the week, but really centered around an event. So this morning we listened in on some SCOTUS opinions as well as the Michigan Fake Electors preliminary hearing day 3. And the theme of my channel is really media literacy and presenting, kind of a pro-democracy view, but showing original sources and really looking at the words that people say and their actions and trying to have good media literacy in terms of the sources and where we're getting our information from. And that's something that I really feel passionate about. And I also feel passionate about democracy and a more perfect union. So all of my programming is geared around those kinds of topics. So the Daily Down Lolo is more like news and politics. And then we have on Friday nights, we have Lolo's Lounge, which is a more informal, and we do spaced out trivia, which is a very fun and ridiculous and rather psychedelic trivia game. So it's just a bunch of fun. So I highly recommend coming. There's reminders for all of these programs on my channel at Real Lolo on YouTube. Whoops, pointed that way. And also, then I do things like Bedtime with Lolo, which is where we take a book that we all kind of want to collectively read, and then I do a couple of chapters a night, spaced out, and read them in ASMR tones. So hopefully you actually fall asleep during the broadcast, and also provide commentary under the terms of fair use. That is something that is. I want to read those books, and I will not read them unless I'm reading them to someone else. So frankly, it is as much for me as it is for anyone else that wants to listen. And I also encourage that those of you buy the original book from a small bookstore so that the author is the one who gets any financial benefit, as I do not wish to have any financial benefit from those broadcasts whatsoever. And then I release with my friend Oomph. We are Oompflo, and so we also release musical pieces. We do political parody songs as well as just original creations or robotic, whatever we want. So that's Oompflo, and there's a playlist on there as well. And also in real life, I also portray Democracy Dino, which is a character I developed because I wanted to protest, but I also wanted to kind of bring attention to the protest message. And what better way than something I love, which is T-Rex. I love T-Rexes. I love Jurassic Park. I love all things dinosaur. So I thought, well, Democracy Dino, it just rolls right off the tongue, or the tongue, if you will. So I am also Democracy Dino. Democracy Dino has their own channel, but we don't use that. We use our channel. So we are one and the same. And so, yeah, there's lots of stuff going on at Lolo's Lounge. I call it a media empire. So welcome to my media empire. I'm so happy you're here. And please subscribe because it's free. And it's something that is definitely a passion of mine. So, yeah, I'm hopeful that I'm just going to do my part to hopefully bring some humor. I'm a frustrated comedian. I'm also a frustrated singer. Oh, yeah, I sing. And so I'll sing, intermittently and sometimes annoyingly, but whatever. It's all fun. And yeah, we just focus here on being human. We focus on being human with all of our faults and all of our grace and all the things in between. That's what's most important, is that you get one trip around the marble. And so you need to make it worth it. My parents really instilled that in me, and I think it's something that really drives me now in my later years. As a grande. Wonder Baby says, I think they will make the call on immunity in June. Easily says they won't make that ruling until after the election. So interesting. I actually heard someone else say that June was a more likely time frame for them to announce the immunity decision, which makes sense. I mean, I didn't really think that through, but I'm glad to have found a way to hear the rulings and hear. I know I am the long format queen. That's so true. I'm not very good at the elevator pitch, but I also think that what was I going to say? Wait a minute. They will make. Oh yeah. I could see them making it in June. I could see them making that call in June. Not saying that it would be a good call, but I think they could see themselves doing that. Now, could they delay it, and would that be to their benefit because they would buy some time? Maybe. I don't know. June makes sense to me because I think they do want to announce it before the election. That's why it makes sense to me. I think they want to settle that. I think Roberts wants to settle that question. I don't know that, but that's what I think. I have no clue. I am but a simple bard. I am but a simple bard, sir. I don't know. I don't know what money is. I don't know. I'm talking out of my ass. This isn't Midas touch. You're not getting Karen Agnafilio, who, by the way, is fantastic. But you're not getting that level of commentary. You're getting the no, you're getting the hey, look over here. I am a cat lineman for the county. And I ride a home. So you get that. You do? Okay. I don't know who said that. Somebody said that this morning. One of the pundits. I can't remember who it was. I can't remember. I actually don't know what money is. We act like it was here before us. That's really a good point. That's a line from Broad City where Fred Armisen plays this like kink guy that hires the girls to come over and clean his apartment, but actually what he wants is for them to do some kind of like role play sex with him, and he's dressed as a baby. So he's like, I'm a baby. I don't know what money is, because they're like, can you just pay us our money and we're going to get the hell out of here? And he's like, I don't know what money. I don't know. You have to be there. Anyway, some of the questions Alito has asked on other cases sound like setups for making an immunity decision. I agree with that, baby. I agree with that. They have not been real shy about sending their messages about what they're interested in. So I agree with you. I think that's actually I think, I don't think, and now here's the thing. Why is it only coming out now about the flags? Why is that just now? The timing to me is way too suspicious. And I don't know really like who would have an interest in exposing. I just don't know. How would we not notice that before? Right? Like, I just think the timing is really weird. That's all. I don't mean to be weird about it, but I just it's odd to me that this is now when we care about her flags. What about the injunction he was going to file on January 6th? Why can't we? I've heard about that, and then I've never heard about it again. Wasn't there an injunction that he had drafted that was going to stop the count? Am I wrong about that? Am I fantasizing? Please, somebody correct me. Oh, yeah, and it's his wife who did it. Yeah, give me a fucking break. An idiot. Oh, and absolutely, Siegfried, sometimes it is just weird timing. I do not see a conspiracy in everything. I'm just asking the question, like it's kind of curious to me that this is the timing of it after the immunity case is heard and before a decision is released. That's all. And if there's nothing, there's nothing. And then it'll come out there's nothing. I'm pretty agnostic on that. I just want to get to the bottom of things. That's all. And if there is something there, which to be honest, there has been things there when we have assumed there haven't been any things there. So I want to make sure we're not behind the eight ball. Don't assume. It's like, thank you. That's what I thought. Oh, maybe that's what it was. They had plans to ask him, but he never did it. The spitting killed me. The spitting? Oh, yeah. No, that's terrible. I don't know. So that's the thing. I don't know. It's just weird. No, but please, I think that's good to add. Siegfried, it's good to... I don't mind being, held accountable for hysteria. My role is not to provide reasons to get hysterical. My role is just to be like, wow, that's kind of weird. And that would cause me to look further about how did that come out and who did it, and like media literacy. Like that would just, it perks up my media literacy ears. The same thing about the Alito injunction. Like that perks up my ears. Oh, wait, are they doing something? Hey, come on. Oh, they're not even talking. Oh, they're off the record. I see. Sorry, everybody. They're just off the record. Yeah. So thank you. Yeah. No, I think it's a good conversation to have. And it's just, it's an awareness, I think, like, and I'm one of those people that will ask the question. And then when I get the answer, it'll be like, oh, okay. Great. Thanks. Hey, we have 90 viewers, which means we have 11 here on YouTube. Thank you, loungers. Love you so much. One on Twitch. I don't know who it is, but I love you. Thank you so much for hanging in there on Twitch. And then that means we have 12 from 90. 78 Twitter viewers. Thank you so much for stopping on our little Twitter thingamabobber there. That's great. I'm so happy to have you. Come on over to YouTube and join the chat. It's at Real Lolo on YouTube. And you can come and join these wonderful people and have a great, intelligent, kind conversation. A very genuine conversation, which we all love. Do we not love? We love, love, love genuine conversations. So I don't know. This probably is going to wrap up pretty soon, and then I am going to go for the day. Let me think about what else is going on. Oh, so I don't know if they're meeting tomorrow, but I'm sure she'll announce it. So if indeed this is going on tomorrow morning, I will be live for that. Probably around 6 a.m., which means 9 a.m. Eastern, everything in between and outside of that. And then also tomorrow night, it's Lolo's Lounge, and I'm back in the kitchen. Back in the kitchen tomorrow night, and I'm making crepes. Yes, he did. Yep, Roberts just declined to meet with Democrats about Alito. You're right, baby. I saw that news story come across. That's fucking crazy. Oh, I'm going to check. Speaking of which, let me just check the headlines on the Trumpy trial. I do have an appointment this afternoon, so I have to watch the time. Let's see what we got right here. Nope, the last update I have is 2 hours ago. This is how jury deliberations work, and then it's like a primer. They need to subpoena all of them. Yeah, Badger, I want to see. Okay, so here's my dream. My dream is we really make some fucking progress on Roger Stone and Steve Bannon and Eric Prince and Mike Flynn and Tony Schaefer and all the think tankers. And that is what I want to see happen. I want the planners. That is all that I think any of us have been wanting, is the planners of this debacle who are currently in their planning modes, only because they tell us, because they don't think anyone is looking or cares. How are we empowered to make such progress? I don't remember what I said. Oh, do you think so? I don't know who leaked Roe. I can't unwind that. But who's we? I don't know. What do you mean we? All of us. We. Sometimes positive for us happened to Bannon. Oh, was that yesterday? When is isn't he going to trial next? Isn't he going somewhere next Tuesday? Isn't Bannon up for something next Tuesday, I think? Yeah, it was a court ruling, or is he going into prison? I don't know if he's actually showing up for jail or not. We're idealists. I don't think that's bad. Bannon needs to go to jail. To make that progress. Well, wait a minute. You don't think did I say we made progress? Wait, what did I say we made progress on? Because I might have misspoke. I just need to be reminded. Because you know how I am. But the thing is, maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's the we. Well, I would like to see, okay, I'll speak for myself. I would like to see the planners. I meant more like, I know Gal and et al., Gal Squad, as we've talked over the years, the emphasis has been on the planners of the events and not as much on, as the individuals, although I've certainly followed a lot of their, their trials and tribulations because of the convoy too. Oh, here's what I would like to see. We need to. Okay, all right. Oh, yeah. Well, don't you? I think it makes sense to me that you would want the planners accountable so that they don't do it again. I mean, why is that wrong? Are you saying that's wrong, or are you just like making an observation that I'm speaking in the first person or the collective? Which you're right. I shouldn't collectively say for anyone that that's what they want, but I would kind of think that you would want the people responsible to face the same treatment under the law that others, if there were a member of we so empowered. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes. I understand what you're saying. Yep. I understand what you're saying. It is not we who are the ones who are empowered, as you said, ennobled. No, what is it? Given the responsibility and action items to actually hold them accountable. And there has been sleep. And I really, I still wonder, like, how much of it is by design and how much of it is typical bureaucracy and how much of it is unwillingness. Like, I feel like there is a combination of many factors happening, and I don't understand which one is leading. Yeah, that's it. But you're right. We, the people, aren't the ones who execute on the law. The institutions do that on our behalf, but they're the ones who hold the power of decision whether or not they're going to do that or not. Yeah, and Badger in Canada, that's true. You've got some stuff. Yeah, you have as complicated a political landscape as we do. I really feel that. I feel like I've learned a lot. Not a lot. I've just observed a lot. That's all. I've observed a lot and heard a lot of Canadian chuds, especially on the ground, talking about their grievances. So I can tell that that's something. Oh God, you guys, is it not?
We're
Oh no.
anticipating calling tomorrow.
Is it playing?
Captain Green, Troy Hudson.
I can't hear you.
Captain Green, Troy Hudson.
I can't hear it. Can you hear
Fortunately,
it?
Jonathan Brader will not be available.
Uh-oh.
But
God
that
damn
will
it.
be-
I'm so sorry. I'm going to shut up now.
Jonathan Brader.
I'm so sorry.
Not following.
I thought they were off the record.
I'm sorry?
They were asking if I was calling Laura Cox, and I was saying no.
Okay.
Or have an idea what time we'll be stopping tomorrow afternoon.
I have no idea what time we're gonna be stopping. I would leave it really up to you all. I'm only stopping now because it's 3:55 and there's no sense in starting that right now. And so I would love to stop around 4 every day, but it depends on where you all are.
Thank you.
Okay. Any additional matters for today's one?
None for the people.
I'm sorry. Okay. Whoopsie. Okay, never mind. We could go back. How much did I miss? Let's see. We didn't actually miss that much. Oh my gosh. We only missed a few minutes. Okay, I'm not going back for that. Screw that. They didn't do anything important. I'm so sorry, you guys. I love you so much. I always think I'm being so like suave rico, with my little tech moves. And then I find out, God damn it. Anyway, I don't think they were talking about substantive testimony during those last 4 or 5 minutes. It sounded like it was a lawyer whining about something else. So I apologize for missing it, however. So I'm sure you can catch it on Judge Simmons' wonderful YouTube. Badger, they weren't kidding when they said the wheels of justice move ever so slowly. Yeah, boy, they sure weren't kidding about that. I'm so sorry, you guys. The grace you give me is much appreciated for sure. Oh my God. Okay. Anyways, thank you all for tuning in. I will see you tomorrow morning. Oh, I didn't hear if she was going to adjourn for tomorrow. I'll find out. If I do, I'll put up a thing, but I'll bet you I'll be live tomorrow morning. So I will see you tomorrow morning. And if for some reason I don't, I'll see you tomorrow night. And if for some reason I don't, I can't believe it. What happened to our relationship? Come back, baby, come back. You can blame it all on me. I was wrong. And I just can't live without you. All right. I love you guys. I'll see you as soon as I possibly can. Goodbye.
Headlines and punchlines.